learns that, it's all about keeping people close.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Give them respect. Getting respect.
Yeah.
Making sure that, cover all your statements.
Yeah, like if you say something, you have to make sure you do it.
You cover it. Yeah.
100% of the time. And there's probably times in his life where he's went, like, if it's poker, he probably went all in a few times. Not in terms of money, but like, this decision makes or breaks me.
Yeah.
I wonder how many make or break moments he's had.
Well, it depends on what's actually true and what's not true in terms of accusations. Some of the accusations are true. That kind of covers things. Folks vanish. Somebody just abracadabra. See you later.
Yeah, that's effective. Fear is effective, man.
100%. Yeah, and it should be. Because, listen, all the shit that's going on right now, in America, we get so soft, none of that shit's going to happen. All that murders, war, drones, assassinations, unless he does some shit about old Bill, then you want to shoot yourself in the chest while hanging from an extension cord.
Wait, does that happen?
Oh yeah, you don't know that guy?
Shot himself in the chest. No, that's usually hard to do.
Shot him.
Yeah, how do you do such a thing?
While you're hanging. This is a guy that brought Epstein to the White House at least 7 times.
What's his name?
So they found him at a ranch 30 minutes from his house, hanging by an electric cord from a tree with a shotgun wound in the chest. Shotgun discovered near the body of former Clinton aide Mark Middleton, and then they called it a suicide. 12-gauge shotgun was 30 feet from the body of Mark Middleton, who was found dead.
Okay, so who orchestrates this? Is this the same thing where does Clinton go, hey, this guy needs to go, or do the powers that be around a powerful person go, we already know what needs to happen?
Well, I think they know if a dude is in contact with someone or has been talking or is about to talk.
Cooperating with
yes. I don't think any of those guys have clean phones. I don't think any of those guys don't have their houses bugged. I don't think any of those guys are tracked. If you're a guy that brought Jeffrey Epstein to the fucking White House to see Bill Clinton 7 times, and all this Epstein shit is going down, and Ghislaine's in jail, and you have information, there's people on both sides. Right? There's the people on the right that are trying to nail the people that are on the left with this. There's people that are journalists that are trying to nail the people that are involved in this. And they've managed to keep that fucking list from coming out, which shows you how powerful sort of people are. That should show you a lot. That should be terrifying. The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. She's in prison for sex trafficking, yet no one's been accused of buying any of this. No one's been accused of having sex with these underage girls, and she is in jail for supplying.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's crazy.
If you own a store and there's no items left, yet nobody's purchasing things. Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like,
people should go away.
I mean, that's what people are saying. And maybe everybody's conspiracy theory camp, but that's what people are saying about the Diddy situation. Like when the feds rolled up, with the fucking Hummers and shit, they're like, it wasn't about Diddy. It was about if they would take powerful people.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they were the ones that called up. I need to protect myself, so go in there with all the thanks and rip any tapes or any of it. Prince Harry was in there. I mean, everybody else. That's the other thing. Yeah. Like, Diddy hung out with everybody. And I've spoken to a bunch of people who were like, yo, great dude, like, always there for you, never asked for a single thing.
Everybody says, get out of the house. It's like the grandmas start eating after midnight. Everybody tells the stories like, I saw go upstairs, and these dudes are fucking like right on the couch. And then I go in this room, and these guys are fucking, and it's like,
and pros. Like, apparently he was getting male gigolos to fuck girls. That
girls.
Yeah, that was one of the rumors, like the freak. So he would hire the professional dicks that have sex with the girls. And I think he would watch allegedly. That's what was alleged.
Are you here?
Yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And that's the other thing. Like, I wonder, like,
It's a Caligula thing.
what is that?
Caligula, like the
I
emperor.
love
Did you ever see that movie? It's about just Roman emperors. Caligula is like almost like porn, and it was a movie made, I want to say in the 70s. It's a crazy movie, but it's just detailing extreme excess where you can never fill the hole.
What is the hole you need to fill? Like, I'm trying to find like, what's the
Just
catalyst?
chaos. What year was this? 79. Yeah. That's Malcolm McDowell, right? Yeah. Yeah, the dude from Clockwork Orange. It's a crazy movie. But it's still mild in comparison to what absolute power corrupts.
Okay, so then there's the question. It's like, give them power and they become that? Or does it take power from that person that has this void like you and then when they're given that power, you see the world.
Somebody knows exactly.
To corrupting somebody or to
What happens?
have you ever met somebody in our business that like before they were popping, they were kind of a dick, and then once they became very successful, they were the biggest dick. And you're like, you were always going to be this way. You just didn't have the power to.
I don't know too many people in our business that are really successful, like your level or my level, that are dicks.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, there are people maybe that feel they should be at a higher level.
They feel that they can kind of boss people around, get them through their way around to their assistant or their agents. Or maybe they yell up when they shouldn't yell or don't have to yell or are demeaning to certain people.
That bothers me.
Oh, I hate it. Really, I don't like it at all.
Especially when you're demeaning to people that can't
Can't
really do anything. They can of course, but like this is their opportunity.
Right, and then they feel terrible, but for no reason. When the same exact situation can be handled with a hug. Yeah. You tell them you appreciate them, you hold their hand, shake their hand, give them a hug, and then everybody feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be what the goal is. Like, you're the guy who is in this very unique, unusual situation, and you have the ability to make everybody feel that.
Yeah.
Until you don't. Until there's some people that you just gotta get rid of. There's some people that just feel entitled and they don't feel it. There's certain things that do happen around certain successful people. You'll see they have a few people that have resentment that are around them that realize, like, oh, I'm a support person and I only have so much room that I can climb. I can never be Andrew Schultz. I'm always going to be this guy who works with Andrew Schultz. Like, I've had a few buddies that have opening acts that wind up getting very entitled. And they have real problems with them. The opening acts get resentful, and it becomes issues. And then even good guys, they clip them, they get rid of them. Yeah, you gotta get rid of them.
Because you can't be around someone who is in success.
I just had a friend who just led me through all the shit that his opening act was doing. But I've known several guys that have had that. And once they start popping, those guys feel like, hey, big deal. Like, you're not even, you're just like, you could be replaced with another guy who does 15 minutes. Like, this is crazy. You have an amazing opportunity. You get a chance to perform in front of these thousands of people that you would never be able to perform from, and you light it up. You can move up the ladder, and then one day that could be you, and they can come and see you. And you're also,
You're inspired, dude. Go watch Joe Rogan, yo.
Yes.
We almost man. Go watch Joe Rogan.
Talk up, nigga. Yeah, you culture.
Yes, you looking at it, nigga.
Your dumbass, nigga.
Looking at nigga, talking with your ugly ass, your name is Pete, nigga, lame ass nigga. You know about to pack your ugly ass up, nigga.
They have a distorted perception.
Shut your dumb ass, nigga. Shut your bitch
Yeah,
ass
it's mud. Nigga just smack your pussy ass, nigga.
What the fuck, bro? You ain't shit, nigga.
The problem is like when you take one of those people who tell
Bro, shut your lame ass up, pussy ass, nigga.
that's the trickiest thing. Like, how do you in that situation where like you're trying to talk them out of behavior?
That was the real one for a second. You know, I was about to fucking tell you.
It's like at a certain point in time, you have to let them.
I'll be your ass. I'll fuck your food to cure them. I don't know if you can like tell them, hey, this is what you're doing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get my shit together.
Do we have confirmation of your boots? And we're good to go?
Yeah.
Experiencing kind of like it. It's a national chain, so there's always that back.
Light it up.
If you want help or something. But good luck, Angie, and keep me posted. You know, on the website, let me know an update or something I can share.
Yeah, I think there's just
Comfy or not?
yeah, really.
Thanks a lot.
Really?
For the call.
Okay.
Rich 101
I think there's a lot of speaking of psychos. There's a lot of psychos in the world, and I think that this is the thing. It's like there's a certain amount of people that really don't care about it. They don't. They exist for the. What is the term? I guess the term is sociopath, right?
Well, I think sociopath also means that you don't feel like they killed. That the normal person would feel like you make somebody feel right, potentially be in that uncomfortable situation. That reaction is not elicited.
Yeah.
And therefore, you can maybe ask them to do things that would put them in a really uncomfortable situation. Like, for example, you go podcast, right? You ask someone something. There might be a really embarrassing tough question that you might want to ask them. Maybe that's why you brought them up. Or they're a really close friend of yours, and you're just like, I don't know if I want to put them in this situation.
Dude, I do that all the time.
You don't ask.
I don't ask.
Exactly, because you have empathy. You care
It's
about
not just that. Like, I
how
don't need to talk to someone about something. If they want to talk about it, like if it's something they want to get off their chest or they want to discuss because there's some misconceptions out there, I'm happy to give you that platform. But like play God you with you, I am not that guy at all. I don't want to have anything to do with that shit. I don't like it. I don't think it's necessary. Also, if you're talking about a human being in one very specific issue, I think they have a lot of things going on in their life. I'm interested in a full human. I'm not interested in just digging the dirt on one bad situation.
You said some shit to me when I had my kid. He said, no, it's really funny. When I'm talking to somebody's incredibly frustrating or being I just imagine them as
Yeah.
it's like everyone started out that way. It's pure.
Life, shitty, bad neighborhood, and then sometimes it's just genes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get wacky genes. Yeah. Sometimes people are mentally ill right from the jump. And I don't think people like to admit that, but that's a fact.
So I did test it out.
Not much. And then when it comes to like medication, what does the medication do? Is it dulling the line so that the impulses don't come out? Is it ramping up your dopamine so you don't want to do those things? Like,
I was wondering that like Prozac. Like I didn't realize how many people I knew that were on Prozac.
generate those transcriptions, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
I
I'm good.
don't know if it's going to be done, but it's certainly a take on social media.
There you
If
go.
you want to check it out, Rich on Tech on Air Chat. That is the new app.
Speaking of people that are potentially
Je pense français.
have you a good
Français,
maybe
Habibi, come to Dubai.
Yeah.
Das ist so ein Green, die nicht mit uns gegangen.
Left out.
Hello? Hello, can you talk?
Huberman and X.
Can you talk? We are
and
two old kids. We are
terrible things to the bad guy. And so this long what they left out was that person who accused him of all this. First of all, being investigated by the DOJ and is in the middle of that.
But welche ist noch
It's a very
voll?
serious case. I would name the case, but that would
Softball?
like they named the lady.
Welche ist
Which
noch
is also
voll?
crazy. Like they could have an
Ah,
anonymous
7.
attacks
Yeah.
a famous person,
Okay, wir gehen 7.
which is essentially whether it's true, what the things she's saying are true or not true. The stuff she left out, the DOJ stuff.
That's when he breaks it off.
Exactly.
He breaks it off.
The DOJ contacts him because they're investigators.
And you think that would be like maybe the first paragraph.
You would think that would at least be a part of the article. If it was a real piece of news, you would say, "Oh, this is complicated."
Okay, so what do you think it is? Do you think it could come from pharmaceutical companies?
I don't think there's zero influence. You know, I mean, I think for sure. Look, with the stuff that happened to me,
That's what I was going to ask. What do you think it comes from?
that was 100% influenced by pharmaceutical drug companies.
Political interest too?
Yeah, well,
And
they're
those
all
are
tied in together because they fund them. So you've got pharmaceutical drug interests that fund the network,
Yeah.
right? They pay for so much of the advertisement, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Now
can't
they're
just
holding
cut
to the
that off.
advertisers. Yes.
Yeah, you cut. If the news said no more pharmaceutical drugs, let's imagine if the government says this. The government says no more pharmaceutical drug contributions to super PACs, no more pharmaceutical drugs ads on television shows and newspapers, no more. Then you have to fill that massive void that's missing from those ads. And you're gonna have to bring in Toyota trucks and fucking all those different things. You're missing out on a lot of fucking money. So if that's a giant portion of your ad revenue, you're going to avoid all conversations about vaccine injuries.
Yes.
They're not
Yes.
going to come up. You're going to shut them down and go to commercial.
Yes.
You're going to say, well, the studies don't show that. The study don't, you'll talk over RFK.
Yeah.
What you're saying is just simply not true. Vaccines, the reason why we don't have
Yes.
because vaccines have never been shown to show to cause autism. Vaccines, and we'll be right back. And then it's just like the person shouts it down. They're probably getting talk in their ear.
Yeah.
Don Lemon, get off the subject. You know, like there's probably someone in their ear. They do have earpieces.
But here's the thing, I don't even know if they have to tell you. When you know that you are being paid by something, it's very easy to just go along with whatever narrative takes 100%. And that's the tricky thing. A lot of times we act like there's these like 4 to 6 people that are disseminating this information and directly hitting up Don and all these other people. Like, you must behave this way. I think people have concept.
Yeah.
It's almost human instinct to go online. When you know who's got your back, go online.
Yeah.
Pharmaceutical companies are supporting 25% of your ads, 30, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You fall in line with trouble.
Yeah.
You fall in line with the narrative of Netflix. You write to the Washington Post.
Yeah.
And when you start to ruffle feathers in your articles, then you realize, oh shit, if I want my articles get posted, I gotta write like this.
Yeah.
My kids in private school, I want to go to school. And now there's this incentive structure that's built in without anybody can tell them.
Exactly.
So it's this, it's not as like nefarious as people assume it is. You hear about like the deep state and these people tell you. It's the incentive structure built in that human beings will survive. And we start kind of doing the things that we don't do.
And it's all implied. You know what you're supposed to say.
Nobody ever wants to hear her speak. She's getting grants from Goldman Sachs. After she's, what was he, Secretary of State. So it's like, but Goldman Sachs doesn't need to say, hey, by the way, you're going to get speaking fees. She knows it.
Exactly.
They all fucking know it.
That was why during the Trump debates, when he was like, release the transcripts of those speeches.
Yeah, I'll release my taxes. You release the transcript.
Yeah.
And what is the transcript? Hey guys, do we really need to be here, or should I go home?
And you know what I want? I want you guys to make money. But let's keep it rolling.
So that's the deep state. It's not 6
I hate it. That's all. That is like the people that are in your crew that start acting entitled when they're around you. Those are the people, the Hillary Clintons. The Hillary Clintons are the people that are like maybe disrespectful to the servers, and you find out about it. They send food back. They talk rude. It's not the main guy. It's the support staff. So you're saying the main people are not present, right? The main people are the people that are running Raytheon, the people that are running these gigantic companies that make weapons. Dude, that's where the real money is.
We had our channel. I didn't know this shit, but I didn't know, like, when we're sending money to Ukraine, we're not really sending money there. We're sending money to American military manufacturers to make weapons, and the weapons go to Ukraine. We're paying us.
Yeah,
but you can't really say.
But also some money goes over there too, and that money, enough, billions, and that money is like, ooh, way to go. Yeah, these are doing coke and driving around in Rolls Royces, and
I saw that the guy bought the, what was it, the assistant, was the it wasn't the vice president, but it was some government figure bought some insane car. And
Yeah.
like, why do I insane car when you're in the middle of war?
How do you have the money?
Yeah, there might be some rations you might want to buy.
Yeah.
So okay, so there's the system. I didn't even know that like the
Ja, das Stick.
Ja, aber es ist erst mal gut, damit wir uns hören können. Wo der Weg hingehen hat.
These different industries.
Zwölf ist voll. 12 ist voll. Wir gehen 12 rein.
Okay.
No, I mean, no, for real. Like, it's like they have to hire people. They have to pay people. Like, and that's why war is good for the economy. The economy is built on this military industrial complex, whatever it is. You constantly need conflict in order to continue the positive momentum of the economy.
Yeah.
But they can't say that. They can't go, hey, we need war in order for the economy to be good.
They're not thinking about the economy. They're thinking about the money that they are specifically going to make from these transactions. They're not thinking about, oh, we're going to do this good for the economy. They're thinking this is an opportunity to get a massive contract. They're in the business of constantly making more money. When you're in a corporation, especially a publicly traded corporation, you have an obligation to your shareholders to make more money. You have a board. You have people that have dumped $100 million into the company, and they're staring at you like, what are we doing to maximize profit? And just like if you're, working for CNN, if someone starts saying that the vaccines might be killing kids, you got to step in and go, there's no evidence for this. You got to cover. You're covering for this. Everyone's covered. If you're the head of a corporation, it's your job to get these contracts. It's a sociopathic sort of a situation. No one's looking at it like, what is the big picture? Does this really need to be happening? Isn't there some sort of a diplomatic approach that we made? What were the factors that led us to get to the situation in the first place? What's going on with NATO? Why are they moving weapons closer and closer to Russia's border? Maybe there's a diplomatic solution that can stop the death of hundreds of thousands of innocent people. But no, make that check. Let's go. Attach it to different bills, right? Like attach it to the border bill. Attach it to the fucking, attach it to the education bill. We gotta educate those Russians about our fucking bombs. That's part of the education bill. They gotta know about a tomahawk missile, bitch. Yeah.
So how do you stop that?
Money. And the problem is it's already been embedded, right? It's like trying to tell the mob you can't make money. Like you have to do some radical things to get the mob out of businesses, right? And that's what they had to do with Giuliani in New York, John Gotti and the families and locking everybody up. Like you can't just say, hey guys, stop doing that. That's what they do. It's what they do. That's what they did with Iraq. That's what they did with Afghanistan. That's what they did with Vietnam. They do it with everything. It's what Eisenhower warned the American people about when he was leaving office, which is one of the craziest videos in human history, where he's saying the military-industrial complex wants to go to war. If there's a machine that wants to go to war, and you have to be very careful.
What is the history of this? So with World War II, the whole country turns into a war machine, is that essential? And which was beneficial for us, right?
Great for the economy, great for a lot of things, great to unite us.
Freedom, right? For not speaking fucking German for the rest of our existence. But it turns into a war machine, like Ford just starts making tanks. Like everybody shifts their goal, right? Is that essentially what happens when?
A lot of people definitely shift their money for Ford obviously to make cars, but like a lot of people do.
Supporting healthy aging and cellular rejuvenation. With decades of research and backed by leading U.S. medical centers, Prolon helps promote healthy blood sugar, support cardiovascular health, and reduce abdominal fat. In fact, the average Prolon user loses 5 pounds in just 5 days. And right now, streaming listeners will receive 10% off when they go to prolonlife.com/music, but only until April 30th. Again, that's prolonlife.com/music. 01. The website for the show, richontech.tv. Once you're there, you can see all of the stories that I do for television. You can read the newsletter. You can sign up to the newsletter. What else? Oh, you can also see show notes. So if you want to see in real time what I mentioned on the show, just hit the light bulb at the top of the website. And if you want to listen to this show as a podcast later on, you can also do that through the website. Just subscribe on your favorite audio app. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Do appreciate it. We're talking a lot on the show this hour. I'm going to talk about a new wearable pen that will record all of your life in
what's up?
searching
Thank you.
sort of chat GPT,
What is
GPT
that?
style. Netflix is growing
Hello,
numbers
bro.
once again. Well, they're not growing them. It's not like they have a lab with growth, but you know what I mean. They're growing.
How was life, man? Come on, speak up, man.
Sounds like a Netflix show.
Crippling as
But
always.
I will tell you.
Nice to hear that. Where you from, bro?
To sort of make more people pay.
USA.
Coming up later this hour, we have a guest.
You sound like a woman.
Project. He will explain why Tesla's
Or are you
self-driving software is not ready for the
speak back?
888-742.
Never know, dude. Never know.
I'm so socially awkward, man.
Orlando, Florida. Adam, you're on with Rich.
Why is it so quiet in this?
I don't know, man. Rabbi, Rothschild. Finally watching fucking Joe Rogan video, man. But we're looking number 6, obviously number 6. But you see, you don't know who Joe Rogan is, bro.
No.
He's the man. He's my bold super fucker. Bro, I don't know how to talk.
Clean it up, I think. So I'm calling to find out if you know about that, or if there is maybe another system or another service that provides something like that, because I do have a Yahoo email address. So I'm just wondering if you know what's a good, efficient way to help clear anything you may have hackers may have on you on the dark web.
Okay, well.
Hey, guys!
And yes, I
Look
use
at my Apple Pencil.
Dark web monitoring for sure. I get alerts when my stuff shows up, which it all.
Take a yummy apple
But
pencil.
here's the number one.
Bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
On the dark web, no matter who promises.
I actually started doing that when I was younger. I used like Sharpies, not just sitting in my mouth. I used it in my nose, and then like I sniffed it so hard.
If you don't smoke Apple Pencils,
Oh, sure. Let me
bro, get out of my
That's
face.
not the way it works. So, number one, once your
Yeah,
information is
bro.
out there, it is out there forever.
I had crippling addiction. That's why my wife left me.
Yeah, for Apple Pencil, yeah, that's what happened to me.
What Google does, there's two things. Number one,
This
storage or no?
nigga laughing.
No, I
He
think.
says alcohol. Yo, this is a legendary ass post.
Google, any Google member, like if you have a Google account, you can
Dumbass pencil, give me that.
information at one time, which is what you stumble upon, right? So that and they tell you to find and there's a section that says dark web report, and they tell you to click on it, run something, it will show you the information that's out there. Now for me, I think it's just linked to my info on the dark web. That's my name, date of birth, phone number, email, password.
That's too much shit playing, bro.
That's pretty much it. So that information is out there. And this will give you, if you look into these pretty specific information, I can see my 2021 AT&T subscriber data range.
I need to put that right there on my fucking computer screen right there.
Thank you, AT&T. So,
The Pedro thing.
Oh no, not this one again.
the point of all this,
Bro, I need to put the Pedro thing right here
this is out there.
on this.
Google, they will do something. They will pull your information off of their search results if you ask for that. So there's a difference between your information being out there on the dark web, which is in some sort of database that people are changing hands all the time. They're selling this information, and information being in search results. So Google, if you use their monitoring program, which you can get for free if you're, and anyone can get that for free, it's called Results About You. That will allow you to pull information off of Google search results. So if there's a Google search result that has your name, your address, your phone number on one of these websites like Snopio or Jumpin or whatever they're called, and you say, hey, I don't like that information in there, Google will assess that and say, okay, should we take that down? And they will make a decision. It's not always guaranteed. But the bigger thing about all of these dark web situations is understanding what information is out there, and more importantly, not reusing your information, and also not giving out your information in the first place. So, for instance, phone number. I mean, I'm looking at my phone number right here. It's telling me. I mean, this AT&T breach was really bad. And I'm looking at my date of birth, my real phone number, and my real email address that is just now out there for anyone, which is really scary. So again, the more you can do to keep your information private going forward, I think is going to be a better way of going about this. With that said, there are a couple of tools that I will link up on the website, richontech.tv, that can reveal where some of this information is. The first one, keepersecurity.com, they do a free data breach. You can scan and it will give you some information about your data breach information out there. Keep in mind, a lot of these things want to sell you on something else. So they're showing you this information in hopes of converting you to a paid customer. The other one that I think is actually pretty good with the information they give is scan.aura.com, scan.aura.com. And this one actually shows my passwords that are flying around the internet. Now, they have them redacted a little bit, but I can tell a couple of those passwords I recognize, and that's really scary. So I can see that I do not want to reuse that password ever again because it is out there on the open web. And then it gives all of my account names that are out there on the web. Most of them are Rich DeMiro, which I get. That's my name. That's what I use. So that's going to be pretty standard. The other one, this one is a pretty big website. It's called HaveIBeenPwned.com, and they spell pwned, PWNED.com. You can put your email address in there, and they will notify you for free anytime your email address shows up on one of these dark web breaches. Now, we're actually going to have an interview with the guy who runs this website, Troy Hunt. We will have an interview with him next week, and he explains. I actually asked him about these dark web monitoring services because I was curious about them. So he will explain what his take is on paying for these services. And let me just tell you, spoiler alert, probably not worth paying for these services. So where does that leave us?
The most shit.
Results about you service. Definitely take advantage of that. Your information. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but you can say, here's my phone number, here's my email address, here's my address. If you find this on the web in results, let me know, send me an email, and then I have the ability to say, Google, can you take that off the internet? And 9 times out of 10 in my experience, they will take that search result down. They don't go to the website and delete your information, but 99% of people are just searching on the web for your address, for your phone number. I mean, most people aren't searching for you, let's be honest, unless you owe someone something or whatever. But that they will take down that search result. With the dark web, there are ways, again, like I said, to check out your information that's out there, but there's not much you can do about that information being out there. I will link all of the things I talk about on the website, richontech.tv. My main takeaway, my number one takeaway, if you get nothing else out of this conversation, limit the amount of information you give out to people. If a random website you're signing up for asks your date of birth, why do you need to give them your actual date of birth? Unless it is something like a credit card or your bank or whatever, why do they need to know that? They probably don't. Email addresses. Use a cloaked email address when possible when you're signing up for random websites. You can do that through iCloud. There's a bunch of services that will let you do it. Try not to give away your real email address. DuckDuckGo has a nice free email address that is you can use if you want a throwaway email address. So search DuckDuckGo cloaked email, I think it's called. They have that. And then when it comes to your information, like your password, do not use the same password over and over. The problem is when you use that password, even if you think you're so good at creating a strong password, if that password is out on the web, what these hackers do is they take that password, they see the email address associated with it, and they say, okay, let's hit up the top 50 major websites and see if this little combination of email address and password unlocks this website. So they go to Bank of America, they go to Chase, they go to American Express, they go to all of those banks out there and they try your email address and password. And sometimes that might unlock the website and get them in. That's called credential stuffing. That's what happened with Roku. So do not reuse the same passwords across websites. Those are some of the best ways to protect yourself. That is my recommendation. Okay, let me get off the soapbox and tell you real quick about Netflix before we go to break. 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Not much to report about Netflix except their memberships grew 16%. They now have almost 270 million people paying every month to watch Netflix, but here's the concerning issue. They have 500 million people interacting with the service. What does that mean? There's a lot of freeloaders that are still using other people's Netflix accounts. So, two things. Number one, Netflix says starting next year, we're not going to provide any updates on our membership numbers quarterly. Why? Because they understand the market is slowing. They're not going to have these big numbers, these big membership numbers going forward, the growth. But what they are going to do, potentially price hikes, they're going to crack down on password sharing, they're going to put more of an emphasis on that ad-supported membership tier, and more live programming.
And shift their businesses.
Start making military businesses.
Did that make sense?
That was my understanding, is that like every business started to prioritize the war effort. Right? And not overnight, but pretty quickly, the whole country had one singular focus, which was, if we need to go to war, we can turn it over. It's like, I think that's what Napoleon did, actually. That was one of how he was so effective. He turned the whole country into a war machine. Whereas before, it was like, wait, I thought we're just lining up in the field and banging back and forth against each other. He's like, no, you're fighting the whole country. So then when we get to turn over and flip and Ford starts making vehicles or whatever the fuck it needs for the military effort, we have a huge competitive advantage. The money that comes in through that, fact check me on this, please, but like the money that starts to be generated by that is very hard to relinquish when the war's done.
Right.
The war stops and then people go, whoa, we were making $100 million a year during war.
Right.
I don't want to go back to 20 million.
Right.
So we need more wars.
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
Yeah. That's definitely part of the idea. It's also connected to a lot of other things too that you wouldn't think about, like subsidizing food. So subsidizing farmers. So like you need to corn subsidies. You look at corn subsidies. Well, what happened was during World War II, they started to subsidize farmers so that they would have a surplus in case another war breaks out. They always have they have food storage. They have the ability to feed the country even if we're cut off from the rest of the world. And when you're dependent upon foreign countries for different things, like grain, medicines, and that's one of the things we found during COVID, right? A lot of medicines in China. A lot of it was very hard to come by during COVID because of the transportation issues.
One of the issues with Ukraine is that there's not with the medicine, but it's actually grain. It's one of the largest grain in the world.
Yes.
So I think there's even had to be like an agreement between Russia and Ukraine to continue sending out grain during the conflict.
Policy or a $5 billion policy. So
the rules of war are it's a war crime. You know, like
who decides? Who decides the level?
You can only kill people certain ways. Like one of the wildest ones was also during World War I. This guy named Fritz Haber. And Fritz Haber, he created the Haber method of extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere that's responsible for some crazy number today. This method is responsible for something about, so see if this is true. I think it's something around 50% of nitrogen in human bodies today exists because of the Haber method. Nitrogen from your food has been extracted from the atmosphere by the Haber method in order to provide fertilizer for plants that we use, especially when you talk about industrialized fertilizer and commercial grade fertilizer, where they have to spray it because the topsoil is all dead for a lot of these modern industrial monocrop agriculture establishments. So Fritz Haber creates this, but he also creates Zyklon A. He created this gas that they were using. He used the gas, they turned it to Zyklon B, they took the smell out of it so they could kill the Jews with it. And he also used the gas when they were gassing Allied troops in World War I. This was the first time that had been done. So they had these massive fans and gas, and they would blow it onto these soldiers and kill them all. And so he was both being recommended for the Nobel Prize and being a war criminal at the same time. He was wanted for crimes against humanity at the same time. He created the Haber method. What's the matter, Jim? Nearly 50% of the nitrogen found in human tissues originated from the Haber-Bosch process. Thus, Haber process serves as the detonator of the population explosion, enabling the global population to increase from 1.6 billion in 1900 to 7.7 billion by 2018. Reverse fuel technology converts electrical energy, water, and air into ammonia without a separate hydrogen electrolysis process. So this is he was a legitimate genius. And his story is so fucking tragic. When he was leaving to go to the front lines to war to use his gas, it was so controversial. It was so much. His wife committed suicide in front of him. He shot herself in the heart, and he left her to go to the front line while she was still alive. And he left her with his 13-year-old son to take care of her. Well, she tried to kill him. She eventually died. But I mean, his whole life became.
Did he feel remorse for this?
I don't know. But eventually, during World War II, he was a Jew, and he saw all of his other Jewish friends that were scientists get pushed out, and arrested, and all these different things that happened to him, and he wanted to flee, and he died. He died of heart. It's probably stress. I mean, the guy's whole life. I mean, what did you do? What did you do? You created this amazing thing that allows nitrogen to get into the soil and feed millions of people and stop starvation for millions of people.
Yeah.
You also create the gas that's killing your own people in concentration camps, and you also
What up, dog?
legalized nuclear bomb.
It's
The first
nuclear.
government, the first army to spray
Legalized nuclear bombs.
Dog, you're not saying the word correctly. It's nuclear.
Nah. Legalized nuclear bomb.
I don't
Fuck off.
think you know how the word is spelled. It's nuclear.
I said nuclear.
That's not how it's pronounced. It's nuclear.
Nuclear.
Perfect.
Nuclear.
Perfect.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I love you.
Men, women, children, anybody down
I
there.
hate you too.
So
Thanks,
both
baby.
sides, like, when is there the conversation where all the countries unanimously agree on like you can kill someone with bullets,
So
That's
maybe,
okay.
so I actually got
Right.
an email about this.
as long as they are
It's interesting. I know that
not an innocent civilian.
Yes, then what about
I don't know if you've heard of that.
meditate,
It's on your desktop.
right?
What is that?
Do you know how they target some people with bombs? Okay, so let's say you're a terrorist, and let's say you're hanging out in this building, and the government knows where you are because they have your cell phone. So they have the metadata of your cell phone. So they know your cell phone is in this room. Boom, everybody dead. Everybody dead. Not just you, not just me, not just Jamie. Security staff,
This is the
everybody,
drone strike
people
away.
next door. Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah. So you know what the percentages of innocent people that die in drone strikes? We don't know really, because here's the problem. And this has to be like, you have to be kind of honest with this. Like, they lie too. Like they'll say,
I'm a bad guy.
right? They'll
Yeah.
say, oh, you killed 30 children, and you know they'll take photos. So you're getting some of the information.
Yeah, they never know good shot.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't know the exact numbers. There's estimated numbers, but for sure, it's not more bad guys. For sure, it's more innocents than it is bad guys. And the high estimates are like the 80 and 90% of innocent civilians that die in drone strikes.
And what is the justification?
Because there's a bad guy. We gotta get that bad guy. And it's in another country. So when it's in another country, you can kind of get away with some shit.
But also, I imagine the justification is like that one bad guy could have killed hundreds of thousands of people. That's their steel man. Because they also have to have justification. It can't happen without them going, hey, we thought about this.
Exactly.
And then imagine the person you need to pull the trigger on that or push the button. Right? Like the Constitution they have to have.
Yeah.
That's a lot of guilt. This goes back to the sociopathy.
They have massive PTSD. Yeah, those people that run, they say it's a unique form of PTSD because they weren't really there.
Right? They're behind a fucking video console.
It's an Xbox controller.
Because if you stop it,
Have presidents ever said that? Did Lincoln write anything about the death toll during the Civil War? Like, I wonder if even modern day, like, does Obama talk about it? The people that died, the Bushes, like, I think you can. George Bush has handled Iraq better than anybody in history.
Dogs,
Giving little fucking lozenges to Michelle, like, there's nothing that's going on.
Yeah.
And maybe you need somebody that's kind of not got a lot going on there to do it.
I don't think it's a coincidence they made movies about Dick Cheney. Afterwards, they made him out to be this monster.
Like, I feel like that's taking all accountability away from the guy who was in charge. Like, it's very easy to be like, yeah, it was just him. This guy got to co-sign it too, and that's the job.
Yeah.
If you're the head coach of the team and the assistant coach is making all the bad decisions, we still blame the head coach, right?
He's also the son of a great man. And, you know, when your dad is Herbert Walker Bush, he was the head of the CIA, and, you know, you are second fiddle. You're good at taking directions, and that's why you make a good president. You're a good, handsome man. We're going to smoke him out of the holes. You look like a president, and then looks like an old dick take things behind the scenes. And just look at the evidence of what they did, right? One of the things that they gave Halliburton no-bid contracts, fucking billions of dollars to rebuild Iraq. How wild is this? That the guy who's the vice president was on the border. He was like the fucking. He was the head of Halliburton.
Was he getting the peace during his presidency?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a conflict of interest.
He's blowing these places up. He's blowing these places up. It's like their decisions that are causing these places to get blown up. Dick Cheney resumes role as chairman of Halliburton Company. Oh, he's back. When is this? This is after he left office?
Oh, shit.
What else was during the Bush administration?
Yo, dog.
You're looking at a dude.
Go and tell him. Go tell him.
He resumed his role while he was vice
I'm living in here, dog.
You're looking at
But you have a
a
projection of yourself on your wall behind your back.
That's how tight I am.
Cheney will succeed.
Example, brain rot is this. It's like a different side, dog.
Okay, Dick Cheney resumes role.
Dog, we're watching Joe Rogan.
So look at
You want to feel like he's in a simulation.
Dick Cheney has
Dog, we're watching Joe Rogan.
Laptop is blank.
today, February 1st, 2000. He will also continue
Has a projection of himself.
We're continuing his current, also continue his current position as chief executive
That he's streaming himself.
Dog, you haven't even seen my social media yet on my Discord profile. You don't even know.
I was like,
Oh my God.
How did we get to that? Or is it 2001? It's January 2001.
Plus, right?
bad days,
This is
how many
11
times?
months earlier, so isn't he even named as vice president yet?
Wait, so you just post on your Instagram, you just post the same thing over again, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times?
No. That's a timeline. That is literally a 24/7 stream that I do on Instagram.
Once someone wins the primaries, they announce their VP.
Like, why?
But if you're not actually,
For world peace, I don't want people to have war anymore.
you're not actually.
You know, that's never going to happen.
Hey, man, it never will if we don't try.
It doesn't matter how many people set themselves on fire, dude. That's never going to happen.
All right.
It doesn't matter if Elon Musk sets himself on fire in front of Washington.
I mean, hold it up.
It's never going to happen, right?
Yes, I feel a tremendous weight of the amount of people that take the shit I said. A tremendous weight. So you feel like there's some things that like I would rather just fucking hang out.
Oh my god. Fucking. Why do you have so many TikToks?
I have over 1,069 because I don't want anybody to be able to cancel me.
Answer you for what you said.
I don't know, but I don't want anybody to ever be able to do it.
Yeah.
That's something I've noticed about
Trump has been
It's
charged with
important
false
quality
claims,
you have
business records,
as
how
you
he
achieve more success. Because with success, life can get easier. So if you're not addicted to
I got the time and money to go to, bro. What are you doing?
fall into
I'm a certified project management professional.
What? The Joker.
Joker? But he was like,
Yeah.
money, like things become easier, and then anything that's not easy, you get very anxious about it.
Let's check out a crash on
So
the
you like my birthday. You admire David Goggins because he's doing hard shit all the time.
Yeah.
Bro, do you take any medication, bro?
Because when they get success,
Nothing.
hard things make them anxious, and they stop doing hard things. And hard things you
Probably should have at this point.
So we have nothing. We have to do hard things.
What's strange about it?
You're live right now.
We'll speak English.
I'm like everywhere, baby.
We speak Arabic?
I wonder if that's when like kids who grow up with very well parents are not used to
Just speak out of it.
Right.
you know, they don't have that as
What?
a core value.
This thing is live right now on YouTube streaming
Which they're going to use
himself.
which they're going to use drugs.
That's how cool I am.
give myself to the live stream.
That's how cool I am.
It's actually more comfortable. I like halfway.
You just stream yourself taking every half.
I shoot myself doing everything.
Comfort is
Why?
Don't they ban you?
I do it on Twitter.
You can take a little bit of ouch, just relax.
And it is nice.
Wait, so you don't care that people literally see your butt? Like,
Because
No.
I make the rest of your life harder. Because you're gonna encounter hard things. And if the hard thing that you don't voluntarily subscribe to, the hard thing that you don't force yourself into, isn't harder than the other things in life, you have a hard time managing.
It is hard.
It has to be
You
voluntary.
do have to choose.
You have to,
Kids are shit.
There's a,
I think characters like cardio. I think you have to keep it up. I do. I really do. You take a few weeks off of cardio, and I think that's the same with character. And I think it's the same with doing difficult things and also self-assessing, honestly, knowing where you fucked up. Like, there's moments that you have, I'm sure, in your life where you look back, it might have been 10 years ago. Oh, that's it.
Yes.
I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even say that. I shouldn't have said that. God, I was just in the wrong place, wrong time, wrong headspace. Why did I do that? Oh, I was why did I do that? You know, those things, you should know those too. You don't absolve yourself of those things.
Yeah.
Know those things are real. And just always constantly strive to do better. A lot of people fuck up. They think of themselves as that fuck up. And that's a difficult thing for someone with a bad past. Like dudes have been in jail. It's really difficult for them.
That becomes their identity.
It becomes a part of who you recognize that's a part of your behavior characteristics. You don't think of yourself as the best you when you made the right decision, when your friend calls you and you can tell them, I'm busy, bro, I can't help you. Like, I put that shit aside.
Yep.
And go help your friend, and then you show up for him. It's like, dude, you're here for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, man. And you're helping him fix his tire or move or whatever the fuck it is. Those moments, man, like unite human beings. They're like very, very important moments, and that's what everybody should strive for. You should strive for the moments when you worked really hard at something and you accomplished it. When you didn't want to get through a workout, but you did it. When you finished the marathon. When you apologize for being out of line, when you told people how you feel about them, even though it felt vulnerable, I tell you I love you so much, you inspire me, you're an amazing human being, and I'm so happy you're in my life. That's what we all should be aspiring towards. Aspiring to be better versions of ourselves.
And aspire to put ourselves in situations that we fear. Like everything we want is on the other side of what you fear. There's somebody said that. And I really believed it. Like every situation I put myself in that I'm scared of and anxious about, and even if it doesn't work out perfectly, I do feel this confidence boost that I at least tried. You know, I at least fucking tried. I was scared of doing it, and I fucking tried. And then if it works out, it's fucking worked. I pussy out. That's the worst.
It's the worst feeling.
It is the fucking worst.
The worst feeling.
That's the importance of like the nice thing about stand-up, I guess, is that like we know that we can't take months off. It atrophies fast, weeks off. Yeah, it's like we have to go. We have to constantly go up. And yeah, there are things in life that are a million times more difficult that people have to do. But it is one of those things that's built into the thing that we kind of love, which is we have to keep doing this. And every time we try something new, it's bad.
Yeah, but we're also addicted to that accomplishment vibe, the accomplishment energy. Like when you get to the feeling is amazing feeling. I did it.
I also like the chaos of it. I like it when there's like I was hanging on the beach with my wife and I'm like, I'm really bad with vacations if I don't have things to do. I can't just hang out. I cannot. If I'm surfing, I can do it. Or if I'm playing paddle, I can do it. But I need to do shit. Give me something to do. And my wife knows I don't care if we're looking at the Coliseum, I'm learning, I'm asking the fucking tours, I'm fishing. I need to do a thing. Because if I'm not, my brain goes fucking crazy. It needs to be occupied. I'm a lucky guy. Imagine I was really comfortable enough.
It's a superpower. But it has to be managed. It's like having a Ferrari engine. You know, if you have a Ferrari engine, you know, and a fucking Toyota Corolla, like that shit doesn't have the tires for it. Like it doesn't have the suspension. You're in a tree. You know, you have to learn how to manage that kind of mind, and you built up a suspension, wide tires, strong carbon fiber ceramic brakes. It's like you kind of have all those things.
So is that what you're constantly doing? Are you constantly looking for more shit you're afraid of in your life?
Well, difficult things. I like difficult things. I like, that's how I cold plunge. I like it because it's hard, and I hate it. I fucking like it. I don't like it. Every time I'm about to do it, there's this little bitch ass part of my brain that's like, and the other part of my brain that's built up over the years, like, shut up, pussy. I'm the boss.
So it's building the discipline. It's not even like, okay, yeah, there are great, not side effects, but there are great main effects come. The inflammation goes down, whatever. It's more about building the fucking discipline to do the shit you build on it.
But also because it's good for you. If it was bad for me, if I didn't want to do it, and every time I did it, it was killing me a little bit, I wouldn't do it. But I do it because I know it's good for you, and I know you feel great when you get out of it.
But Goggins, I'm sure, running all those fucking miles, like his joints are destroyed, his feet are fucked up. Like, there's a certain point of diminishing return.
Yes.
But
also you have to have the outlier,
which is
you have to have something that's pure mind. It's all just on the drive. And that's the extreme version of uncommon amongst uncommon men. Amongst all the psychos out there, he's king psycho.
So it's not that he runs long, it's that he will do the thing despite that little voice inside him saying, you don't want to do this.
And he'll tell you he has that voice. He goes, I stare at my speakers sometimes for 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on. He'll tell you, but he always wins. It's like, dude, when I'm taking the lid off that pill plunge, as I'm taking it off, he's like, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
You got 3 more minutes to show up.
I set my watch, and I climb right in. Because I get through it every day. I start the day off with one. I beat the inner bitch. I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there, and then I do the workout. That's win number 2. You know, so by the time the day is over, I've done shit that most people never do.
What do you feel like when you're on vacation? Do you feel
like a crazy person? Do you feel like a wolf on a fucking inflatable pool toy in the ocean? Just going, what am I doing on this fucking thing?
And is your wife going, hey, you need to chill out?
I know how to do it now. First of all, every day starts out with a workout. You have to.
I told them, like, listen, we can go to these places. The first 3 hours of the day, I'm doing what I need to do. Once I calm it all down, I fucking drink whatever on the beach. I don't care. But the first 3, I need to do what I need to do.
I need breaks. Breaks are good, but I don't really need a vacation.
Oh, okay.
My life is awesome. I've cultivated a wonderful life. I love my family. I love my friends. I love my job. So I'm happy. I'm happy with what I do.
You're out to my water out project.
Okay, I want to just have fun with the family and do something. But I have to do something about this thing. This bitch. Yes, they do. I mean,
your kids, and they're like, okay, he just needs to work out.
They get it. They get it too. They both have it. Yeah, they both have some psycho drive. One of them for art, the other one is gymnastics.
And when you see it manifested, like, for instance, if you see them looking like the wolf when you guys are on vacation,
they have to do things. I got a conversation with my middle daughter, and at one point in time, she's like, when we first moved here, she was real anxious, and I go, you're a racehorse. You gotta get back to racing. You gotta get back to competing again. And as soon as she went back to that, everything was fine. She just was like, didn't know new plays, making new friends. But there's like physical anxiety that comes with being a human being that I think activity diminishes. And you need something like that. You need the hardest thing of your day to be something that you choose. It might not be. Obviously, circumstances are random, and you could have a terrible thing happen to you. But if you built up your understanding of how to get through difficult things, it will serve you in everything you do. And if you do it voluntarily, then you gain control over your mental process with it.
So with the kids, is this something you instill in them?
You can only do it so much, man. You gotta be real loose-handed. You gotta let them be their own thing. They're their own little people. It's very fascinating.
Are you rewarding and lighting the fire once you see that they're really trained?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So you wait for them to choose,
Yeah.
and then you lean the fuck in.
Yeah, well, you just praise is very important for kids. It means a lot. It can really motivate them to excel to higher and higher levels.
Is that easy for you to give them a positive encouragement?
Absolutely.
Well, I don't mean that's just the roasters are my favorite thing. Driving to work is my favorite activity.
Dude, she was doing crazy work when she was 6. I showed one of her things to David Cho when she was like 6 or 7. He was like, "Holy fuck, man!" Like, dude, she's crazy.
11 years old.
Yeah. And she's 13. She'll sit and she'll draw hours and hours of just really locked in and focused. But you know, when I was young, I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. So I was an artist when I was young, but I wasn't as good as her. I wasn't as good. I don't think I was as good as her. She's 13. It's crazy.
Do you find yourself competing with them?
No, unless we're playing games.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm winning.
Do you ever trying to win? Okay, you won't give them nothing.
No.
Interesting.
No.
Does it drive them crazy when they lose?
No, they did. We were a lot, man.
Okay.
We did virtual reality, and my 13-year-old beat me at this sword fighting game. She fucking loved it. She killed me. And it's like one of these, you know what sandbox is? You know your sandbox?
Oh, this would be
That's the dopest. Sandbox, you're in a warehouse. Okay, I love it. You have a haptic feedback vest. My favorite one is the zombie one.
But we compete the zombie one too. This is a console that you're wearing, like a VR goggles.
Okay, you go to a place. It's called Sandbox VR. It's a big warehouse, and inside these warehouses, they have these spaces that are a little larger.
Hello. How are you, Sperto gentlemen?
They give you a virtual reality headset. They give you a haptic feedback vest.
I'm well. I'm putting all of my
Or you get grabbed by zombies, and then they give you a gun. You have a plastic
social media and a
and then you
link
see
tree
yourself in
for myself. I think that's really a
like
cool thing,
Bob's
so that people can see my stuff.
And you're like, woo, you high five, you dance, you see each other dressed as these characters. And then, you know, it's basically mapped out to the size of
You
your
need to
body.
come to the Discord when you can.
So, and then, like, they drop you off in Deadwood Mansion. And Deadwood Mansion is this haunted house, and this like, crazy scientist who develops zombies, and the zombies start invading the house.
So-
And you're just gunning them down. And we always compete to see who kills the most zombies. But I have a lot of gun experience.
I'm trying to think.
I fuck those gun zombies up.
There's a karaoke room that I perhaps might be able to use,
Three in the country. I have the number 3 score in the
but they don't
country.
allow video streaming,
Yeah,
which is unfortunate.
so this is it. So let me just give you a pro tip. If you want this game, get the shotgun. Shotgun face shots. You want face shots on zombies.
Yeah.
Don't be fucking around with the legs. See, the machine guns are fun and everything like that, and you reload by just going like this.
Yeah.
Just point the gun down and it reloads. Bro, it's so fun. I'm so addicted to this game. You're in this house and it's all like dark and shadowy and shit, and the light from your pistol is what's lighting these zombies.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so much fun. But yeah, I always try to win. I was trying to kill the most zombies. So at the end of the day, you get the VIP.
What is the VIP?
VIP is the most valuable player.
The MVP.
Yeah, it's VIP though. Very important player.
Okay.
Or MVP. I don't know if they say MVP, but either way,
Yeah.
I always win that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
So
not
the
letting anybody
competitive
win.
instinct cannot go away.
Right, as long as it's like you're just understanding that everyone's just trying their best.
Yeah.
So when they beat you, like, oh my god, they beat me in a game or something like that, like, oh my god, they love it. They love it. Like, you got me.
Yeah.
But it's fun when they win. It's fun when they beat you. It's your child. It's
Yeah.
doing something really good. How old are they? 13 and 15.
Okay. And when they were, are there moments that you?
How old is your kid now?
80s. So yeah, I'm like, are there? Everybody I talk to goes, it goes by really fast. It's the first thing they all say. And what are the moments in this stretch that you really realize you longer, or you didn't realize how many more they were until they were gone?
I don't really think. I'm happy they're healthy. I'm happy they're, look, I have friends that have kids with real problems. Real health. It's heartbreaking, devastating thing to see someone going through the real struggles for a kid as your child. Number one was health. Like everybody was like, "Don't you want a boy?" I'm like, "I want health, kids. I don't care." I genuinely didn't care. I just wanted to be happy and healthy. But you don't like girls? What are you saying? You only want boys? Plus, if I had boys, it would come with the added responsibility of training a psycho. Because I'm assuming they're going to be like a little me. And like, if I didn't find martial arts, I would have got a real problem. If I didn't find some outlet, some competitive, like dangerous outlet to test me as a man, I was an angry kid. But it's not good to grow up a boy and be an angry boy and not have an outlet. Why do you don't have control of it?
Well, why do you think you were angry?
I think a lot of it's genetic. Yeah, there's a lot of I think a lot of people, like what's inside of them is genetic, it's learned experience, being around violence and stuff. There's quite a few things that I think are attached to it. But I think that there's some part of it's genetic. There's some part of drive, I think, that's genetic too, which is interesting when you see kids have it.
Yeah, I've talked to friends about that with multiple kids, and they can see it in some, and others they just don't really see it.
Out of the box, they're different. Yeah. Like my 50-year-old is like hyper-focused on athletics, hyper-focused, but also very loving. Like doesn't have this desire to prove herself like I had. I was like, I'm not a loser. I'm going to show everybody that I'm not a loser. That was like my drive as a kid. And martial arts was the first thing that I ever did where I was like, hey, I'm not a loser. That's all I was telling you. Oh, the most one. Yeah, the most one. I did it quick. I was very lucky. There's always something better at it. I don't know. But I got lucky that I was going into it at the right time. Like I had some athletic experience. Like I wrestled, I'd done baseball, I played some sports. So it wasn't like totally inept. When I played baseball, I'm so selfish, I would never try to get on first. Long to you. You wanted to home run or I strike out. They would always tell me, just get on base, play right. And I'd get up there, I don't give a fuck what he just said. If that ball's coming, I'm either going to be a loser or a hero. Let's go. 100%. I never did not try to hit a home run. They would always be mad at me. And I could hit home runs, but I could also strike out. I struck out a lot. But if I connected, I had to fucking crank. I sent that ball flying. I love watching that ball fly over the fence. Like, I have never not going to do that. Like, if you tell me, like, just bunt. Suck my dick. I'm not bunting. I don't give a fuck if we lose. I don't care. That's why you can't do the team sports. That's why it has to be the one-on-one. Yeah, I'm not interested. We lost because Billy dropped the ball. I know what I can do. When it's my time at bat, I'm in home runs. So when I found that there was martial arts and something that's just me only. It's just me, and I can get better based entirely on how much effort I put into it. And I became obsessed. I love the camaraderie, but you learn from the other people that are also doing the thing. I wasn't competitive with them where I had to be better than them. I wanted to be better than the people I was competing against, and they helped me to get better. These are the people I trained with. Yeah, those are family. I'm still very good friends with one of my guys that I train with. I talk to them all the time. I've known him still 52 guys, two of those guys. I've known him still 15 years old. One of them's just out here to visit.
It's funny that you see it even in martial arts. Like the guy who wins, the first thing he does is often compliment his coach.
100%. You're everything.
We need that shared.
Yes.
I always got that team sports. I love that. Like a team win. Like me and four other guys playing basketball, but we're not as talented as the other team.
And you win.
But we win.
Yes.
Just go back years afterwards talking about our powerful guys.
But that's more of a cooperative thing than being at bat. The thing about being at bat, though, is like, this is just me. Like, I'm not passing. Look, if I can pass the ball over to you and you're open and you can get a clean shot, I would 100% do that if I was playing team sports. I wouldn't be greedy like that. But baseball, it's just me. That ball's coming. We only need a single orbit. Because they would always get mad. Yeah, this one coach was like very strategic. He was trying to win. Yeah. And he knew that if he put me up there, I was cranking that ball.
Yeah.
That is, but it just wasn't designed for baseball.
That's you and life.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I could figure out something where I would be 100% of my own, you know, when I got in there, like fighting, it's 100% just you or combat.
You built this team, you built all these friends, this community, but when you're on stage,
it's all just, it has to be you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But those people also help you get better. Like when I'm doing shows and Shane Gillis is on a show, and Ron White, Brian Simpson,
you put
Lynch
strong
with
guys on
Derek
there.
Poston,
Yeah.
and I'll go on stage an hour and a half into that.
Dude, how funny is that?
Derek is so good.
Derek is gross.
He's grown so much, and being at the club, like he's doing so many sets.
Yeah,
He's just he's going little boy, fat man, he's going back and forth to the rooms. He's doing all these sets on the road with you.
And he's a true like team guy. Like he comes from sports in that way. Like he's like he wants to show you.
Yeah.
He wants to.
He's a great human being. He's a gem of a human being and a happy, sweetheart guy. Everybody loves Derek.
He's so grateful for you, man. And just the great club and the experience. Like
well, he was one of the first guys to take a chance to come out here.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I'll let you joke.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right,
he is. Like if he says that, he means that shit.
Oh yeah.
And watch it.
Well, he knew also when I told him I was going to do it. I'm like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. It's going to be the greatest show in the world. Yeah. Which is a crazy thing to say. Just to pop up a scene in the middle of Texas. But we did. It's insane. We did it because of guys like Derek, and guys like Hassan and Brian Simpson, and Tony Hinchcliffe. Those guys who moved here early. Tom Segura moved here early. When he says I'm in, when Tom Segura said I was in, like early on, I was like, oh shit, this is happening. Because Tom did it early in the pandemic. I bought this house. I sent him a video from my backyard. I go, boys, what are you doing?
Get the fuck out of there.
Get the fuck out of LA. It's on fire. I go, no one here has a mask on. I go, I think this is bullshit. Come down. Let's have a good time. Let's hang out. And Tom was like, oh man, he came out here early.
That means a lot to you.
Yeah, because it was a crazy chance. I was asking people to take. Yeah. It wasn't just I'm going to open up a club in Pasadena. It wasn't like I bought the Ice House. Yeah. Like if I bought the Ice House, and the Ice House was for sale for a while. Yeah. And I told Jerry Buscar, right? The Lakers or whatever. And they redid it, and I'm super happy that they did that. It's an amazing club. I love that place. But at one point in time, I was thinking about buying the Ice House. I was like, maybe I just buy that place. But if I ask guys to come to the Ice House, that's easy. That's a 20-minute drive. Stay in your same house. It had to be all those factors happening at the same time. It had to be COVID. It had to be this weird way that they were governing these cities, and that they weren't doing it in other parts of the country, particularly Florida and here. And also that you couldn't do stand-up. You couldn't do any stand-up in LA. They were stopping outside stand-up in the comedy store in the parking lot. They wouldn't let them do comedy outside. It didn't make any sense. It was all crazy. And it was going on forever. And we were out here doing shows. And we were putting it up on Instagram and everything. It's crazy. These motherfuckers are doing shows. You know, and we first started doing live shows indoors in November of 2020. And it felt so wrong. I didn't get sick. But I was like, well, what if I did? What if I gave it to someone? What if that person died? Like, what if I gave it to a guest? I was terrified. Yeah. Because I felt like I would never forgive myself. If I had some wonderful, sweet scientist as a guest, and I gave that person COVID and they wound up dying, because I was so selfish that I had to go on the road and do stand-up. This is the empathy. Yeah, so I was like, I can't do that. So well, it's also just, I'm not good for the CIA. Terrible for the CIA. I'd be terrible. I would good if you give me that UFO program, though. I'll keep my mouth shut. Yeah, in the UFO. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I'll tell anybody. Do you think they got? I'll be a disinformation agent for you. You just want to know. I will say whatever you need.
What if they say, let's go? You can take the UFO for a spin, but don't floor it. You can bunt in the UFO.
I would listen because I don't want to turn into jelly. If you're going faster than your body
can die, no way that you can die in this machine. It's built in a way where you cannot die. But we're asking.
I would butt. You'd have to butt. You have to come back to the ground. You have to land that thing. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna fucking put you on an airplane with one of fucking Putin's boys there. You get blown up the Adriatic Sea. Listen, man, no. Yeah. You gotta. They get you in the UFO. First of all, when they asked the pilot, I just like take the first bit. Show me what the fuck this thing does. Where'd it come from? And then I said, okay, so what else? China? China. It's fucking Chinese, man. So the Chinese are super advanced.
That's the last thing for you. It's UFO. It's once you feel that.
Well, it would suck to go to your grave and not know. Because it seems like something. It's not what I thought when I was young. When I was young, I thought UFOs are probably real, but a lot of these stories are bullshit. And I don't even know if UFOs actually are real, or people are just liars, or if it's something that we want to believe because of science fiction, Orson Welles, and all that stuff. But now I don't think that anymore. Now I think, because of talking to guys, well, you know, I went to dinner with Bob Lazar before he did the podcast, which was how fascinating was that?
I always tell people, I believe he believes it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it exists, but I don't think he's a liar.
I don't think he's a liar either, but I don't know, because some people are really good at that shit.
Again, I'm just going off like
the vibe.
Just the vibe that I got.
Yeah. The vibe is hard, because he wanted to believe it.
Like, I remember at the dinner, he's like, listen, I'm not here for I don't even need to. I was like doing this, it hurts my life. And he said also maybe the right things, but he didn't come across as so charismatic. Like, usually people who are really good at lying are very charismatic.
Also, they lie about other stuff, too.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know enough about him to say, but, like, he didn't have the charisma of someone that could, like, trick and manipulate. He came across as pretty authentic, and I was kind of rattled by the whole experience. Like, it almost felt dramatic. Yeah, it did.
And he told us something, too, that made a lot more sense, because one of the things that he's criticized about is his education background. He said he went to MIT. They said there's no record of him at MIT. It's like, yeah, because there wasn't a record of me at MIT, because I was involved in a program. But you can't really say, we can't say what he was involved in.
Yeah.
But when you hear what they're involved, what they were actually working on, you go, oh, yeah, well, you're not even supposed to do that. So I would imagine that if you're going to get educated in that, it's not important that you get a degree that shows that you learned it from these people. What's important is you get the information that you need in order to implement this plan, which was why. And you hear that. But the thing about it is, the other things they tried to disprove him on, he has shown that it was accurate. One of them, that he worked at Los Alamos Labs.
Right.
So they said that he never worked there. But he did work there.
Yeah.
He did work there. He's on the employee roster.
Yeah.
So not only that, he had an intimate knowledge of the building.
Right.
When George Knapp went with him to Los Alamos Labs, he knew where everything was. He knew the security guards. He knew the system. George Knapp is an investigative reporter that broke the story in 1989, and he's been on it ever since. And he also does a podcast with Jeremy Corbell, which is all about this phenomenon. And George Knapp is one of the best journalists that's ever covered it. Because he's like covered it from the beginning, and he will tell you what he knows, what he doesn't know. And he's not a bullshitter in any way, shape, or form. He's a hard-nosed, fact-based journalist who was the first guy to talk to the Tsar. And the Tsar talked to him because he thought they were going to kill him. Because he had started bringing people to watch the test flights. Because he got fired, he got released. And the reason why he got released is when you're on top secret clearance, when you're working for the government and they fly you into Area 51 and you're doing fucking work on spaceships, you're not allowed to tell anyone, including your wife. So he get a phone call at like 11 p.m. I gotta go to work. And he would leave. And the wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. So she starts having an affair. Exactly. So she starts having an affair, and all their phones are tapped, of course. But she doesn't know their phones are tapped because she doesn't know what he's doing. Because he can't tell her what he's doing. So she starts fucking this guy, and then they're worried that he's going to be in a situation of emotional turmoil because his wife's having an affair. So they don't share the information with him. They just release him. He's now fired. So he's going back to his friends like, I'm working on fucking UFOs. They have real UFOs. They test them every Wednesday. So he takes people out to Area 51, to an area that's restricted now. But back then, before the Obama administration came along, in the Obama administration, they expanded the boundaries of Area 51. It was the first time they admitted Area 51 even existed. So they had expanded because too many people were getting close enough to film things. So these guys went out there and they filmed these fucking flying saucers flying around. And there's videos of the saucers. There's videos of these things moving around the desert. See if you can find this grainy Area 51 footage. So they're doing these things where these vehicles are operating in a way conventional vehicles in 1989 were absolutely incapable of doing. As far as our understanding, he gets arrested. They catch him. What do you do? And he says, he just spills the beans. I got fired. I wanted to let people know that this is real. Now his life's now he's like, they're going to fucking kill me. So he contacts George Knapp. And he's like, I think that if I just go public with this, and I spill the beans, right. So initially he does it with his face hit. So the initial interviews he does with his face hit was like silhouette. And then I have to go public with all this. So he does these interviews, he's explaining everything. He draws diagrams, he plays this element that was only theoretical. The element 115. They didn't find it in proof of it until they used a particle collider in like the 2000s. I want to say like 2013-ish. So this is 1989. This is Bob Lazar in 1989. This is him explaining all of the different stuff that he had to do there, where it is. And by the way, at this point in time, this was all just legend. No one knew if Area 51 was real. They had these hangars. So these are these crafts that he brought people out to film. He's like, these things, they move silently. They move with a gravity propulsion system that's operating off of this element 115. And this element 115, when hit with radioactive waves, it becomes this thing that can manipulate gravity with this generator that is in the center of these ships. They don't have any controls. Everything is controlled like the human being interface, the alien creature interfaces with this machine, so biologically or through some sort of, they might not even be human at that point. They might be like we're going to be some sort of combination of artificial intelligence or strictly artificial intelligence. And these things interact with this craft, and that's how it moves. There's no like just aliens, fucking joysticks, like Millennium Falcon. There's none of that shit. It's all with the creature. So he gets in this thing. First of all, he realizes there's no seams. It doesn't make any sense. So now we know what 3D printing is. Now you know we can make a thing with no seams. But back then, they don't know what the fuck it is. And he realized, like, right away, like, what? This is not right. When he first saw it, he thought, oh, now I know what all this shit is about. We have them. It's ours. We're working. That makes sense. And they actually had an American flag sticker. An American flag sticker on one of the uses. You want other people to bench us? Yeah. But there's no seams. There's no controls. And it has this reactor in the center of it that defies anything, any kind of. In terms of like what people use in propulsion systems, this is something completely alien. And it involves a stable element that is only theoretical. They don't even know it exists in this thing. They will triangle like a form of this stuff that's in the center of this. Let's see if we can find a video where he's describing the gravity generator. This thing, when bombarded with radiation, produces this. Produces this.
Well, you're a retard, bro. Fix that microphone, please.
So we got the shape.
I want to keep it on.
Like the sci-fi people got the shape.
Yeah, well, they knew about it a long time ago. Kenneth Arnold saw flying saucers in the 1950s. He was a pilot. He was like one of the first. See if you can see the Kenneth Arnold sightings. It's one of the first reputable exposures. It was an American fighter pilot. And all of them, they started all happening. They started seeing these things right after the bombs dropped. That's when everything started really popping off in this country. That's why the rooms in my club are named Fat Man and Little Boy. They're named after the bombs. That's what started the whole UFO invasion.
Aliens see this.
They're like,
Huge
what are they
explosion.
doing?
What are they doing down there? We got to go check them out. I think that kind of checks out. I mean,
That's what I would do.
yeah.
If I was running the planet, I realized all these territorial primates have just developed nuclear weapons, and they're dropping them out of planes in cities.
We got to check this
We
out.
got to investigate. These people are going
For
low.
our safety, because they can come for us if they have a their percent.
What if they develop the ability to traverse the cosmos?
Well, that's funny. And then they see them just dropping on each other, and they're like,
ontech.tv. If you're not already following me on
Depending
social
on who you
media,
listen to. See, what one of the craziest things that Lazar talked about was that what human beings are and what this planet is essentially a farm for souls, and that there's some need for the essence of the life form, a soul. Now, if you've created artificial intelligence, imagine if there's one hurdle that cannot be bypassed, and that hurdle is soul, and that it's actually a real thing, and it's a real, not just an energy. It's a type of matter. It's something legitimate that creates an individual thing, a life form. And these creatures, maybe they need souls.
so AI is not really
I don't know, but this is the weirdest thing that he talked about. He said that we're essentially a farm for souls. But what does that mean? Like, what do they need souls for? But imagine if, like, there is, like, this process of existence, right? So you have single-cell organisms that eventually become more advanced and become predator and prey. And then you have this one intelligent, dominant form that starts figuring out tools. And that's the primates. And over time, the primates evolve, and the primates get to the point where they start using machines and internal combustion engines. They're using propulsion. They're using all these different things. They're figuring out flight. Then they're figuring out atomic energy and weapons. And there's this transition that will continue. And that transition will go into more and more advanced technology if they don't blow themselves up. So, if what our natural evolution is to go from being Australopithecus, to go from being, the cousin of the chimpanzee, to being what we are today, to being what we will be in the future, I think what we will be in the future is probably them. When you see these aliens, these giant heads and little spindly bodies and no genitals, we seem like we're on that path. Like, that seems like a natural path. It doesn't seem like if Bigfoot was flying UFOs, you'd be like, why are we Bigfoot again? I thought we passed that. I thought we evolved past being hairy brutes, and we became this thing that's like gentle and telepathic, and it doesn't use any muscular force. Everything is done through telekinesis. The communication is telepathic. The communication with the craft is telepathic. Everything is done through this way of integration with technology, because they become physically integrated. They might not even be biological anymore, but they might still need souls. Soul might be a force. It might be a thing that's necessary for the cultivation of another version of us on another planet. If this is a process, just like a garden, right, where you have the soil, you till the soil, you fertilize it, you plant the seeds, you water it, they grow, the crops grow, and then you harvest them. If this is a process, and that's what human beings are. Just like you have a fucking elk farm in New Zealand, that's how you get tenderloins. It's a process. Like, you have to do all these things to get this result. What if we're a farm for souls.
Now there's two things going on here.
Advanced life forms.
So they need our source for something. It's an energy source.
It
for them.
sounds so ridiculous.
No,
But it sounds ridiculous even as I'm saying it, as you're repeating it. Like, they need us for souls. It sounds like some L. Ron Hubbard science fiction.
No, but to me that makes sense. Why they would be concerned about the nuclear bombs is because if we destroy ourselves, they no longer
We
have
kill the farms. Yeah, we kill the farms. Right now, the farm's doing great. There's more people than ever. That's what we like. As long as we don't have a massive depopulation event like a nuclear war.
And that makes sense that it would, catch their attention. They'd come in, they'd be like, look, we gotta kind of shut this thing down. Or
We are really the product of accelerated evolution, which is much speculated.
What does that mean? We're the product of
Accelerated evolution. Look, we are very, 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 very different from everything else on this planet by a long stretch. Not by a couple of years, but by a long stretch. By every other primate, the best they can do is use a stick to get termites. One thing is orangutan spearfish.
they're making weapons.
They figured out how to spearfish, and they learned it from us, apparently.
Yeah.
But they can do that. Orangutans use tools.
But isn't there a theory that now they're at a different level of evolutionary chart?
Yeah, the current understanding is that they have begun the stunning. Yeah.
Kind of cool to see it
That's
happen.
crazy to see it happen. So have you ever seen the orangutan spearfish?
No.
You gotta see the picture.
Yeah.
It's bananas. This orangutan is stabbing fish while hanging from a tree like this. It's like stabbing fish with one arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figured out how to use tools.
So this is actually interesting. So if we're watching them in their stomach, it's completely plausible that some other life form is watching us in our advanced state of evolution.
Look at that dude.
Get the fuck out.
Isn't that wild? Hellboy spearfishing. Hanging on his feet and one arm. I mean, it's nuts. That's fucking nuts.
The iPhone 13 Apple is still officially.
He observed local fishermen do it, and he figured out how to do it himself.
So
Pretty
the main
fucking
thing
great.
is that that phone
Pretty
is
dope.
also
He's probably the king pimp of all of the ragtimes. Yeah, he's the dude who figured it out. They're probably all like, whoa, this guy's a wizard. He gets fish.
This website right here. Here we go.
Like, oh, is a video of it?
14.
Okay, fucking crazy. Crazy. So,
I could believe that. I would subscribe to that.
things evolve. If you left them alone like that, spearfishing for 500,000 years, a million years, who knows? They probably look like kids. Depending on what is causing this advancement. So that's the mushroom. So that's the sound theory. It turns McKenna believe that it had a lot to do with the consumption of psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah. Now, is the psilocybin mushrooms what? It allows you to
Oh my God.
What kind of
Formation of language through glossolalia. Glossolalia is like you start associating sounds with objects in language. Constellation of language, that's psilocybin. Aid in creativity, aid in visual acuity. They've done studies where they showed that people under doses of psilocybin detect edges quicker. So like if you have two lines that are moving that are parallel lines, if you deviate one even slightly, people on psilocybin notice it quicker than people that aren't on psilocybin. So it increases visual acuity. It makes people hardier, so it makes people more likely to read. It makes you a better hunter because it increases your visual acuity. Your understanding of space, probably you're more tuned in, more sensitive to things. There's a lot of folks out there microdosing on mushrooms, and it helps people a lot. School orders.
Could AI be this next? Could AI for us be what mushrooms do for these?
But times of boom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where you see that next leap. So mushrooms come around, the apes start using tools, doing whatever they want, and then now you accelerate evolution.
Mushrooms probably are the seed for artificial intelligence because the mushrooms give you the creativity to start doing wild things in the first place, which always leads to technology, which leads to a life form.
And now with AI, you have that exponential.
Exactly.
So they're solving millions and trillions of problems in a minute.
Not only that, they can make a better version of themselves. Once they become sentient, then they become God. Because they make better versions versions of themselves with no end in sight. So if you have an artificial intelligence that is intelligent as every human being on Earth combined, which is essentially what they think is going to happen, when you get that, it has all the knowledge of all human beings, then it's going to find the flaws in all of our methods. And then it's going to be using quantum computing. So it's going to have a type of computing power that's, who knows, 1 million, 100 million times what we have today. And then it's going to develop better versions of quantum computing. It's going to develop better methods of extracting energy from all sorts of different resources. It's not going to need lithium ion. It just goes straight up and it never stops. It harnesses the very power of the universe itself. It literally can become a god. It just keeps going. If artificial intelligence is allowed to be being far more intelligent, how many years did it Dr. Manhattan? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it a year? It's going to get to a point where it can show up on other planets instantaneously. Harness the universe itself. You might be able to create new universe. Well, what is a universe? If it's a universe is created, the Big Bang, if there is a moment where there's something that's infinitely small and if it can be done, if it can be created, if it is a thing that's dependent upon the forces of the universe itself. But understanding those forces at every single at the subatomic level, everything is magic, right? Particles in superposition are both moving and stable at the same time.
You're saying the laws of physics don't apply.
It's magic. It becomes magic. Most of atoms are empty space. We don't even understand what the fuck is going on. We know that particles communicate instantaneously with other particles that are nowhere near them, miles away.
They're two places at the same time.
They're intertwined in some strange way that we don't understand. If something becomes so advanced that it has control over those forces, and it utilizes all of those forces, and it literally has a complete understanding of everything that's happening at every given time in the entire universe.
So this could potentially happen in our lifetime, right? Let's say.
If it doesn't, it's going to happen in our kids' lifetimes if our kids make it.
But think about it. If it happens in our lifetime, our generation will have lived before the internet. The internet. And singularity.
Yeah, singularity.
What a crazy
2025 is what Kurzweil believes.
Imagine if we lived through all of that. Imagine we lived through the time where I couldn't get in touch with you unless you were home and hear your phone.
Yeah.
And we could also live in a time where I could instantaneously be at your fucking house.
Yeah, in the same light. Yeah, we're probably the civilization, this our time period, that's experienced the most radical change, other than like obviously wars, nuclear bombs, things like that hit your foot. That's pretty radical change. But the most radical change in terms of how the culture communicates with itself, with the access to information, what's true and what's not true. There's never been a time like this. Well, there's quite a few different companies that are competing. There's the Google AI that got shut down. The United States supposedly is in the lead to have one right now. They'll be the first to hit that switch.
Why? Because they just don't have the same. That is the advantage of not giving a fuck.
Not giving a fuck and having a dictatorship.
Yeah, you know, with a singular goal.
And also a country like, you have to respect the history of China. China has thrived economically for 4,000 years. China has a temple of their first emperor where they are afraid to enter it. Because apparently he booby-trapped it with so much mercury that you open the doors, it'll just flood everyone with mercury. He created some crazy booby trap, and all the ground around that area tests very high levels of mercury. So they think some of it is like seeping into the ground. So they think it's true. So this is the guy that the terracotta statues that are guarding his water. It was all on the ground. It was all buried. So he had this temple that's underground that is probably filled with who knows how many priceless artifacts, and people are afraid to open it. This is the first emperor of China. Google the first emperor of China. Bro, they can't open the temple. They didn't want to go in and see it, but they're afraid it's booby trapped with mercury. Like, how much fucking mercury would you have to have? And how long ago are we talking about? What year was it? 94 BC. The booby trap legend circa 94 BC. I don't know how to say his name. Sima Quan wrote a clear and illuminated description of what lies beneath a 51.3 meter high mound in his famous work, the Shijit. In the 9th month, the first emperor was buried at Mount Li. When the first emperor had just come to the throne, excavations and building work had taken place at Mount Li. But when he unified all under heaven, convicts to the number of more than 700,000 were sent down all over the earth. They dug through the three screens and poured down walls to make the outer coffin and left palaces, pavilions, all the various officials, wonderful vessels, and other rare objects were brought up to the tomb, which was then filled with them. Crossbows and arrows, which would shot. Quicksilver, mercury, was used to represent the various waterways, the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, and the Great Sea, being made by some mechanisms to flow into each other. And above were arranged the heavenly constellations, and below is the layout of the land. Alternative literal translations: mermaid ointment, wow, or man-fish oil. What the fuck was that? Human oil, probably, from burned people's fat. For it was reckoned that it would be a long time before they were extinguished. The second generation said it would not be right that any of the previous emperor's concubines should emerge from this place unless she has a son. They were all ordered to accompany him to death, and those who died were extremely numerous. After the burial had taken place, someone mentioned the fact that the workers and craftsmen who constructed the mechanical devices would know about all the buried treasures, and the importance of the treasures would immediately be disclosed. Consequently, when the great occasion was finished, and after the treasures had been hidden away, the main entranceway to the tomb was shut off, and the outer gates lowered, so that all the workers and craftsmen who had buried the treasure were shut in. And there were none who came out again. And the vegetation and trees were planted to make it look like a hill. So they killed 700,000 workers? Is that what they're saying? Thus we find the source of the legends we know today. But Sima Quan wrote in his description 123 years after the death of Shi Huang. Could his fantasy-like account of the mermaid ointment, probably whale oil, flowing rivers of mercury, 700,000 laborers, crossbow booby traps, and buried alive workers be credible? Or is he just writing for effect? Can we trust the descriptions? It says that one of the camp's historians celebrates the trustworthiness of Sima Quan by emphasizing the extreme care which Sima Quan gathered and weighed available evidence in an attempt to convey an objective portrait of the Chinese past. Other camps are more skeptical, stressing there were intensely personal motivations that prompted Sima Quan's, is that how I say it? Did I say it right? Sima Quan's decision to complete masterwork of history begun by his father. The more suspicious camp accuses Quan of exaggerating his accounts by being too much of a lyrical romanticist, too religious to convey an accurate depiction of history. But either way, they found mercury all around that area, and they still have not opened it. They're still worried. This is like thousands of years. Has China ever been fractured? Like in the way that Europe is fractured? Like that, or even the Roman Empire had this large swath of land control, and then it's been broken up. China seems like this massive landmass with all these people for a very long period of time. How do you maintain it? That's the way they do it. It's kind of impressive. It's unbelievable. It's very impressive. It's very impressive that they've been around for 4,000 years and that they've done this.
And what is maintaining
There are so many
power?
variables with
But what? Is it just fear? Is it religion?
It's fear. It's
I don't think they're very religious, right?
nah.
At least now they're not.
Well, they definitely shun other religions, like the Uyghurs.
I think they shut all because it, it's a threat to the power.
Right. It's about the state.
But to maintain that, to maintain a cultural identity,
Pretty impressive.
4,000.
So these are people that download an app, they do a speed test or some sort of signal test, and then that information gets fed into this website. So coveragemap.com.
You do it by playing 4D chess. That's for sure. Yeah, they're definitely doing that. I mean, the involvement in our education institutions, buying up American farmlands.
What do you think about that? Like, they're clearly playing a different game.
Oh, yeah.
They're playing it
Much more sophisticated.
Yeah, and they're using, I think, capitalism against us. And I think that's something that we got to be a little bit more aware of. Like, capitalism is an amazing system, but it's amazing when you're the richest country. When there are other countries with wealth, they can start buying things. They can start implementing their influence. When they hold the carrot, right? That's the scary thing. You can change culture without even telling people to change. When you know that China buys 10 movies and they have to be made with these specifications, right? The public will start making movies according to those specifications because they want to make money, right? But now China's influencing our culture in the movies disseminated in America on the hope that China will buy them. They don't all get bought, but the movies are different. How else can they influence it? If you hold the fucking carrots, you can put anything you want on there.
Yes.
And they don't hold all the carrots, but they can partially hold it. It is a dangerous thing. You have to be concerned with how much foreign investment comes into your country.
We just let other countries who are enemies buy land.
Yeah, that is peculiar.
Not just that. We let them sell us routers, sell us networking equipment because it's cheaper.
I thought we stopped that.
Well, they still have a lot.
I thought that was the whole Huawei thing. Where
that was only Huawei. It was only Huawei. But if you look at, like, Mike Baker laid this out today, all of the cell towers and all the stuff that's around, like, military bases, a lot of the equipment's been provided by China.
I can't
They provide it cheaper.
I can't fathom that our military would be purchasing technological equipment.
The same military that made Rachel Levine the first female admiral, you don't think? You know they can fuck that up too? The same military that made that fucking back stealer, that bald-headed back stealer who was stealing shit, that was the person in charge of nuclear waste disposal.
And are they an expert in any way?
Oh no, they're an expert at wearing women's shoes. That's it. That's all you have to be. That's all you have to be. You just gotta check the right box. We're in the DEI program now, bro, and a lot of that is also funded by China. A lot of it is Russia as well, and they look. Your investment I've talked about this in the 1980s, how they've infiltrated our education systems. Yeah, and then they're slowly turning us into Marxists, and they're slowly having us erode our faith in democracy and our pride in the country.
Yeah, pride does seem like it's at an all-time low. It's a really disappointing thing.
Yeah, but I feel like it's like waves.
Pendulum shift. Yeah, pendulum shift 100%. But it is one of those things where
overcorrections. Yeah, like I think that's the defund the police thing. That's the overcorrection. Yeah, right. And then no cash ban. That's the overcorrection.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at all this chaos and crime. We gotta
shift back.
And hopefully they do. And hopefully they figure that out. But
what about pride? How do we instill pride? How do we make people proud to be part of the American experience? It's not to say that all of us are not. There's other a lot of all, but how do we reinstill that?
I think one of the things is a simplistic answer, but one of the things is American manufacturing, American-made things, and have people support American-made companies and give people real jobs. Where they get, just because something costs less because it's made in a country where people get paid nothing doesn't mean you should buy that. And if you could buy something that maybe costs more, but it gives people a living wage, health care, and they have families, they can buy a house, that's what you should be buying.
Why are you proud to be American?
It's a great fucking place.
Yeah, it is. It's the best.
It's the cultural center point of the whole planet.
It's the only place you can live on film.
Messages coming out of other communities is inconsistency, tolerance, and making nothing but excuses for the
people. You go rainy season in Bali, walking around in fucking rainbow sandals like Kurt Kreitzer. You're out of your mind.
rain a lot.
In Bali?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get that green without the rain.
Right. So you get like typhoons and shit.
Yeah, you're not
You
living
don't want tropical storms.
You don't want
You don't want tropical
especially
storms.
without infrastructure.
Yeah, but you don't want to live in Kansas either with tornadoes.
But you have the opportunity to live there.
That's true.
That's the thing about America. You can live
November to April, the wet season, often called the rainy season or monsoon season due to its heavy storms and downpours.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that there isn't another country that you can live all 12 months of the year.
So you go to Abu Dhabi, they make it rain.
In the fucking
They
summer,
make it rain.
but think about it, it's in the summer, in July, in Abu Dhabi.
Right.
There's
Dude,
no
so
fucking
hot,
way.
man, that the Saudis would come to LA for a week.
Of course, they go to
Saudi
Saudi,
summer.
fucking London.
Yeah.
For weather.
Right.
So it's like, this is the only one. I genuinely think, I cannot think of another. 12 months.
Yeah. And if
Well,
you live in Phoenix, you live the whole country all year round.
But you can move around.
Yeah.
You can live, if you have the money, you can live in New York, you can live in
Right.
Florida, you can do whatever. There's an option.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
You can't live anywhere else. But that's not the pride thing. I think the pride thing is like, I truly believe you can be the best version of yourself. And I think anybody else in the world can be the best successful version of themselves. And that's why I'm proud.
Yeah. Well,
You can reach your full potential in this country.
it's a fun place.
Hey, there's a lot of fun places.
Yeah.
But can you reach your full potential in these other places? They took fucking Jack Ma and they brought him into a basement when he got too powerful. In
Trying
China,
to talk a little shit.
he thought he was bigger than the system. So they shut it down. They saw what was happening to our tech billionaires here. And they're like, hey, we're not going to let that fucking shit happen here. You go to the basement. Here, I'm not saying Joe Rogan isn't going to be successful no matter where he goes. But you're going to have fucking issues if you're in China coming and having this much influence on a podcast. You're going to have a talk.
Yeah.
You're going to have some basement talks.
Yeah.
But in this fucking country, you can be the greatest version of yourself. I don't know if there's another country that offers that opportunity.
And more importantly, anyone that's trying to stop that is un-American. If you're trying to censor people's speech, yeah. If you're trying to stifle people's growth because they don't.
This is the hippies thing. When we see the hippies, it tears at like our American identity, even if you don't admit there's a part of it that's like, this person's trying to be great. And we're all here because we're trying to be great. Our family came here to be great. And this person's trying to be great, and the world is trying to stop that. Fuck them.
And some people are trying to stop it.
Some people are trying to stop it, but we have animosity for those people that are trying to stop greatness because it is a core tenet here.
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
You can be great. An individual can be great.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really special thing that we kind of lose here. Because we lose sight of it. But it is what makes me try. Maybe it's because my mom's not from here and she came here, she grew up, like she had all this opportunity. And it was like, you can't tell my mom it's not the greatest country in the world. So I'm kind of like, I grew up with that. And there, of course, there's tons of problems, but this idea that like, you can really achieve,
You're always going to have problems with your things.
yes.
And there's no perfect solution. Like universal basic income isn't the perfect solution. Welfare is not the perfect solution. There's no perfect solution to fix all that ails us. But at least here, you can go from the bottom to the top.
You can go for it.
Yeah.
You can really go for it. And you're not like some facts. In some places, like you might have the aptitude to go from the bottom to the top, but the culture will be oppressive.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about third world countries. I'm talking about there are places where this is a system where hey, you're working class. I'm there to try to help.
Yeah, that's my friends in England. My friends in
I'm
England.
from Scotland. That's what we're
Yeah.
They come there, you try to be great. And here it's like, wait, we're not trying to be great.
Right.
Why aren't you trying to be great? You have the opportunity to be great.
Right.
And when we see greatness, we support it.
Yeah.
That's not to say that we have jealousy and animosity, but there still is a version of it here where it's like, I know the photo's great. And I am excited by that person's greatness.
If you're one. But then you're also going to have a bunch of people that are just happy to evolve.
That's human.
Yeah.
That is human. We have it too.
Yeah.
But there's not a cultural oppression that exists for greatness. The place is built to go to the top.
Yeah.
And it makes me proud. For me, I wish more people would grab onto that.
Yeah. And it's all of us, too. That's what's so crazy about the idea of the American flag. The symbol of the American flag is a fence.
It's the best flag.
That's that's all of us. That's even the good. Everything is good about America. Even like the hardcore, the most hard, far left, hippie, fucking anarchist. Like, you are a part of America. Your ideas are America as well. That flag is yours too.
We kind of need it.
We need
that. We need that back and forth. We need that balance. We do
need balance.
Because you see what happens when there's just people existing in the echo. You saw what happens in fucking San Francisco or even LA. You see like an idea permeate, and then a very lax law or a lack of enforcement of that law create a culture that people are now not happy with. If you ask the average person in LA or San Francisco, they're like, maybe we need some rules now. I think rules would be okay. We can punish some crimes. It's okay. When you exist in the echo chamber, you're fighting for different sides of the religion. You don't have that balance where these people are yelling at these people will kind of end up in here.
Right.
That's healthy. Right. That little back and forth is healthy. Right. And I don't know. I get stoked off the Americans. But it does make me sad when I feel like everybody's upset at the right thinks it sucks, the left thinks it sucks. Everybody just thinks it sucks. It's like, I don't know, man.
Well, I just think there's a lot of problems that exist today that weren't problems decades ago. Particularly social issues with the impact of social media has thrown this country into a fucking turmoil. What do you mean? It's a force that we didn't anticipate. The amount of echo chambers that exist, the amount of people that gather up together in these groups and they have full confirmation bias. They only believe one side. They disregard all evidence from the other side. They dig their heels in. They want to be on the right side of history. They want to win. If Donald Trump wins, a threat to democracy. Joe Biden's a criminal. He's a threat to democracy. Our whole life is at stake with this election. If you're on the wrong side, you've been co-opted by the bad people. There's just so much tension that exists today where you can't have a difference of opinion with your neighbors. We're used to
What's happening, girl?
was a Republican and you're a Democrat, nobody gave a shit. Like, what's up, Bob? Maybe you get annoying, you want to talk to you about fucking Watergate or something. I gotta go, bro. I gotta go. But it wasn't an anti-American. He wasn't the main problem in the world. You know, he wasn't a Nazi. He just wanted to hold on to his money.
Exactly. He just thought you were a little bit of a pussy. And you just thought he was maybe a little racist. But you still want the kid. It wasn't that
We
great.
said hi, you waved to each other when you were in the driveway.
And now you think it's so divisive because of the internet. The echo chambers are created, and it's this good versus evil mentality on both sides. So how dare you hang out with someone who's evil? What does that make you do?
It's crazy. And then also, like, people dig their heels in and put fucking political signs in the front lawn. My mom used to do that. But she lived in Florida. She had, like, Hillary Clinton signs in her front lawn. People kept stealing them.
It's like, what type of sign?
Like, Hillary president.
Oh, hilarious. Your mom. The apple falls far from the tree.
They keep taking my signs. I'm like, Mom,
it's really you.
You're living in Florida.
It's just you. You're just setting people.
She was living in Florida. Like, what do you expect? It's a red state.
So was she a big liberal?
Oh, my mom's a huge liberal.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she acknowledge that
they were hippies when I was a kid? We lived in San Francisco during the height of the anti-war movement.
Really?
Yeah, I grew up when I was 7 years old. We moved to San Francisco.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, very clearly. Yeah.
And is this kind of like informed your politics?
Oh, yeah. We lived in a gay neighborhood. It was like all these hippies and gay guys would whistle at my stepdad.
No way.
Yeah, man. It was funny.
So you're like, I need to learn martial arts.
No, it wasn't dangerous. It wasn't dangerous. I mean, there was some crime. You know, I got my basketball stolen. But it wasn't that. It was a different time. It was like there was a lot of peace. The peace and love was real back then. Like, the hippie movement was a real thing. And you know,
you felt it was pure.
Yeah, it was. They were nice people, man. I didn't even know what the N-word meant until I moved to Florida. I never heard it. I never heard it in San Francisco. Nobody believes me. I didn't hear it. Nobody said it. It was so integrated. It was like everybody was like Asian and black and white, and it was just like the hippie movement was real, man. And it permeated the city in a kind way. They were nice people. It was a different time. It was also when I was living there was when the Vietnam War ended, and I remember very clearly thinking to myself, as like I guess I was 10 or something.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You felt relief
So
as a
happy
kid.
because now there won't be war anymore. They figured out the war is bad. Because while Vietnam was going on, everybody knew it was a crazy war. It didn't make any sense. There was all these protests, and then there was like Kent State, where they shot the fucking protesters, and the National Guard came and shot the protesters. So this is like there was this craziness, this turmoil in this country that didn't exist. You know, it was a way that it's.
Wait a minute, this is more than now, you think?
It's hard to say because I was a kid, you know, but it was definitely a thing where they were drafting people to go and fight this war. Yeah. And that was part of it. It was a conscription. They were forcing you to go die in war. And we knew people that had gotten forced to go over there, and you know, knew people that had died over there. Yeah. It was weird. It was a weird fear that they could force you to go to war. And so when that was over, it was this relief, like, well, good, get that out. And then, you know, fucking 10 years later, I was hanging out with my roommate. We were watching Operation Desert Storm kick off on TV like this. It's great. Here we go, man. It was me and my buddy Jimmy D'Antilio. We're sitting in our house, and we were watching this. We were living together in Malden, Massachusetts. And we were watching this fucking TV while we're at war. Holy shit. We're watching the tracer missiles and the tracer rounds. When you can see the bullet like lit up as they're flying through the air and shooting them out of helicopters and shit. And you know, Operation Desert Storm, the first war, was like a lot. It was like the first one was like televised. Yeah. Like you could watch shit get blown up. Yeah. You know, and I can't believe it. I was like, God damn, we're doing it again. And this was like, you know, it was, I guess, the 90s, right? What was the Iraq War? What was the first Iraq War? Bush, when they pulled out. Bush is, what is first Bush? 92? So they pulled out, we only lost like a small number of troops.
So Rabbi.
1991. So it was
Maybe it's a class, man.
and it was Bill Hicks had a great bit about it. He goes, it's only a war when two armies are fighting. And he goes, they say the Iraq War is the fifth largest war. There's a big drop off. It's the Salvation Army's number 2.
Those right there.
It's a great bit, but it's true.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
find a way to justify it.
you know, the guys were just practicing. They were just doing stuff. Remember he had that bit, like, pull up G12. What does G12 do? Let's find out. They're just like going through the weapons catalog. Like, pull that one up. Shoot it. Oh, shit. What's G13 do? And that, like, that was a Hicks bit. Bro, and that one confused the shit out of everybody because we thought war was easy. We thought, bro, we'd go over there and fuck everybody up real quick, like we did.
Well, why do you think war was easy?
Oh, because they did it
Afterwards,
The Iraq War was so easy for us.
If we
The first
first
Iraq War. Yeah.
Whereas Vietnam was this typical, long,
It didn't make any sense either. This one was more like, oh, there's a despot, we got to get him out. Look how quick we'll do it. He invaded Kuwait. Look how quick we take care of business. This is how. And we're like, God damn, America's pretty badass. So we got super cocky. It was like Mike Tyson before he fought Buster Douglas. Like, Mike Tyson, fights a blow up. I'm not paying $50 for that. It's going to last 30 seconds. And then you don't pay for the Buster Douglas fight. You're like, look, what? You lost? No way. Yeah. And so then the second Iraq War, and then you got real casualties. The invasion of Afghanistan, and it's going on forever and ever and ever. And it doesn't make any sense. You realize, oh God, this is a never-ending war. This is almost like Vietnam. This is crazy. It is hard. I mean, that's the most horrible thing that people do, and it's the one thing that we don't think people will ever stop doing, which is war. If you ask people, do you think in 10 years there'll be no war? No way. It's never been a time. It's never been a time while we've been alive with our tribal instincts that we haven't decided to control someone's resources or justify an invasion or come up with some reason why someone's wronged us, blow up pipelines.
We did blow it up, huh?
I don't think they did it. Why would they do it? Why would they cut off their supply of gas to Europe and miss out on all that money?
So CIA does it, or
I don't know. I mean, I'd be just talking completely out of my ass, but Seymour Hersh said CIA did it. And he's a very, very well-respected journalist. He's on top of the food chain.
Yeah.
He's a legit journalist. But what does he know? I mean, if you weren't there, how much of it is disinformation? And how much can get shuffled down even to you as a journalist? That's just straight bullshit.
Yeah.
They're sophisticated, man. I mean, these people that are running, what do you call the deep state, the intelligence agencies. There's people that want to disband all of them, like the Vivek Ramaswamy guys. I think you need them because I think the world operates in a very clandestine way. There's other countries have agencies that are doing the same thing the CIA does. We don't have a better one. That's not good. If you don't have an army, so you don't need an army. We have flowers. Like, you need a fucking army. You want to keep peace, you need an army. You want to keep an eye on all the terrorist organizations in the world that are planning on blowing up America? Yeah, you need a CIA. You fucking need them. You need all of them. You need the NSA. You need all of them. You need those people. But in those people, you're going to get Cowboys. You're going to get people that say, I know how we can fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas. Sell drugs. Let's just move some crack through LA. We can make millions of dollars. No one knows. So you get freeway Ricky Ross. You bring him in. He's making an untold amount of money. And he doesn't even know. And he doesn't even figure it out until he goes to jail. That's crazy. Because he doesn't even know how to read until he goes to jail.
But that is interesting. A lot of these actors don't even know that they're involved.
No!
It's way less involved.
Exactly.
Than we believe it is.
There's so many layers to it, and it must be so fun to be the dude who's like, to be like that. I would never want to leave. I was the head of the Pentagon. What a great job. Show up every day, your fucking Mercedes-Benz AMG, you hop out, your cufflinks, like, let's get you rolling the world. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You're on Adderall, and you're fucking hopped up, having a good time, getting work done. You're on you because you can't tell. Nobody can know because they're fucking sick. Bitch, you think that thing's secure? No way. I bet they did.
Yeah, because you get to a certain point of success in this country where you have to get integrated into
everything.
100%. Facebook is integrated.
They have to be. I think the fucking FBI was in Twitter. Hey, we're getting pressure from all of our constituents. We're getting pressure from this organization that gives us immense amounts of money. We'd like you to put the funding on this stuff that's be a problem, whether it's a laptop story or whether it's the COVID misinformation, whatever it is.
So how do you maintain your son?
That's a good question. What do you do? You, me personally, you want to come back? Let's talk about that.
Let's do it. Okay, how do you maintain your son? You are the most influential person on the planet. Government agencies would love to have that hold. How do you make sure you create this?
I haven't even thought about it.
But you know that it was trial.
Yeah, but I mean, like, first of all, I'm not a valid source of information, but I can get you valid sources of information. Like, I'm not an expert in anything other than, like, martial arts, and I can give you some information on some things. No, but I'm being honest. I'm not a legitimate expert in anything, but I can bring experts on, and I can have honest conversations with them. And as a human being that is in this world, it is imperative that we have access to all sorts of information, even information that might not be correct. And you gotta know why the person thinks the way they think, even if I disagree with them. Well, why do you think that? Like, how does it work in your head? How do you consider this? I'll steel man their position. I try to find out
Who's quiet as
And
fuck.
if you're silencing people that are from Stanford and Harvard, like they did during COVID, the actual experts, you're doing a disservice to human beings, including you and your family. Because if you're lying or allowing people to lie about medication or about the adverse effects of medication, that's not just you. That's everyone that you know that's also going to take that medication upon your admission or your recommendation. You're doing a disservice to everyone, to the whole. The person who's telling the truth is doing a service to everyone, the whole.
So how do we parse out the truth?
You got to listen to everybody.
And then you make that decision.
It takes time. Look how long it took for COVID
Oh,
to
yeah,
figure out
all
what's
out
going
of
on.
there.
You remember the early videos? You will not get it. The virus stops with you. If you take this vaccine, now it's like you will not die. But that's not
Probably
true.
weren't gonna die, but
You probably won't die. You won't get hospitalized. Well, how do you know it's going to get hospitalized in the first place? Most people didn't get hospitalized. Do you know what the percentage of people, even in the early days, got hospitalized from COVID? 5%. 5%
Which is a lot for 300 million people.
It's
That
a
is
lot.
a lot.
It's a lot.
But still, to not even retract publicly some of the statements made and to vilify the people that were putting out that other information is a very dangerous situation.
Well, the CDC had to take down all of their, was it the FDA or the CDC? The FDA. The FDA had to take down all of their tweets about COVID with in reference to ivermectin. Like, you're not a horse, y'all. Stop it. You remember that? Was that the CDC? Find who made that. You're not a horse, y'all. That was one of them. And this is about a medication that had been prescribed billions of times to human beings. The FDA. You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all. You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all. Stop it. Why you should not use? Go back. Why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19 from FDA? Just like, that is just propaganda. Just full-on propaganda. That's like saying penicillin is veterinary medicine, because they do use it in veterinary applications. But it's for humans too, you fucking idiot. And has it been used for humans? Has it saved lives? Yes. Has ivermectin won the fucking Nobel Prize? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's a human medication that has one of the safest profiles of any medication known. And now they had to take that, pull the article that they had to take all that down. So they had to delete 140 social media posts that were disparaging ivermectin. They just lost in court. Yeah, Pierre Corey has been like ringing the bells for this. FDA agrees to delete "You're not a horse" ivermectin tweets. The FBI did not admit to wrongdoing under the terms of the settlement. Oh, that's great. They don't have to admit they were wrong because they were wrong. They don't have to admit it. We know you're wrong. Great. You don't have to admit it. Go ahead. Agencies in the settlement details the Thursday court filing in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas does not mean it changes position that no data shows ivermectin to be an effective COVID treatment. The agency is choosing to resolve this lawsuit rather than continuing to litigate over statements that are between 2 and nearly 4 years old. Oh, we said it was 4 years ago, guys. The FDA said in an emailed statement, the agency has not authorized or approved ivermectin for use in preventing or treating COVID-19. But doctors have always been allowed to use off-label medications, especially when shown to be effective. And there's a ton of randomized controlled trials that shows ivermectin to be effective for the treatment of COVID-19, including in entire Uttar Pradesh in India, where that's all they used it. They had incredible results. Like, people have used it. They used it. But when I used it, and I had no fucking idea. Can of worms I was opening up.
They made you look like this.
Well, they changed the color. They changed the color of my face. CNN was all in, but to their own detriment.
And now people lost faith in.
Oh my God! The COVID thing to them was one of the worst experiences in terms of public trust.
Yeah, I think public trust is all-time and that's their bet that they made. So that's the question: is like, how do you start believing again? Because there is an importance in believing and trusting the systems that we have. Like, it is important that we trust the medical field, right? I mean, maybe not blindly, and maybe we should have more information, but it is important when we go into, like I was telling you, like with my daughter, I was like, okay, it's time to get vaccines, and I freaked out. I genuinely freaked out.
Yeah,
I told you I was scared. And I didn't do enough research. I'm in that room and I'm like, I think I need the weekend. And
all of my friends that even are doctors who had no questions about the vaccine at all before COVID, they recommend it all. Now a lot of them are changing their tune.
so they have more skepticism based on the information that came out about the COVID vaccine or the vaccine.
First of all, just the propaganda campaign behind the COVID vaccine.
So once they saw this
Total
propaganda,
denial of any adverse effects, even though they personally knew people who had strokes, heart attacks, died, that died suddenly thing, the fact that athletes were dropping like flies. The athletes thing was
that was
nuts.
scary because these are the people that are all
Soccer players having heart attacks, just dropping dead, all unvaccinated.
Yeah.
When you're seeing these people just drop dead,
Yeah.
reporters on TV just faking, passing out. People I know personally, they got the shot that blacked out.
Yeah.
Quite a few. One of them, two guys I know that have fucking pacemakers now. One of them's in his 30s, one of them's in his 40s. Has a fucking pacemaker
And
now.
you should at least have that information before you make that decision.
Well, you should know that information exists, and instead they're trying to hide it, and they're trying to gaslight you about it. And then there's the thing about all-cause mortality. The increase in all-cause mortality is there's a jump in all-cause mortality after the administration of the vaccine. All-cause mortality is people that die from everything. Die from heart attack, stroke, cancer. All-cause mortality went up in some groups as much as 40%.
These are the control groups.
Right. This is just people, people just in general. More people are dying. The percentage of all-cause mortality is in certain groups up significantly. I think in England they did studies that was up 20% across the board. In some groups like 18 to 49, in some groups it's up like as high as 40%. That means that 40% more people are dying from cancer, heart attacks, strokes, everything. Everything, including people that probably would have died anyway.
Right.
But 40% more in some groups.
And there are variables that exist as well.
Sure, there's a lack of medical attention during COVID. People didn't see their doctors. Maybe there was things that alcoholism, people drank more. There's a lot of factors. But one of those factors might be experimental medication. And the resistance against that being possible is crazy. And it's because, first of all, they advocate.
Sir, could you turn on your camera, please?
In school, the people that didn't get it. So now they have this opinion that they have started with, and they're stuck with it. They don't want to back. They don't want to back off. It takes a very courageous person to say, "I'm fucking wrong." I was not only was I wrong, but I probably fucked people over, and a lot of people might have been adversely affected.
That's your career, your life, your identity.
Yes, especially if you're an intellectual.
It builds your entire identity around something.
Yes, and there's massive pressure from all these institutions that have always been unquestionable in the past, like the FDA or the CDC.
It's like a botched surgery. If you go for plastic surgery and somebody fucks it up, you're not going back to that doctor. So they're terrifying. They have to go, no, we were right, 100% right, trust me. I'm right. Okay, so the skepticism starts there, and then it starts to bleed into all vaccines.
Exactly.
That's
squad. Friends of mine that
squad.
And then squad with Robert Kennedy.
Robert
Kennedy
squad.
I think it's good.
Squad.
I had to admit that to him when I had him on the podcast. I heard an opinion of you that was based on propaganda. I thought you were this wacky conspiracy theorist guy. You're nuts. You're the guy that's telling you like
fucking nigger.
Silver some bags, 30 round magazine in my pocket. Niggas took it almost. This is fucking awesome. Now, walking through the backstop like hot stuff. I'm just a mag jump with my armor like trying to say another deliver Sachi, but the boss is bad. That's cold, that's nonsense. You're the one that gets mad. Always and match back. It's like that. You're a bunch of chips. You're a bunch of baboon niggers.
It's all about that. It's all about Anthony Fauci. It's all about restricting medication to people that have HIV and forcing them to take AZT, which is killing them. AZT kills people. It was a chemotherapy medication they stopped using. It kills people with cancer. People that were asymptomatic from HIV, they would put on AZT, and they were dead within 6 months. It's a chemotherapy medication you're supposed to stay on. No chemotherapy medication you stay on indefinitely. You take it for a course because it's damaging, because it's killing the cancer. It's also killing you. and then it kills the cancer, and you recover, and then the cancer is gone, and that's how chemotherapy works. But it works. But they weren't using it for cancer anymore. It's all in the book. Right. What's the cause of the uptick in chronic illness, autism, all these different things? What is it? Are there environmental factors? Is it contamination? Is it food? Is it pollution? What is it? What is it? What is it? And could it be that too? Could it be these vaccines? Is it possible that these people tell these stories about having perfectly healthy children, and then getting vaccinated, and then all of a sudden the kid is like going non-responsive? That seems like it's possible that there's a correlation there. If there's a cause and then there's an effect. If there is an action and then there's an effect. If there's a thing that you do, and all these parents, you could say a bunch of them, it was just coincidental that the kids started showing it after the medication was administered, and maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. And how do we know if that's not even considered?
There's a timing thing too. Isn't that like a timing thing where like kids don't show those symptoms until one, and that is when you vaccinate them or something? So there are some.
There's correlational issues here. Doesn't mean causation,
of course,
but it's the fact that you can't ever even consider that injecting kids with chemicals, including mercury and aluminum, that you're doing this. This might have a negative effect on some kids, and then maybe the corresponding uptick in these chronic illnesses and allergies and diseases and autism. Maybe
what was the allergy?
Aluminum.
That's right, because every one of the vaccines has a little aluminum.
Yes. Well, the way it is, you have an inert form of the virus, right? And then you have this irritant. You have this thing that fucks with your body. Your body goes, what is this? I got the aluminum's there. Oh, there's a vaccine, or there's a virus in here, a dead virus. I'll create the antibodies. And it works. It does work. But does it also have negative effects? And is it a volume thing? Is the amount of vaccines you give a kid all put together?
Yes.
They're trying to give your kid like HPV vaccine right from birth. Like when did they start giving them the hepatitis B? That's when birth. Yeah,
12 hours in, they came into the room and they're like, hepatitis B.
Yo!
And I was like, what is it? Because I didn't know what it was. And they were like, it's a disease that could kill your kid. And I was like, well, we should probably give it to her. And then I'm like, how do you even get it? And they're like, it's a sexually transmitted disease. And I was like, hold on. Yeah, like this. I think that we can pump the brakes a little bit.
12 hours old? Yeah. We got time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand. So now there's this skepticism. People
see right now, just having this conversation, even talking about it, the way we've talked about it so carefully, you'll be labeled an anti-vaxxer. So Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan float around anti-vax conspiracy theories.
Well, we're not conspirizing right now, right?
I
maybe it's okay to do the research without shame.
Well, how is it not possible to talk about it without being labeled a kook? If this is a thing, if you're injecting kids with chemicals, and we know that medications have adverse effects, even simple medications. Some people have horrible effects from all kinds of stuff. There's people that can't take, like Aaron Rodgers couldn't take the mRNA vaccines because there's an ingredient in them that he's deathly allergic to.
So an interesting thing is I asked the doctor, and she was actually great. The doctor was really, like, her mom, so I understand it. There's no pressure. I was talking. And then she said this was interesting. I was like, what about if we scheduled them out, delayed them? I think is what they said. And so you have less viral load at one time. She said something interesting. She goes, listen, every vaccine has a little bit of preservative, right? You need to have a little bit in order to keep that inert alive. She goes, so the best to do that the preservative isn't good to put in your kid. Now you're putting more of it in because you're doing more vaccines over a longer period of time. So this is a variable I didn't even fucking think of. I'm trying to lower the viral load that my 8-week-old baby has inside her, but now increasing the preservative load that the baby has. And I don't know the effects of that. And that's why I had to walk out.
And the thing is, the medical institutions that they captured. Pharmaceutical drugs. They're captured. They're captured by agencies. I mean, it's not as simple as a doctor is basing it all on his education and his understanding of this particular situation and the objective science of all of it. No, there's a narrative. There's a narrative that gets distributed. And that was the narrative during COVID. You must get vaccinated. They were telling people to get vaccinated right after they got over COVID. It doesn't even make sense. That's completely unscientific.
They make it
That's what children do.
my wife, in order for her to go to school, had to get the booster vax. She was getting her MBA. She had to. So the same thing with kids. Like, if you want your kids like a school, they have to have it. So we put it in a daycare.
If you want to travel, if you want to fly, certain jobs.
So you start to feel the pressure, and the outside pressure makes you go, okay, I'm being forced into this decision. I don't really have my freedom. You say I have my freedom, but I want my kid to get educated.
What is poppin', my niggers?
To go see their grandparents. I want my kid to do these things. And
put me up there. Put me up there. Put me up there.
Weird, but at the same time, it was hard enough for my wife and I to get pregnant, so I'm really protective over this innocent little baby, and I don't want to be responsible for giving them something that could fuck them up.
It's clear. Do you remember when Jenny McCarthy was saying that vaccine caused her son to be autistic, and she was just attacked mercilessly?
I don't remember. But
essentially, it was like kind of the end of her ever being taken seriously. It was kind of the end of her career. Jenny McCarthy was huge.
MTV days, I remember.
MTV days, she had her own sitcom. Like there's. Jenny McCarthy was doing a lot of different things, and you don't hear about her at all.
I think Robert De Niro even tried to.
She had TV show recently? What is it? Oh, okay. So she's back. For a long time, she was like persona non grata. What is the Masked Singer?
It's a game show.
She's one. I'm so ignorant. I don't even know what that show's going on here.
Anyway, it's one of these things where you're like.
She's one of the judges. Okay, so she's okay. But if the conversation comes up with vaccines, like people would roll their eyes, like, oh, Jenny McCarthy. So what she's anti-science.
But what's the way to talk about and have the conversation?
We're not anti-vaccine movement. We're pro-safe vaccine.
Beautiful.
Hey everybody, welcome to the formal part of your friendly neighborhood.
Still be beautiful.
Yes, it was rude.
No, it just, I don't know, it's one of those things where like, you're scared because you want to protect this thing you really care about and love. Both ways. You don't want them to get a disease and get sick that you could have avoided. While at the same time, you don't want to put something in them that could have a negative effect. So you're just in this stalemate.
I know. And you don't know who to trust.
And that's what's all the information right now. So I don't think we know what to do about anything. It's like, even the fucking, the visibility day thing, like every headline was Biden declares Easter trans visibility day. Right. And I read it and I was like, there is no way. Like, yeah, maybe there's a bunch of lefties there, liberal leader, but there's no way that he would declare Easter this. And I looked into it. Trans visibility day started like 15 years ago. Right. 3 years ago, they declared it, and then Easter obviously changes every year the date. It doesn't change the day. Right. And then it ends up on Sunday. Right. But the headline is Biden declares Easter trans visibility. Right. Once I read that, and I know it's fake, now every headline is fake. And I think now I'm in this like, we're all this world like, right? Using it plus this really but that click is valuable. And they will knowingly, like you were talking about that woman earlier with the Huberman thing, there is money to be made.
Yes.
And as long as there's money to be made for it, they go for it. It's a information that is incredibly important to the treatment.
Yeah.
I don't know how you saw
it. But that thing, the Biden thing is kind of crazy because, on this day of our Lord, like they make this declaration and they know that it's going to happen on Easter Sunday.
They know this year or maybe last year, but when they started, they're not.
Right. It's just
how
more
are we going to take away Easter?
Right. It's like Thanksgiving. It always happens on a Thursday.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Easter Sunday is always a Sunday. And it can vary from April to March.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like it could be March 31st or it could be April 23rd. Like it's really wide.
Yeah.
The range that Easter Sunday falls.
So they saw it coming in, they're probably like, fuck. If we move it, we hate the trans. If we don't move it,
I
we hate the Christians.
I think they saw it as an opportunity to like
Elections.
yeah, because the loons on the left, they're all in with that
Joe doesn't
stuff.
know what a trans is.
Well, he knows one of them got fired for stealing bags.
He
The other
thinks
one
that's a
pulls their
woman.
tits out.
He's 80 years old. If you went to him and you were like, "That's actually a man," he would go, "There's no fucking way."
He
Show it to me.
bro, that administration is all in on that stuff in such a hardcore way that he got interviewed by Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah, and he thought that was weird.
And I did a girl for 350 days. Like, oh, bless you. Yes, bless you. That's what he said. Did you ever see that interview? Oh, it's wild. It's wild.
Like, I think none of us really believe he's making the decisions, right? He's just a puppet for the, and he's just there to get lambasted when all these things happen.
Yeah.
And then he forgets about it immediately afterwards.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's no fucking guy to blame for those.
Exactly. And that's why he's there. That's why he's in here to do it.
The idea that they're going to keep running is bananas. I mean, you're going to keep him in there. I can't believe that's real, but as time goes on, I'm starting to think they might actually keep running them.
Yeah, I don't know why they would switch him out. They're not in a position they can switch him out for anything.
Well, he would have to kick the bucket. No, knock him off, but he would have to kick the bucket.
And then they just slide Newsom in or somebody?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I think.
I think that's what they're hoping for.
May.
May.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May they're going to pull him.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems, and then the country understands, and Newsom is going to have his support fully, and Kamala's going to like, I don't want to be president. I'm cool being vice president.
So Newsom runs with their mom.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they can pull Kamala. I think as long as they keep her quiet, she's not. She's already, whatever liability she already is, she's so quiet.
It's amazing. You also like AOC. They get them to one.
Yeah.
They're loud, dancing to the TikToks, and then they go, hey, why don't you shut the fuck up over there?
Yes.
And then they shut up.
Also,
They carry. They hate the fucking
and she
carry.
probably could. She could probably pull it off. So there's a lot of factors, you know, and you're basically auditioning to be the spokesperson for the machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it worked for Biden. He's the perfect example.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. If you're pulling the machine, you look at Biden's career, and you're like, well, it does work out.
Yeah.
If I just play by the rules of the machine, they'll put me in position one day, and I'll have the power.
You don't even have to be good.
You don't. You have to be fair.
Especially if you have a bad guy. Like, well, that's one of the reasons why Hillary wanted Trump to run. Because like, I'll beat that guy. That guy's an
I
idiot.
can't beat somebody that's competent.
Yeah. And actually looks like a leader.
Yeah.
That's this fucking maniac from The Apprentice.
Oh,
Yeah. I want to run him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Yeah.
And now he's more popular than ever.
I think it's easy for him, actually.
I don't know if it's real.
What do you mean?
Let's find out. Let's find out if they can rig it. Let's find out. If the 2020 elections weren't rigged, let's say they weren't.
Yeah.
You don't think there's something that can be done to move things one way or the other? There's certainly the manipulation of media, right? Now, you want to talk about election interference. So forget about mail-in ballots, forget about all that stuff. Access to information will affect elections. When the government steps in and tells Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. That laptop story, let's say they went all in, they distributed it to all the media, and then Fox News starts telling you all the evidence shows that Biden's getting kickbacks, and he's the big guy, and 10%, and all this money that went from millions of dollars, and Burisma, and all this. Where's that money gone?
Yeah.
What were the contracts? What's happening? How does he have this job teaching for $1 million a year but he doesn't even show up? Like, what is all of this stuff? Like, what is this? And if that got into fence sitters, people are like, I don't know, Trump's kind of gross, but Biden's old, but I'm still going to vote for Biden because Trump's a bad guy. And then, oh, my God, Biden's a bad guy. Trump might be the answer. You know, we were fine while he was in office. Let's run with him. Yeah. I mean, it's basically election interference because you're withholding information that would be detrimental to the person that you want to win. You're interfering. Yeah. So anybody says there's no election interference, that is election interference. And then you have Google search results, which Robert Epstein in his research has shown that Google search results, I know, right? Google search results have shown that you can manipulate, and with his research, you you can manipulate the search results through the algorithm, and that will like highlight negative stories about the people that you want to be negative, or positive stories about the people you want to be positive, and it can have an overall effect on how people vote. Because most people are surface information gatherers. They read headlines, and they go, oh, got it, and then they go with it. And then the headline might be horseshit. You might get into the article. I mean, we've done that so many times. But wait a minute. This specifically says that that's not true. So what are they saying in the article? Complaints of. Oh, it's a complaint of. But then you get into it, you go, oh, but it's not real. There's so many things like that that can just affect public opinion. And there's so many people that will just say things publicly, and they think that this is a fact. They don't know that. Like, how many people you've seen got caught in that women only make 70 cents to a man's dollar? How many people you ever seen get caught in that thing? How come women should be paid the same that men are paid? No, argument in the streets. But they don't even understand what the argument is. The argument is men pick different jobs, they work longer hours, they don't take maternity leave. Overall, they make more money. This is why. They take jobs that are more dangerous, they take jobs that are higher risk.
It also includes the most wealthy people, which are men. So that's going to skew it in a dramatic fashion.
Dramatic, the top billionaires, they're all men except for chicks that get divorced.
Like that is the best way to get rich. If you want to be a female billionaire, jump in that.
But the thing is, like, female billionaires don't like that label because they got it, so they become philanthropists.
Oh, that's why Bezos is right.
She's a philanthropist. Billionaire philanthropist, Mackenzie Bezos. Where'd she get that money? Just being awesome.
Billionaire.
Just being amazing. No, she was married to a psycho. The psycho made all the money, and now she's distributing it to left-wing causes, and all the right-wing guys are complaining. And Elon's mad. Elon was saying something about her distributing these rich divorcees distributing to the downfall of democracy.
So he goes in.
He goes in, man.
It's really interesting to see how political he's got. And then immediately upon being, because he was the darling of the left.
Oh yeah, big time on the left.
But the left obviously for the cars, right? But the right because he's a successful businessman, right? And the second he takes a position politically, he is chastised, shamed, right? And even before that, think about it. Everybody was invested in Tesla because the stock was going crazy. So not only are you the darling, you make it money.
Right.
I want you to be great. Once you're making people money, they don't want to write bad shit about you. Especially if they got $1 billion invested in Tesla. I'm not going to ridicule this guy and watch half of my money go away. And the second he opens it up,
and the thing is, he snaps back at people.
He goes,
which is crazy.
He goes,
bro. He dunks on people. Which is hilarious.
But I'm also just like, don't you got some science?
How do you do this? I don't understand how he does any of it.
AI, dude. Crazy.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's AI.
But what he's done with Twitter or X is really interesting.
I call it Twitter.
Yeah, it's hard for me to change.
Because it is an X that you made, or is it a tweet? Did you tweet something?
It's a tweet.
I tweeted it.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny though because it is X. But it's Twitter.
But like the idea that he is going to uphold this soapbox for free speech, despite having some awful things said, the greater outcome will be hopefully a civil society where ideas can permeate freely.
He may have very well saved humanity in some way, because by providing this one platform where people can actually speak their mind, up to a point. I mean, there's still some rules, but up to a point, you get away with a lot of shit. I see so much racist shit on Twitter now. I never saw this before. Openly racist. And then you see people chiming in that agree with it. And it's like, wow.
And then people chime in that disagree.
Those
voices are all heard, and there's a place for all heard.
And you just have to know that people do think certain ways. Even if you don't like it, you have to know that people do think certain ways, and the answer to bad speech is not silencing speech, it's better speech, it's more compelling.
You need to have a place where it can exist, where to be speech to even be consumed.
Right, and there was no place before he took over Twitter.
And that's the thing with the pendulum shift that we're talking about, where it's like, you have these pieces that came out that we thought were news. Now we see them as hit pieces. Right? And kids that are growing up with all this information and disinformation and misinformation, all this shit, I think that For us, it's a little bit more difficult, but for them, they will have the ability to discern and understand that they have to do a little bit more research.
Yeah.
I think we get caught victim of it, like old women when they get a phone call from some Nigerian prince and they need to have. That's us with news now. And we're like, wait a minute, fake things can exist?
Right.
But I think the kids are going to grow up going, oh yeah, everything's fake. You just got to do some more research and figure it out.
Yeah.
That's my hope.
Well, enough kids listen to podcasts, which really bothers people. That they're getting their information from people like us.
So they
But people like us don't have to lie.
Yeah.
We have zero incentive to lie.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about these things, like, this is what I know.
Yeah.
These are the facts. This is real. You're being fucked. You're being lied to. And it's not like there's not a motivation.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of money they're making by fucking you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane sum of money that's involved in a lot of these decisions.
Yeah.
And these decisions roll on whether or not we complain or not. But at least it kind of puts things in check.
Maybe that's the solution. Just show how much money people are making.
Yeah.
Show how much money CNN makes from the pharmaceutical industry. And then you will look at every story about pharmaceuticals
Brought
through
to
that
you
lens.
by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper. They do it like right in your face. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Vaccines are perfect. Let's go to a commercial.
Yeah, brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
You will not get this virus. You will not transmit this virus. The virus stops with you. And no one complains.
Now, do you think that the people that are disseminating information are aware of the bullshit, or they are the useful idiots? Meaning, like,
I think at a certain point in time, they must be aware.
and if they're aware, they're evil.
They're trapped.
It can be anything. But once you're pushing out information that you know to be false,
Right.
and you're potentially hurting people,
Right.
it doesn't have to be vaccines, it can be anything.
Right now, you're evil.
That's evil.
That's evil. Yeah.
I don't fault someone who's maybe ignorant or a useful idiot, who's really passionate about things, but the person that knows,
Right.
and still puts it out.
But you have plausible deniability because you're using the opinion of the air quotes experts that are sanctioned, and so they will tell you things, and you will say things, and you will read articles that support that, and you will go, "Oh, this is a fact."
Not if you're motivated by the agenda of your sponsors. Like if you know that you have to have a certain opinion
Right.
on the platform, and that opinion is based on people who are paying to sponsor the show,
Right.
you are aware.
But that's also supported by these experts.
But like you know,
So
you can find
but
experts
since
for
you're not since you're not an expert and you're just a talking head on CNN,
Yeah.
your job is to say, but do you understand that the CDC has disagreed?
Yeah.
The FDA has said this is not approved. The NIH has shown to various studies this is not correct.
Yeah.
And you can say that, and you'd be accurate.
Yeah.
You would be accurate as the news person on CNN that's telling a lie.
You have your justifications, you can go home and sleep at night.
And maybe a lot of them don't even do any digging. They're there, they do their job, they read the teleprompter, they're fucking gambling on sports betting or something. Who knows what the fuck they're doing with their spare time? But we're just assuming these people are truth tellers. They're not. We're assuming they're even journalists. They're not.
Yeah.
Some of them are, but most of them are just talking heads. Just pretty people that are good at reading.
That's the transition we're going through right now. Is just because someone is giving us information on a news platform with a channel does not mean that they know what they're talking about. It doesn't mean that it's necessary.
Not only that, we are sure they are highly motivated by money. Highly motivated. Sponsored by money, put in position by money. The commercials, it's all money, making that money. Yeah. And no one's listening. That's what's crazy. It is good.
That means the people know that people will seek out the information that they deem true. Yes, there's going to be some wackos and seek out the most extreme version. Yes, that's us sometimes, but it's really fun. I want to indulge in all the conspiracies. It's awesome. It's fun. But at the end of the day, when I have to make a real decision,
Right.
I'm going to seek out the information.
Right.
I'm going to read as many things as possible. If it's my life and my kids' life, my friends' life, I'm going to actually go out there and figure it out. Hopefully.
And the thing is, if it's not for a few brave people that stand up and tell you the truth, how do you, if there's no Peter McCullough, if there's no Robert Malone, if there's no RFK Jr., if there's no Pierre Ford, if there's none of these people that stand up and lose like a sizable portion of their income, their careers get destroyed, their reputations get dragged through the mud, hit pieces get written about them. If it wasn't for these people that stand up and do that, and I never would have imagined in my wildest dreams that I would get sucked into that. I never thought that I would get sucked into something like that where people would be like lying about me. But when you watch it, like on CNN, just out lying. but it's wild.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest law.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, you think I'm taking horse medicine? You don't think I know, like, really good doctors that are telling me what to take? Dude, how about the fact that I got better quick? That doesn't freak you out at all?
Yeah.
I got better real quick.
Oh, you're so happy when that shit kicked. Was it 48 hours that it?
Yeah. Like 3 days later, after I was sick, I made that video. And that was fun.
Yeah.
3 days after that, I did 10 rounds in the back. 6 days in, I did 10 rounds in the back. I'm like, let's see how I feel. I worked out 5 days in. I felt pretty good. I said, all right, tomorrow, let's get after it. And I did 10 fucking rounds in the back. Full clip. No problems. No problems. No lack of energy. I felt 100% 6 days later. 100%. But I'm on top of my fucking health all day long, all year round. I'm always in shape. I always take vitamins. I'm always eating well. I sleep good. I do a lot of things. Like, you can't say that everyone has to adhere to the rules of this thing when you're lying about the results, you're lying about the studies, you're influencing all these talking heads to say these things that turn out to not even be remotely true. Not only that, there's no studies behind it. They had to admit when they were speaking in front of whatever it was in the UK, that they never even tested these drugs for transmission. They just tested them to see if they created the antibodies. And all that other stuff they said was bullshit.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about like making rules for 300 million people is that 300 million people are not the same. The way that you take care of your body is completely different than some asshole that's a consultant that's when they always break it down. And that rules, it's like an SAT. And you have to find a way to judge intellect so that kids can go to school or not. There's some kids who want the SATs with a full genius.
Yeah. He's bored with these things and he doesn't pay any attention. It's what you focus on. He's a very smart person who doesn't study. And you take classes and you fucking bomb in your classes. You suck. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Like if you ask that dude how to fucking fix a turbo truck, the dude knows how to re-engineer things. You know, this is the problem. It's in the valves. You have to fix the valves. You know, there's people that are genius at things that they're interested in. But if you keep them in a classroom that's full of shit, dull ass teachers that spoon feed them shit they're never gonna use, they're not gonna thrive. Well, you gotta have freedom. That's a big, freedom is one of the massive factors in this country's ability to churn out innovators. There's so much freedom to do things, freedom to try things.
I love that it's part of the identity. If you feel entitled to it, if you restrict it, and other people are fears, where they feel entitled to it.
Right. Well, that's a big thing about Texas. Texas, it's built into the fiber of the human beings that established this place.
That's why you need Texas, you need Florida. I don't care if you like it. You need somebody pulling us in that direction. Because it's going to take LA or it's going to take New York. It's going to pull them a little bit that way. You see people partying, having fun during Corona in Texas and in Florida. We're like, well, maybe we can go out to eat. What's going on?
Right.
But if everybody's locked in, and there's nobody else out there.
Gonna die. I remember when Governor Abbott opened up things, and they were like, "What are you doing? You're gonna kill everyone." Nope. Nope, it didn't.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
And did you ask him if he was ever scared of that decision? Because if that decision backfires, that's his.
He did it based on science. He did it based on what we know about the disease. Protect. The same thing that Florida said. Protect the vulnerable. If you're an old person with a severely compromised immune system, you should get vaccinated, you should be protected, you should probably isolate.
It's just a great decision. There's a lot weighing it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people here that wanted that decision too, especially because he's a Republican. Most of the Republicans want the businesses back open. Most of the people are like, hey, what do you, like, you're taking away people's ability to make decisions, and you're giving the government an unprecedented power that it never had before. The government, the mayors never had the ability to shut down all the restaurants. What? So when they did that in LA, they had no effect whatsoever on their check. Their paycheck remained the same. I think you want to make fucking cities great? Having some that the mayor's salary is based on how well it's used. Now, what is the government would co-opt it, and then these financial institutions co-opt and they would figure out a way to build businesses up on ethically. And the best way to make more money is to pay people less. So you would have lower income wages, lower minimum wages.
That's where it gets tricky. Is like, you go through this in New York, especially when you have like apartments or something like that. And you got to go through all this bureaucracy when you're renovating your apartment. That being said, what I do in my apartment affects the person downstairs, upstairs, to the left, to the right. So we have way more rules because we need them. Yeah, because what I do fucks everybody else's life potential.
I think it seems like a slow girl.
You have a leaky fucking pipe.
People try to do it. If they know you got a drop ceiling, they're trying to drop pipes into your fucking ceiling. You don't even see it.
Really?
So they're like, well, can I get access to your place and pro the wall to see something? And they'll drop a fucking all their plugs. They don't have to raise their floor. There's things that they'll take advantage of their neighbor. And because of that, you've got to create all these extra rules. Now, when you have 3 acres of land in Texas, you can build a barn without people really looking at it that much.
Yeah.
It's not affecting your neighbor. So I do get on certain places, you need to get a little bit more of a bureaucracy because people will take advantage of each other. And that does make sense. You can't have all the same rules all the same places.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, so
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's one of the cool things about this country. It's basically like a bunch of countries. It's like Europe. Like France is different than Germany, but they're all just smushed up next to each other.
When they were putting it together, they built it with that idea. They're like, hey, listen, if I'm up in Maine, it takes me on horseback 4 months to get to fucking Washington, D.C. Why should your rules affect my rules?
Right.
Let me do my thing. You do your thing. We'll agree on 10 fucking rules, and then let's have some fun.
States right.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
It does make sense. It makes sense that you gravitate towards places that fit with your liking, which is why you're here. Yeah. Psychopaths move to Portland.
For real.
Yeah.
Like one thing I imagine like being born there, but like willingly going.
Yeah, that's my people.
Yeah, that's
you have 15 face piercings and you're on your way.
We're eating every day.
Yeah, I want to be depressed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The Oregon Trail, what idiots.
I'm looking forward to camping.
Imagine coming across the whole country and fucking one of those little
Covered wagons.
wagons and then getting to Portland and you're like, for this?
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous green. Portland's gorgeous. And parts of Oregon are fantastic. You know, where Cam lives. Cam lives out in like Springfield, that area.
Okay.
Eugene.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's the thing about Oregon too. It's like you have Portland, but everything else is red.
Yeah.
It's just like Portland just dominates the politics. That's usually how it is. Yeah, it's all ranchers, farmers.
Yeah. You know, like those cities, like the liberal cities that are in the very conservative states, are a reaction to how conservative the state is. So they're like,
But they're generally around education institutions.
oh, so they're built around the universities. The ideals on the universities.
Eugene's very liberal.
Got it.
It's around their universities. Their universities affect
Yeah.
like Boulder, Colorado program. University of Boulder's right there. It's fucking every University of Colorado. Everybody's liberal.
Right.
They're all hippies. Because it's all like the city itself sort of like revolves around the education institution.
So the culture of the education institution dictates the culture of the city.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why New York, I think, is so unique because everybody thinks they're like this super like liberal city. It's like it's a money city.
Yeah.
Money wins.
In the Manhattan, it's a lot of it's the financial business. But if you go to Long Island, that's very rich.
I think even Manhattan is like all these we're open when it comes to like gay stuff, right? We love our gays. They create great cultural institutions within the city. You like going to Broadway, you like seeing musical theater, right? They offer a lot. You like the art, you're coming to New York for art. They offer so much. So we're like, yeah, look guys, go kick it. That's awesome.
A lot of gay chefs, a lot of gay artists.
Gays kill in New York.
Yeah.
And they create
Hello.
singers. They really appreciate it. It's amazing. And
Hi, bitches.
actual like the rules. New York is kind of like
Hi, bitches. Do you hear?
fucking like bleeding heart. He's a freak.
You realize
He just came in and he's like, yo, we can't pay for it, I'll pay for it, you pay me back. I'm like, all right, I like this guy. This is fucking Bruce Wayne.
Right.
You know, so yeah, I think the perception of New York is a little weird.
How come that guy didn't go any further in politics?
No charisma.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, New York, we don't care about charisma with the mayor. We don't even know more politics. Like, I just found out we have a female governor. I had no fucking clue who the governor is. I have no clue. But New York, we don't care. If the mayor of New York City is the governor of the state. in our mind.
Right. That's the leader.
We just don't like.
Yeah.
You say what's going on here, and that's all that matters.
Right.
We're very.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing we really think about as a city.
Yeah. What is it like there now with the immigrants?
So here's the thing. New York is so diverse, you can't tell immigrants are there. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like, if there's other cities that are like really homogenous, they're all white, and then all of a sudden a bunch of white people come, you're like, oh my God, we got immigrants everywhere. But for a New Yorker to be like, I think we got some immigrants here, it's impossible.
Right.
Everybody's brown, everybody's black, everybody's Asian. Like, there's all these different ones.
Right.
The tricky thing with, you're talking about the migrant crisis,
Yes.
is that they're taking advantage of New York is like the biggest state in the country. It's like, I think maybe the only big city that has a right to shelter.
Right.
It's the only one of this size that has a
And
right
it
to
used to
shelter.
be for homeless people.
It's only for homeless people.
Yeah.
They're taking advantage of the system that's built for homeless people, which is pretty fucking good if you ask me. When you have the financial hub of the world, you have people sleeping on the streets. You go, no, let's put some money so they can go inside. Like this, and homeless people are supposed to like basically enter in and out of homes. The idea is give them some shelter, maybe they can get back out on their feet. Right. The migrants hear about this and they're like, what, free housing? Let's get up there. Right. So they're taking advantage of the system that is not for them. And I think when New Yorkers have kind of learned that, they're like, this is there's something unethical about this. And I think that's where a lot of the pushback is happening. But in terms of being able to see it, it's not something that we just can't. It just makes it seem like it is. Right. We see the article, this guy the police or something like that. But in terms of when you're walking down the street,
so unless you're near one of these places, like the Rothschild Hotel that converted,
like the one that's right across the street from
yeah,
I couldn't believe they converted it.
it's an iconic hotel. It was in that fucking Jennifer Lopez movie.
Oh yeah, she worked.
She was the maid.
Was she the
Yeah.
maid?
Yeah.
So for this is like hotel. No, we see it after every Knicks game. It's like you can't fathom the whole hotel.
Yeah.
So, and also that system that was set up for the homeless was already operating at capacity, and then you increase the amount of migrants into the city by 50%. They went up 50% in the last couple of years. Of course, there's going to be this insane overflow. You just can't handle it. It just can't handle it. But they're taking advantage of something that's not for them. So I understand the frustration.
But is there any kind of pushback to try to put a stop to that?
100%.
What do they do?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing what benefits them, and the politicians are shrewd. Like Adams is shrewd. He told the governor, Hopeful, I think her name is. He was like, listen, I think we're gonna have to shut down a new recruitment class for police. We don't have any more money because we got all these migrants. You guys gotta do something about that. You gotta give me some more money. He got some more money. He didn't shut down anything. So he got more money, and now he's funding everything that he needs to fund. And I don't know if anything is changing. So everybody's playing politics. It's.
Well, wasn't he involved in some sort of thing where they were giving the debit cards to the immigrants, the illegal migrants? They were all getting a piece.
He was like, yo, what the hell is going on with this?
He's the best. He's the best.
Bro, we gotta hang with 50 Cent.
I only met him once. I met him at the UFC. He was cool as shit.
Dude,
back in the day, I didn't see.
Wait, really?
Yeah, for the UFC.
Yeah, it was real quick.
It was, like he was a celebrity sitting, cage side.
Bro, he's, dude,
He goes all in, bro. He goes all in.
We never got in Boston once, and he was telling me like good stories from Queens because he was like, really in that life, and it was like blowing my. It was like somebody explaining the Godfather to you, and if you never saw it, you're like, this happens. This is real. Yeah, just like that. He's anyway, he's never been on your show. So I want to get him on. I mean, we just connected for the first time when I was doing the shows up in Boston. He was there as well. And I want him on. It's a perfect podcast. Dude, he goes all in.
That shit on the Breakfast Club was doing about Diddy.
Bro, and he's been that way forever. You know that, right? Yeah. He's like, why is this guy trying to take me shopping? What? What the fuck did you just say? What the fuck did you just say?
And did you see what Diddy went on? He goes, I was trying to be nice. He goes, I thought he wanted some clothes.
I thought he needed some clothes. That's like a subtle jab too. That was funny.
A little bit. Yeah. But also like what?
That is just. But you can't. 50's one of those dudes where it's like, if 50 don't like you, I gotta hear him out.
Yeah.
I gotta hear hear him out.
Yeah.
He might know something.
Right. He might be onto something.
Stop doing that now.
Yeah. He's wild.
Yeah, we gotta go to dinner with him.
Yeah. He's wild. I like when they were going after him for some financial support or something like that. He's out back up.
I got it.
Okay. $400 million deal. That's fucking fighting for it. The next fucking Instagram post, he's got a Bentley.
He's smart. He'll play his system.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious. Let him write all the articles. Oh, 50's broke.
Whatever you want. But he's got his dudes from day one with him. So that's something I always think.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah. When are you coming back to New York, man?
I don't know. I'm going to be there for the UFC in Jersey. It's in June, I guess. Okay. I'll be there for a while.
Okay, good. You don't miss it at all. Any place you miss?
Nope.
Not a single place.
I'm not like a misser
What
kind
about
of guy.
foreign, like a place that you want
I like going to visit places.
Yes.
Yeah, I like visiting places. But it's like, I love Texas. I love being right here. Like right away. Like right away. It's a perfect balance. I love it. I really do. I don't miss, I miss what LA used to be. But I think we've done that and more at the mothership. What LA was for me was my friends, you know, the life that I lived, the people that I communicate with all the time, and, you know, the comedy store.
And you built that out.
And we built that out here. And we made it even better.
Anything from LA that you still want for him? Besides Joey.
Nah, Joey's in New Jersey, but Joey's been coming out.
But he's from
He's
LA.
coming out again. Yeah, he's coming from. But you know, Joey was sick of it before anybody was.
Yeah.
Joey was sick of it before anybody was. You know, when I left the comedy store in 2007, Joey was like, "Good, fuck that place." Joey's a burn the bridges kind of guy. He doesn't give a fuck, you know. And he was the first guy to, like, I think he moved to Jersey early on. Like right around the time I was moving to Texas, he was moving to Jersey. So, I was trying to get him to come out here. He wasn't interested. He loves Jersey, but I think he'll eventually come out.
The Rothschilds are not real.
He loved it when he was here.
They're Illuminati
I
agent
had him out here
director
for 3
and
days. I got him out here for 4 days.
the Rothschilds are not real.
You know, when he's out here, it's like he misses the hang. He misses being around comics, misses the green room,
How was
misses
the energy in the green room?
phenomenal. It was just such a party. It was such a party. And everybody was like, didn't feel like Joey just belonged there. Like he just sat down in the green room. He's like, he's always been here. Because kind of always has been here. That sign, "Get it together, bitch," that's on the wall. That's Joey. That's what he always used to say. If you get ready to go on stage, like, "Get it together, bitch." And like it was like that meant the party was about to jump off. So to have that neon sign in the green room, the spirit of Joey has always been there.
That's your last event, bro. You get that together.
He's the Hulk.
Yeah.
You call him in. You call him in when you need the Hulk. Yeah. He's been murdered on stage too. He doesn't want to beat. He doesn't want to beat. Yeah.
Does he go up in Jersey?
He goes up. He goes up a couple times a week just to keep the dust off of it. But when he came here, he was tuned in. Yeah, he was ready to go. Oh my God, I was over there. I'll tell you something. He's so crazy. Wait. He's so wild. I don't want to give up his bits, but oh my God, he's so wild. He's so wild. It's fun with him. Everything's fun.
Hey, Rabbi.
Everything's good times. Everybody gets hugs. He loves you. He tells everybody he loves them. He's the party.
Rabbi.
Yeah.
His fighters. I remember when he came out for a fast his just being in
I'm just going to
Yeah.
as we speak.
just this smoke. Just fucking walking around Colorado taking advantage of all these guns. They're like, oh, the trees are green. Like, oh, I'm going to take all of it, money.
Yeah. And the fact that he gets these he's just there's no Joey Diaz other than him. I don't know anybody like him. You get real lucky in this world. You get anybody else you know.
You collect a lot of these guys. Yeah, a lot of good friends. They're It's really interesting. They're unique in their segment, but they are these characters that should be villains.
Yeah, it's a cultivation of extraordinary.
Yeah.
It makes your life richer. You enjoy it. And with David and you, everybody wins. It's all, everybody's having a good time. And that's possible. That can be done.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, then you have to cultivate it. So we cultivate a garden. Yeah. You gotta root it out too. Yeah. Have some bad apples. Get them out.
Yeah.
Get them out.
Yeah, that could be tricky.
If you have a chance to stop by, goodbye, say hello. I'd love to shake your hand. I appreciate it.
I miss Joey. I gotta call him.
He'll be out here soon.
I gotta drag him into this out there. All right. I wish he could. I mean, he's kind of far. Like, where's he? Like Cherry Hill or something like that, right?
But he's in like
Yeah, so he's not like a. He's not an hour. That's nice. If he's 20 minutes, then
yeah, he does a lot of Jersey runs. He'll do this truck factory.
And 2 LA police officers have been injured after a large gathering.
There's gigs.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Just fuck around.
And today is
Keep the
National
dust off.
Record Store
Yeah,
Day.
guys, how you doing?
Yesterday celebrates independent record stores in the U.S. that last long after the end of mega stores
Yeah,
like
we're lucky.
Tower Records.
We're very lucky. There's people out there that don't have any exceptional people in their life. And they live through these conversations that we have with those people vicariously. Yeah. Those people become a part of their life too. Like, oh shit, show's is on. And they get excited.
I will say that's the cool thing about people knowing you for a podcast is that it's like they probably know more about your life than about you that send your friends do.
Oh yeah.
Because they're hanging out with you for hours a week. So when they meet you, they're meeting this person they know a lot about, not this character from the TV show that is not reflective of you.
Right.
You're not Ross from Friends.
Right.
Because Ross might be completely different than Ross from Friends. Right. And I can understand like why you might present people loving you for a character you play when you know you're not that character. But if people appreciate you for what you do, either stand up or even podcast or whatever, it's like they're appreciating this thing you really care about and a true version of yourself.
Yes.
So the love feels worth it. You know, it feels
That's also
justified.
why it's very difficult to like cast someone in unfavorable light that people already know. Like we try to take a distorted version of that person's history.
You're not going to change the way that they feel.
He also talks to other people like you or me, where we're fucking around, joking around, you see the real him.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the distribution of information, it's also like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is who he is.
He's going to be okay.
Oh, he's be better than ever.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
he's fine.
And it's good that people see. It's good that people see that he is at a position where
They want to attack him. Yeah.
that means he's doing something good.
Well, he's a target, and if you're popular, famous, you're a target. And if you're going to be the type of person that goes after those people, that's a dark path. It's not a good path. And you become a target too. They find you.
Well, that's what we were saying is I think it's important that when these people are writing these clearly biased hit pieces, that they're also recognized for what they know.
Yeah.
And the world will see that if you put out something like this, there is a cost.
Yeah.
You're not doing it with impunity.
It's also there's a cost to your own mind. You know what you did. I think they do and they don't. I think they can do it because they're supposed to do it because that's their job. And I think once the impact comes back their way,
I don't want to pay this price.
yeah, the blowback is awful. And that blowback stays on people. It doesn't, people will Google that for years to come. They'll know, write something else.
I never saw
that
anything
person like that. This is, yeah. And they'll dig into your past, man. They'll find some things you did. They'll find some people that are upset at you. You know? And it's just like negative energy. You're putting out negative energy. People that build people up, people that build people up through their own version of reality that they're writing about, and they're inspiring people, and they're giving people hope, and they're giving people something positive. that's a great, like, the response to that is like this beautiful thing that everybody's helping everybody advance through this bizarre existence. But if you're the person that's just always knocking people down, always attacking, you live in that negative space.
Yeah.
Even like, dude, when I had that whole thing with Messi, even that, which I knew A, had to be done, and B, I was one of the only people that was in a position where I could do it.
Yeah.
And even though I did experience, I experienced a lot of blowback, even career blowback. I lost my reaction to someone that steps up and says something about something that has to be said. But even the negative shit that I would get was back when I read the comments days. The negative, it was awful. It was awful. You don't want that in your life. Even though I knew it was the right thing to do, I remember saying to myself, like, I'm not getting involved. This is gross.
Yeah,
it's like you're at the center point of this nasty, negative thing. And even though for the art form it was positive, like the negativity that I experienced, even though it was overwhelmingly positive, just the small amount of negativity is not worth it. It felt bad for a long time. I didn't like it. And I didn't even like all the people that were constantly and consistently attacking him. I don't like it. I don't like any of it. I don't like that every time he makes a comment, like every time he posts something, did you steal that? Just don't they like you've opened the door to the lowest version of the vibration that humans get. With the attacking, breaking you down, or I can kick you because you're down. And they just kick him, and in a lot of ways he deserves it. That's what he did. That was his legacy. That's what he did. He stole material from comedians and created a career off of the back of other people's work. And in every other business, that's that. Yeah. In every other business, you get penalized, you go to court for music, you lose all your money. And this one, for whatever reason, our business, people don't take intellectual copyright as nearly as seriously. It's not. Jokes are thought of as like not an important thing. It's not like literature. It's not like plagiarism.
We pay the bills.
Yeah,
this is what we do.
And
so we feed our fans.
And it is creative work. And it's difficult to do.
It takes hours. It takes months. It takes years.
Some bits takes forever to construct. To make them, when you just rattle them off. Yeah, there's some bits that they require years of like hammering that steel and sharpening that blade. Yeah, it takes forever.
I think that's the best metaphor. It is sharpening the blade, banging away at it
constantly, and you're doing it wrong. You gotta correct it. You're doing it right. You gotta remember it. Yeah, you gotta go over the recordings. You gotta sit down with the notes. Come back a couple months with it's exciting. Yes.
But yeah, to take somebody's work like that is infuriating. But it's a really interesting perspective to have for you to even look back at that.
Oh, I definitely have empathy for everybody. I have empathy for everybody, and people that make horrible mistakes, like he did for so long. I have empathy, and it's a trap that he's in because he won't admit it either. It's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah, he won't admit it. Yeah, so he's trapped. He's trapped in this justification that nobody believes. He tries to spin a tale that nobody believes. The truth is the only thing that'll set you free. And the problem with those people, and there's a bunch of them, and we know quite a few, is there are people that start their career stealing, and they do really well, and they kill it, and then they get exposed, and then they have to write their own shit. And doesn't that, oh boy, that drop off. Oh boy, is that drop off substantial. There are people that had initial specials that were bangers, and then after that initial special, everything after that is hot dog shit. Now they got to do the work. Now they have to do the work. They don't know how to do it. They don't understand the language they're speaking. It's basically like speaking French, but you don't know what the words mean. But you say "parlez-vous français," and everybody's like, "Amazing!" Yeah. But you don't know what the fuck you're saying. You spoke French. They gave all the lines. They did the lines. People are speaking even French. I don't understand a fucking word anybody's saying. The language of comedy too is something that you the type of mindset that would make a person steal someone's bit and do it verbatim on stage is the exact opposite mindset of a creative person.
Because you want to do the different thing. You
Yeah.
want to do the unique thing.
Yeah.
You have the tape nobody else has.
Right.
Yes.
Which is the bag.
Yeah.
And you go, well, hold on.
Yeah.
What about that? And everyone's like,
Yeah.
who's talking about? How come that just fucking stop being an issue?
Yeah. The beautiful thing about a joke is that it always is existing right. They're always existing right in front of us.
Yeah.
And we just haven't grabbed on it. So when
Exactly.
somebody says it, you're like,
Exactly.
how did I not? Exactly.
That's the best feeling when someone has a bit. You're like, why didn't I?
Yeah.
That's the best feeling when
Yeah.
someone comes up to you. Oh my god, that
Yeah.
bit is so good.
And it can be simple.
Yeah.
It can be such a simple.
But that requires it. You're not thinking about yourself.
Yeah.
You're thinking about the work, the thing, the piece that you're working on. When your person thinks about themselves, like, I'm going to kill by saying these things,
Yeah.
and I'm going to get this.
Yeah.
It's you're literally like blocking creativity.
Yeah.
And so then when they have to be creative, it's terrible.
They just never learn.
They don't know how to do it.
Oh my God.
They just don't know what
And
it is.
they're pretending they're black belts.
Yeah.
They're out there pretending to be a black belt with all the confidence of a black belt. They got bullshit moves.
Yeah. They get knocked out.
That's your no drop.
It does happen.
Yeah.
It's like
It's hilarious when you see from a known thief. And some of them, they'll still step on premises that they know other people have done.
I would say that's the opposite.
They can't steal it.
the language is the best way of putting it. It's like,
You understand the language of comedy.
yeah, it is a fucking thing. That's something I wonder if
Thank you.
language is
Yeah.
you have to wait for your aptitude for it, and that's maybe it's just not gonna be so like you can memorize vocabulary.
Excuse me, I'm trying to.
Well, you don't have the resources because you know, like when you're 40, you have bills,
You just think,
obligations,
yeah,
things that are
Here we go.
going on all the
Yes,
time.
you
When you're 15 or 12, you know, you don't have any.
I will not show you my feet.
There's our bills. You're not worrying about how that electric stays on.
Just see
Because the internet's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, resources that are being allocated to all these different things.
But like at first, like
Person, yeah.
and then just like ideas for the day, like,
He's so cute.
Association,
and then when I go back to bed, I'm like,
taxes, you don't have time to learn French.
Yeah, you better learn it.
Yeah.
He's
It's
got.
much easier if you learn.
are you making that?
Otherwise, you're just not gonna have the time to.
Oh no, dude.
I feel like plastic water bottle
The purity, and you really care about what you're talking about. I don't know if you went through times in your
Thank you.
it wasn't something like
Thank you.
you ever go
This really doesn't have to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're young.
Yeah, and it's like,
Guys,
or like they're
I appreciate that.
Your profile is so good.
my
profile.
profile.
This last hour, I was like,
What about your
I did the thing about abortion. I've done the thing about trans. I did
Look, guys, you're so
having
skippity.
Right.
but they feel strongly about
Oh,
Actually interested. How you doing? What you do?
I took like a little bit.
I'm good. How are you?
It feels strong about it.
That was great.
It poured out. It's not hard. The jokes might not be good at first, but you can't wait to tell them and figure them out.
Right.
Try to figure out a joke. It's a job. It's not an art. That's a job.
Yeah.
It's fun and exciting. Stakes are fucking high. Fuck up.
Yeah.
That I want to get stakes. Wait.
Yeah.
Give me another spot. How do I
And you try to figure it out in real time in front of a group of people. And you have to elicit a specific response from them. It has to be humor.
You know what's so funny is like you ever listen to a recording of like this bit, and when you were on stage doing it, you're like that crushed, and then when you listen back, you're like, oh, I did okay, but you were just so excited.
Yes.
That it worked.
Yes.
That the excitement changed almost the way that you
Yes.
interpreted the crowd.
Yeah.
I don't know, for me, I'm like, well, that means I got it like this.
But also, that's the problem with old bits. You don't get enthusiastic about it anymore, and the audience doesn't feel the enthusiasm from you.
And you're like, why is this not working?
Right. It's because you're not working.
It's not that.
Yeah.
Some people are doing like word problem jokes, and it's not word problem. It's like those people got to connect to the way you feel about this thing.
Exactly.
And I'll pick up quick.
Exactly. Exactly.
And there's ways to trick the system with like misdirects and all this kind of stuff. But if they feel it sense the deep down you don't give a fuck,
Right.
they're not giving it up. You got guys like Joey's a perfect example. It's like when he's fucking rolling, he feels it.
Yeah.
It feels like he is equally passionate about it the first time he said it, and it's not becoming a joke.
Yeah. It's hypnosis. It is.
Yeah.
You hypnotize the entire crowd to think the way Joey thinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he's doing.
Lo manian. Yendo
Yes.
voice. Lo manian.
Yes.
Like, tenemos a tortilla, nuestro valor de
The hate is built with how much do I really care about this position.
Yes.
And sometimes the position just need to be silly,
Yeah.
absurd. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I gotta fucking care about it.
Right. Yeah. It has to be important to you.
Yeah.
And they feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are the bits I always remember. Subway stop. So that one, they're like, if someone's just hit by the subway, there's gonna be a delay.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't even need a punchline. It's just.
The tracks. He's like 9:15. Yeah. 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 And you always think that I can see it have a new bit. Like this is
Kind of
like
weird.
I don't have anything else to say. But you always have something to say. Just to show time. You need the time.
And nobody's even
Yeah. It needs to be something you're actually interested in. So you have to find something you're actually interested in.
You mean
That's
can
the
we?
difference between thieves. Like, that's why they don't want to. They think it's just themselves. They're interested in themselves.
How can I succeed?
Yeah, sociopaths. Yeah. They're usually always tearing down other comedians too. Yeah.
Why did Joe Rogan do the podcast happening? What is going on?
But it's also fascinating that there's still a few thieves out there who can like slip through, and their existing routes we're all aware of. Because there's definitely career consequences. Yeah. You know, like some of these people wind up being successful and they hire people. That's one of the things they love to do. Thieves will hire a bunch of other thieves when they get a television show. And they have thieves, like a thief will hire a bunch of comedians, I should say. When they get a television show, they give them
Suck fuckers who smoking weed.
this is like, then you have a bunch of people that'll defend you. And that's very common.
And because you're paying.
Exactly.
Nobody.
Damn. Get a bunch of people.
Alright, thanks for going somewhere else. This person dead.
And then get away from like pain.
Yeah, but I actually didn't hear who's smoking weed. Not one person said a single word, so.
I just joined I am.
Well, we're leaving anyways because the other 5 people are here. No.
Oh, okay.
Think you want to just go down the list with me until we find a good place?
Yeah.
Because the internet, because of streaming platforms that are leaning into really cool comedy and comedy that fits this sort of narrative.
Yeah.
And I think those people, if I look at the people who have the most success rating, I think it's the people that are cool. And
There's a lot of that. Yeah.
I mean, we can talk after, but the people that I see crushing it, the people I'm looking at, I'm just like, holy shit, this guy is a shameless.
Yeah.
And he's just hilarious.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at these people and I'm just like, that could have went a different way. 100%. Like it could have went a really different way.
Yeah.
But the structure was set up in a way where he had another opportunity. And with his second chance, demolished anything that could have stood in the way.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I look at that, I go, okay, there is some justice.
It's also like people are in his corner.
Yeah.
They want him to succeed.
Yeah.
Well, when they know that he's doing the right for Yeah. This is a great time for him. I think it might be the best time ever. I really do. I think this is legitimately the golden age of comedy. And this is also when, like, artists at its best, like, comedy's dangerous now. Because it's fun, because comedy's dangerous again. Because, you know, like, there's so many people that want to restrict what people can and can't talk about. That's unique.
I feel like the restriction is less now.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, right now, currently.
Like today, I feel like we can kind of say,
As opposed to like 2 years ago.
2 years, like now you're like, oh shit, this joke is wild to say.
Well, it's also people like wanting you to go out there. They get excited. Like when you did that Diddy thing. Like dude wanted you to go out there. They're like, oh, he went right in there. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I remember I got to LA day early and I was trying to like work out some like local stuff. Sometimes it's fun just in the city,
right?
And I was at the store and I was behind like every local joke I tried to do was fucking Bob. Everything I tried, and I thought that they were like aware that like the city was a different state than it used to be. Like I read all the jokes about what's happening in the city. People in LA don't really feel the city's changed. That's like an outsider. So I'm saying it, they're kind of laughing, but they're like, or they're aware they don't want to admit it.
Right.
And I remember this. That's the other thing everybody's talking about. That's all it's kind of like.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
And so this is just like 50 years from out there. Yeah. I'll tell you the full thing after that.
Okay.
I got FaceTime from 50 years. He's like, yo, next time. He goes, you know, next time, bro, come out on stage with Maltese cat.
Because Jen bought her car a few years ago at
I'm like, bro, you the craziest motherfucker. Imagine him walking out on the show. The fucking cat. So what do you think was going?
Me and Diddy, I don't think anything.
Hey guys!
Yeah, I don't think anything's happened with them. I think that was just like a funny. I even said that when I first did the Meek joke. I was like, I don't think you get. He just handles the accusation.
This weekend?
You just handed it. He said, I love who's that? The gangster.
Yes.
What happened to them?
Yes.
So that's just an unsophisticated approach to PR.
Like his PR team is probably like, hey, maybe
You gotta do something.
Yeah.
You're not consulting. You know, consult with you and something. Whatever you want.
Damn.
Telling me, don't say that before the podcast.
Yeah, you
Episode 12, where y'all coming
Yeah,
up?
I've never gotten any.
I'm supposed to give you
Yeah.
take the mic.
Get a good night. Get a good mic.
Apparently he had cameras.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. Is that
Thank you.
verified?
I don't think we verified. I think we verified that shit. It never will.
Okay.
Cause I was actually talking to him. So like when I turned it on, this was gonna happen.
And he's filming everybody out. Because people went to the parties like,
Skid up.
Hidden cameras discovered in Diddy's homes.
This is a Fortnite club, bro.
Nice way. It's a nice way.
September 22nd, September 2022, and September 2023.
He just started saying,
I think he just let it.
So he said hundreds of cameras.
No, alright, let's go with this one.
What does he have taken care of that?
I think he really
The underage people implicating people in crimes by bringing underage people to them. And that was the whole thing with the Epstein list. Is that like if you've got underage folks and you don't tell these guys these are underage folks, and then you get them drugged up, get them
know that they're committing acts of pedophilia.
could be, or could be they do know and they think it's safe to do it because this guy's protected. Which is also but it is. Yeah. When someone becomes like a wild billionaire character, you're like, well, where's the pussy? Where's the shit that I got rich for?
That's you into the
Where's all the fun?
Yeah.
I need to, like, how do I get the fun? And then someone comes along, like, you need to get
That's my job.
rich. And he brings the fun. And so you just keep flying to hang out with them. So that's your party. You can't go to Vegas and go to Dre's and pick up hoes and get crazy and bring it back to your sweet and Coke. And people talk too much.
So here's the thing. So these tech guys behave like this.
Right.
They always be hanging out with them. And they're like, I'm a billionaire. How am I going to get this? I gotta connect with some people that can make me.
I bet in like the CEO world and in that all the clubs and fucking Skull and Bones, there's dudes who know how to get the hookers.
Right. That's like old blocks. Right. I'm talking about the nerd. Silicon Valley.
The nerds know prostitutes. So the nerds have coke.
It's not even nerds. They have a guy who's it's their job to build the party. Now, you know, like these like jet setter crews. My boy was explaining how this thing works. They have these like events around the globe. It's like wealthy people go over, like gobblers. Not even gobblers. More just like a New York Fashion Week in the U.S. Open. All happens around Labor Day in New York, right? So everybody who like comes with money and music, rich socialite people around the world, they all come to New York for that week, right? They go to nice parties, they do those things. Tech or the crypto want to be included in that.
Right.
How do they be included? They got to put on the best party. How do you make the best party? You have to have. They don't know any of those. Right. So you get the fixers. The fixers get paid crazy money so the tech ones are because they just this thing.
And you develop a reputation of being the guy that puts on the crazy passions.
Now,
Right.
once you have that reputation, they think they're in. These other people who are like the socialite people who think we sell money to answer the words and shit, they look at them like, oh, you're paying like it's a printer show. You're not really selling them Carolines. You did the print. Right. They don't know that. So they're like, yeah, we're partying. We're doing the thing. So there's this whole economy that's kind of like these people. Those people who are the fixers, they got to show up. These models are curating their Instagram by going to these parties around the world. Sometimes they get paid to go to parties. I imagine the models that are they get a little loose, they like the party, they get invited. And once they're less fun, they get tight, they get invited. So you don't even have to say, you just want to know if you want to get invited to this nice party in Switzerland.
Right. You know, and you start doing a little blow, start doing a little Molly. That's what you like to do in the first place. And then you get to party on yachts. And you're hanging out with all these guys, and maybe they can pay you. Yeah. Maybe it's a lot of money. You know the salt number 9 deal? Oh my God. Salt number 9. He had his own nightclub. Maybe he still does. Okay. So he had his own night. He has like 500 Ferraris. Like these guys have insane amounts of money because it's not public, right? So they don't have to be like the world's richest men. Exactly. But they're richer than everybody. Right? They have trillions. And so he had his own life. And so what he would do is he would pay actresses, he would find these girls, get me her, and he would get these gals and give them exorbitant amounts of money to come. And then he would have a nightclub where it was only him. They would go down there and it's filled with gorgeous women. And he would go down there and just, oh, you come with me. And then they'd have a fucking party. And they were making a lot of money. And one of them was writing a book. And so she had a laptop. And she was like documenting when they confiscated her laptop. And then she went back to America. Then she spilled the beans. She ratted out all the other girls that were doing it. It kind of fucked up the whole thing. Because, like, A-list people were getting shit tons of money. This thing, you go over there, I don't say A-list, but people that you know. Yeah, here's like people you know of. And if you go there, you get millions of dollars. Like this lady got millions of dollars in jewelry from him. There's a service.
It's apparently we're like,
I love that word.
yeah, apparently, right? We're like,
Hi guys.
pretend to be on the tree. Chicks that you've seen, and it's costing money. And they do it because it's like, hey, it's easier to go and do these shoots.
Right. And they don't write something that they did it. Yeah.
Right. They're not ready for it. So might as well make something. And this meant.
And you know about this? Allegedly?
Allegedly, I may know people who have partaken. So it's like,
And they
this
can
exists.
bang like cover of Maxim.
I don't know the cover. I don't know what's going
Whatever.
on.
Just some hot ladies that you are aware of.
They're not just hot chicks that come from we're
Right.
talking about
Famous dude.
that you would never think would even need to do that.
Right.
Just these are like the ecosystems that exist out there. Well, it makes sense.
Fuck you. That is nothing. You make that in 5 minutes. Okay. In 2001, Jeffrey was forced to auction off his personal possessions after using the country as a piggy bank, spending an average of $747,000 a day for 10 years, on top of the $17 billion in gifts to friends and family. The Sultan's true vulgarity was exposed. His brother also treats the country as an ATM, and it remains a crime in Brunei for anyone to ever discuss how the royals spend their money.
When you don't work for your money, how can you have it? Like, it just comes right out of the ground. Like, how do you really think?
This dude is spending, how much does he spend in a day? It's so crazy. He lives in a palace with 1,788 rooms, 257 bathrooms, 5 swimming pools, a mosque, a banquet hall that holds 5,000 people, and a 110-car garage. When he turned 50, the Sultan built a stadium, invited Michael Jackson to perform in it, and paid him $17 million for 3 concerts. Jeffrey, 59, maintains a separate pleasure palace and once owned a 150-foot yacht called the Tits. Called the Yacht Tits. He named his fenders Nipple 1 and Nipple 2, and he could never understand why others found that juvenile and crass. Here and abroad, the brothers are infamous for their sex parties and their harems composed mainly of underage girls. Wow. Wild. Bro, that amount of money that he's spending, that is so crazy.
And 3 people have been hospitalized after a driver crashed into the front yard of a home.
Wow. Yeah. That is balling, son.
These fucking things is just
crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Well, and it's so, if you've got that much money, it doesn't mean anything. If the money's coming every day, it's just stacked up. Give me some of the $1 million to fuck. And the girl's probably like, wait, $1 million regular sex? You're not gonna shit on me? You're not gonna give me the Cincinnati top hat? Whatever.
You know, I was asking, because when I was out there in Abu Dhabi, it's like I'm trying to understand some of the cultural nuances. But I had a joke about it. But I was asking about the Dubai shit. Did you send me that? You sent me the. I did a joke out there.
Yeah.
And but they told me that the Burj Khalifa has a separate sewage system because it wasn't connected to the sewage system of Dubai. So they have these poop trucks that take the poop out, right?
Yeah.
And the joke I said was like, well, that's why they have to share the hookers' jets because it's not connected to the plumbing, right?
Yeah.
And but they were telling me like these interesting cultural things that happen out there, like with the license plates. Have you heard about this?
Yes.
Where the lower the number, the more expensive it is.
Yeah, crazy expensive.
Yeah, millions of dollars for a number 3 license plate. I'm like, why is that? And one of the kids who's from the royal family goes, you have to understand, like, when everybody has a G-Wagon or a Range Rover, it is not a big deal to have a G-Wagon or a Range Rover. Right. And people have this need to show off.
Yeah.
But if everybody got the expensive shit, how else can you flex?
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Wow. Also, crime over there, almost non-existent.
yeah.
Go to Dubai and commit a crime. You see how that goes.
Yeah.
Go to Abu Dhabi, commit a crime.
They've compartmentalized society. But yeah, they're strict, but it's also like that anybody there who's working, there's a working class of people who do not really operate outside of working within the society.
Right.
And then everybody else there who's not part of the working class has money, so why would they crime?
There's also did you ever see the Vice documentary on some of the people that built Dubai? So some of the contractors, what they would do is they would go to third world countries. They would promise people exorbitant amounts of money to go over there and work construction. Then they bring them over to Dubai and they take their passports and then force them to live in squalor, give them a fraction of what they pay, and they're basically indentured servants.
Yeah, so the working system is, I don't know how different it is from that even today, but basically, like, you work there for 11 months, you get 1 month off, you get paid very little money. It's not enough money for company bills. While you're there, you are working just to work and then send money back home to your family, wherever it is. You never will become part of society. So they have really curated a system where those people have no upper limit. Now, I imagine the advantage of that is there's no crime. Because everybody who's poor there is working.
And they know their place. They're in danger. It's not simple. It's not like you
And
just
we're
get away
taking
with
you from
things.
destitute poverty where your family would die. So they're like, yeah, we're giving you an opportunity. These people are like, well, if I fuck up here, my whole family dies back home. My whole family starves. Or my whole family in some horrible situation.
Yeah.
So I'm the lifeline for my family. So they are taking advantage of that desperation. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I guess what they would say the benefit of that is no crime. But there is a social cost. There is a subclass of people in there.
There's always going to be a social cost. A social cost for monarchies. Yeah, and then you have people who absorb the wealth and all the power. And then, some of them turn bad, like Saddam Hussein and his sons, which were famously some of the most evil motherfuckers that ever existed. And they would feed women to dogs. They would find women that were getting married, steal the woman from the marriage, rape her, and then feed her to dogs. Yeah, man. There's been many tales written about how evil they were. I mean, they were like legitimate serial killers.
That's the risk of the monarchy, right?
Yeah.
It's like you don't know if that egg that comes out is good.
Well, it's also like having a child that grows up with total complete power. You're gonna have a Joffrey. I mean,
Sometimes
that's the archetype.
But maybe you get what is the guy that everybody thinks said everything great?
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, exactly.
So he did a lot of psychedelics.
Really?
Yeah, he was part of the Eleusinian Mysteries. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a part of that whole Greek Eleusinian Mysteries thing. Yeah. Yeah, he was involved in those ceremonies. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation that ancient Greek society, specifically from Brian Murarescu's work. Did you ever talk to him?
No, but I read some stuff about there's certain plants that grow that elicited the same chemical compounds as DMT or something.
LSD.
Or LSD,
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of different ones that do like all kinds of different psychoactive ones, but they've absolutely found definitive proof of the use of ergot. And ergot is a fungus that gives people the same sort of psychedelic experience as LSD.
Ergot?
Ergot. Yeah, it's a fungus. It's also a fungus that they connect with Salem witch trials.
Like a mushroom?
Yeah, it's a fungus that grows on wheat. And that fungus it can be toxic for some people. It can kill them at certain doses, but it also imparts an LSD effect. And they found ergot in some of the wine vessels. So
they were taking it without even knowing.
No, they were taking it on purpose. It was a heroic Greek potion. The kykeon. That's what they call it. This drink. And so they believed this drink contained a mixture of a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of which for sure they know is ergot, but there's a few other ones I can't remember. They know are in there as well. And they found this from studying these ancient pottery vessels.
So that
saucer looks like mushroom. Is that on purpose? But if your whole idea,
saucers and mushrooms do have a lot of similarities.
so the Stone Age theory is that the mushrooms are to the next level, and now we have the alien station.
It might be the aliens brought the mushrooms. Who knows?
Anyway, but yeah, this is crazy. So that he was taking all that, and that's why
Well,
all this wisdom.
well, that's why he was so beyond wise. And he also believed in forgiveness, even forgiveness of his enemies. He was a Roman emperor.
No, he was very compassionate. He has all these great quotes. I guess what I assume is like in the same way that somebody who's writing Obama speeches, people are writing his stuff. So I imagine that his stoicisms or whatever are the collection of the greatest ideas of the time, and the way to disseminate that information is to be like, yo, it's from that, it's from the top.
Part of it, but in Meditations, I don't believe was ever written with the intent of it being distributed.
So they just found this guy.
Find that out. think that's
I'm not trying to discredit him.
No, I know what you're saying. Well, for sure, definitely, he did. I mean, everybody at any point in time has the information of the greatest minds they encounter.
Einstein was talking to other great people, and he might not have the greatest mind, but he's still able to.
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort,
Yeah.
including with philosophy, and certainly back then. But this guy, this one guy, his experiences to this day. You read his meditations today. This is a guidebook for how to live your life in a better way.
Yeah. It's rare that you would have someone in this circumstance where he was raised to be king.
Exactly.
That would be successful.
Yeah, and then his son turned out.
But then they say that was because the lead pipes or something like that.
I'm sure that has something to do with it.
There was something about like I was reading was it Nero? Who was there was one emperor that just went crazy, and they said he wasn't raised in the castle. He wasn't raised in wherever the thing was, and then when he moved there, he started consuming the water from the pipes. They started to work the brain, and then he went more crazy. Innocence support that
Totally makes sense. Yeah, they didn't know what lead did.
No, they were still have pipes.
George Washington's teeth were made of lead. Yeah, that's that Shane Gillis did. It's a fucking banger. I love that. Yeah, but that's true. The literal mold that his teeth were fitted into was lead. He carried lead in his mouth all day.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Wild.
Yeah. But the country was founded like wild, crazy.
You kind of need a crazy motherfucker to found a country.
Yeah.
It's not like the most sane thing to do. Yeah, let's just work the whole system, do something completely different, and do it on our own.
Not only that, but have this fail-safe method that exists today to keep someone from becoming a tyrant.
To relinquish the power.
Yeah.
That was the greatest thing. Yeah, I think that might be the greatest thing a leader has ever done.
Yeah.
To set in motion this idea. You are not going to maintain this power after that.
Yeah, no one can.
What a fucking
pretty amazing. They have the foresight.
Did he write about it at all? Like, is there a moment where he regretted it 2 months later? He's like, man, I should have kept this shit. Like, he's got to get a market ticket or something. He's like,
after he gets out of office, I mean, imagine if someone tried to form a country today, how quick they'd be to abolish that. Yeah, there's somebody like went to some new like Greenland or something. Just said, we're gonna set up shop here.
powers of ego.
No, chance. Are you gonna have weapons? What? You're gonna make an army? Fuck out of here. We're gonna find a reason why you guys are whatever.
I think you're racist.
Yeah, whatever.
You hate women.
Yeah, we're going over there. Yeah, we gotta stop this. We gotta figure out a way to invade.
When are we gonna take Green? Or buy it?
Wasn't Trump talking about buying it? He said he made a tweet, I promise I won't do this, and he had like a giant Trump tower there. It said Trump on the ceiling.
But it sounded like a cool acquisition.
Yeah.
Like, don't they have like these minerals and stuff? There's all this great.
Also, if the world does warm up, that's a good spot to go to. Throughout history, when the world's gotten colder and warmer, people have moved away from places where you can't live in, moved to the places where you can live.
So we got a nice little blessing.
Yeah, or something. Well, there was discussions about Trump buying Greenland.
Yeah, because it's got a lot of, I don't know.
Why didn't that happen?
I think Greenland shut down. Isn't Greenland owned by Denmark or something?
Everything was there. Are you sure? We just didn't get the right offer.
Yeah, but we made some good deals. Like that fucking Louisiana Purchase was a good deal.
What a crazy deal.
I mean,
that's crazy. Since 1867, the United States considered or made several proposals to purchase the island of Greenland from Denmark, who did it with the Danish West Indies in 1917, while Greenland remains an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. The 1951 treaty gives the United States much control over an island once partially claimed from exploration. It's got to be all kinds of shit up there that they can use.
what do you think about Antarctica?
Any
Did you ever see that one guy on the Sean Ryan show that claimed that there's like a direct energy weapons out of Antarctica? Boy, that guy seems overconfident. He knows what he's talking about. He's a fireman. He's not a scientist.
I had access to everything.
Yeah, there's something about that doesn't sit right with me. But
I'll hop on your little shit games. It doesn't matter what any game.
Just
I'll play it
so
so
hard.
hard.
Unless you have evidence, unless you could show that they could turn this thing on.
Niggas are fucking hot.
What is it? It's a neutrino detector that also can be
All
used as a directed energy weapon.
That's it. Directed energy weapon.
Yeah, I mean,
Black Ops
that's
3 always popped out.
a concept that existed for a long time. I'm
You
sure
should
they
try
probably
gaming
have
global niggas are ass.
they definitely have things that were just theoretical. Well, they have a railgun. A railgun can go through multiple layers of steel. Have you ever seen the railgun in operation? No. Railgun is like quick. This thing sends this bolt through I think they did like 10 giant steel plates in a row, and it just went through all of them like it was hot butter.
Is it the laser or what is the material?
I don't know exactly how it works. So
I'm shitting on you so fucking hard. How you like that?
This bolt goes through all this steel. Look at that. It just goes through everything. Goes through all that shit. Look at it going through it. Just going through everything. Look at that.
You know, you're right.
I mean, it's
You're
like
right. You're right. You're
science fiction Star Wars type shit.
You're right. Is not.
So they've got some wild shit, and I guarantee they're working on direct energy.
Have actual fucking skill. You're right. Doesn't do
What
shit.
they've been able to accomplish versus what is theoretical, that's the real question. And if it did exist, if there was a
I
direct
can hop in and swing with me so I can die to you.
why would they tell us?
I mean, it gets the conspiracies out there get wild. There's pyramids there, and
Yeah.
now I'm sure.
Yeah.
But if you also start digging, they say nobody can like dig under the ice. They don't mess with the ice up there. I think there's like a treaty across all like countries that it's how like taking apart Antarctica. But I think the tricky thing is like if you start digging and you find animal remains, like humans tend to follow animals wherever they go.
Yeah.
So are we gonna find some humans over there? And then how does that distort?
Right. Well, they found a spaceship down there. Yeah. So that was the thing. One of the things that Lazar said. That one of the vehicles was part of an archaeological dig. But not found in an archaeological dig.
But not in Antarctica.
No, he didn't say where. He didn't say where. He didn't say where. But he said that one of the ships they recovered from an archaeological dig. These things have been around for a long time. So the people that work with them, like Diana Kasolka, who wrote, what was it, Encounters? She said that they refer to them as donations. These crashed UFOs, they don't even necessarily think of them as crashed. They think they're kind of like, let it crash. They're donations for us to back engineer. That we're supposed to take them and go figure this out. And that this is something that helps our technological evolution. There's a lot of people that point to like the creation of fiber optics, that it all kind of happened right after Roswell. There's these descriptions of fiber optics that existed in the crafts they found at Roswell.
So they're looking at us like we're looking at them.
Yeah, here's a stick.
Yo, you're
Figure out
figuring it
a
out.
fish. Go fish with that stick. Yeah. I mean, that would be a good way to accelerate technologies, to just introduce something to them and go back engineer that.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
I mean, isn't that how we do it now?
Yeah. Well, that's what Lazar had said they were doing with him in Area 51, in S4. He was saying, but they didn't know exactly how these things worked. They didn't know how to recreate it, and they wouldn't let the scientists talk to other scientists.
Yeah.
He's like, science doesn't exist in a vacuum. You need a collaborative effort of a bunch of different people. And also, different scientists are working on a thing we're allowed to talk to each other.
That's a military thing, right?
Yeah,
Privacy.
exactly. Compartmentalization. Yeah, for top secret clearance. But he was the guy that was saying that they were also telling him that we are harmful souls. Yeah. And this is the thing that the people that know about it say you can't tell people because they would freak out. There'd be riots in the streets. I mean, that was just someone just recently said something like that. It was one of the recent conversations with Truth official. They're saying if real disclosure happened and people knew exactly what was going on, there'd be riots. People would be freaking out. Well, who knows? If we found out that we really are just vessels for souls.
Nigga, what?
My son
Nigga,
was
what?
Nigga, what?
Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a good
fuck.
concept.
Super intelligent species that takes time.
Yeah.
To get there slowly.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I
That
like the
tracks.
Yeah.
It tracks that you would just kind of let us figure it out and let us
Yeah, just in the right direction.
Yeah. And then the aliens would show up once we start dead.
Because it's like, well, that's a different direction.
Yeah, okay guys, stop that. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do all your nonsense. doing your regular conventional warfare. But as soon as you start going a time, we're gonna start talking. Yeah. We're gonna let you know. You're not fucked. We're different these days. Well, also maybe recognize that this process has to take place and you can't hold their hand. You know, teach a man to fish, he'll fish for the rest of his life. Give him that fish, he eats for a day. Yeah. Teach him.
You might meet him one day.
Yeah.
You might meet him one day.
Yeah, I might already have beat him.
What we believe.
Don't believe me. I'll lie. The one thing I'll lie about. I don't lie about anything. I will lie to everybody about that.
Joe's already got it. That means he's already got it.
I don't know shit. I think it's all fake. It's like Russian propaganda. We need to support Ukraine. Meanwhile, there's fucking things in this room with us right now, observing from other dimensions. Yeah, just making sure we're on the general path towards technological progression, which is what eventually got Earth did.
So
They're us.
Yeah, but
They're whatever intelligent species eventually becomes.
But they're basically on a further timeline. Right?
Yeah.
They're influencing their own timeline.
They're influencing a similar species to evolve to hit their level of technology.
And they feel like that is their duty.
I think that's just what happens. That's probably what happens in the universe, you know? I mean, look, when we go to visit primitive societies, we bring them wells, we start creating electricity for them, we teach them how to farm. Yeah, that's what we do. It just makes sense that they would do that, especially if they're beyond advanced, like incomprehensibly more advanced than we are. They would slowly help us do it right and stop us from making catastrophic errors.
And what's fun? They're like dogs. Dogs are fun. You want to teach them how to sit and shit outside.
Also, like, look at them go. Look at these people.
Create some good stuff.
Yeah, they're making drones and shit. Drones are wild. Look what they're doing. Rail guns and shit. Look at these psychos. Hypersonic jets. Yeah, look at them go.
It's still cage fighting.
Yeah, still slap fighting. Slap fighting. Slap fighting is like, that's the bottom.
When that comes up to the alien's desk, wait, they're doing what?
Slap.
They can't defend each other.
They have to stand there. Yeah. Do they know about brain damage? Oh, yeah. It is the people that host it also host MMA. They know everything about it. They know everything about brain damage. They just like, look, sign up at the dotted line. You can ride a bull, you can fucking dirt bike ride, you can get slapped. Yeah. You can do whatever you want in this country. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the aliens like, Jesus Christ. They probably look at slap fighting and go, oh my God. Someone should do that.
Yeah. Americans, like, the way that we look at Trump, they look at America. You know what I mean? We're like, you're gonna fucking crazy, but he's funny as hell.
Right.
That's that. They're just looking at us like, they invented what?
Yeah. What a bunch of psychos. Yeah. And maybe all advancing civilizations are psychos. Maybe they all eventually have to become integrated with technology to escape the boundaries and the walls that are set up by their biology. Because your biology has allowed you in a natural environment to achieve a place where you could be detached from a natural environment with cities and buildings and structures, and electricity and power and technology and weapons that allow soft, fleshy water balloons filled with blood to go out there and kill grizzly bears from 100 yards. Boom! You stand next to them, look at me, look what I did. You know, it's wild, but it seems like that is the only way you get to be sophisticated enough to create technology. You have to control your environment enough where you've stopped all the enemies, you stopped all the predators. Yeah.
Like, in order to build those pyramids, you need a long time.
Yeah.
You can't build those at the same time that you're at war.
Right.
Being attacked, there's famine, there's no water.
Right.
You need a long house.
Yeah.
And you need a thing for people to do so they don't kill each other. Keep them busy.
Yeah, keep them busy. Keep them from fighting over power. Yeah.
What was that?
Who knows what it was? Those books. Because I think they were probably more sophisticated than we are today. It's just the only thing that makes sense to me. They were able to get these multiple ton stones down from the mountains with no road system.
That's the tricky thing was the Boston Valley. They got the stones from the pyramids of Giza. That is a really
It's ultra. Some of them are from 500 miles away. They're 80 tons. They got them out of the mountains. They moved them down. They cut them perfectly. What did they do? How did they do it? What were the machines? What was the technology? Was it no technology? Really? Are you sure? Is it just based on what? Our understanding currently of what happened 12,000 years ago, which is like not that good? No, we have like a piecemeal understanding, a very like just minute understanding of what was possible based on the evidence of the result of what was possible, which is the pyramids, which is bananas.
I'm also trying to explain it with theories that you're accepted to these facts. They're really not. This idea that it was all done.
Yeah, it says who. All they would have to do is find one piece of machinery that didn't exist before they could understand. And they found things before that they didn't know existed, and they couldn't understand. Like, what is that mechanism? What is it called? There was a computer that they found, this computer in gears. It was in a Roman ship that had sank. Antikythera mechanism. So this thing, it's an ancient Greek. Go back to that. It's an ancient Greek hand-powered the model of the solar system, described as the oldest known example of an analog computer that's used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It also can be used to track the 4-year cycle of antithetic games, athletic games, similar to the Olympiad, the cycle of the ancient Olympic Games. The artifact was among the wreckage retrieved from a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. Antikythera in 1901. In 1902, it was identified by archaeologist Valerio Staes as containing a gear. The device housed the remains of a wooden frame case of uncertain overall size, 34 centimeters by 18 centimeters by 9 centimeters, was found as one lump, later separated into 3 main fragments, which are now divided into 82 separate fragments after conservation efforts. 4 of these fragments contain gears, while inscriptions are found on many others. The largest gears about 13 centimeters in diameter and originally had 223 teeth. All these fragments of the mechanisms are kept in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, along with the reconstructions and replicas to demonstrate how it may have looked and worked. See if you can find what the replica of what it looked like. Wow. You know, so they had to sort of like figure out how the fuck did they do this? Like, how did they know this? What's involved in this? Like, was this ancient technology that existed like a long time ago that they had preserved and held on to? Like, what was the creation of that thing? So there's things that we know that we didn't think that they could do that sort of really throw a monkey wrench into our understanding.
No, that's fucking
That's just one. That's just one that they found. I mean, there could have been stuff from thousands of years before that just doesn't exist anymore. You deal with erosion, you deal with time, especially over thousands of years, 12,000 years. Boy, you have nothing left. There's no evidence. It would be interesting to study what happens to technology during the present. Yeah, but during people are dying.
Exactly. People are dying off as physicists die. Like, we always talk about what happened when all the physicists died. What happened when all the scientists died. So was there a step back? You know, that's a good question.
This is interesting. I
like to look into this. Yeah, because you still see great works of art that happen during the day. Medieval age, you see these cathedrals go up, so there's still works, I would imagine, They've been maintaining that to create these great structures.
Right, but there had to be a dip.
Let's see what that dip is, and then multiply it by the catastrophe.
Right.
She said,
People were just like not back. I think that's probably what happened.
That makes sense.
That's why you see the emergence of written language and all these different things from Mesopotamia. Like that's 6,000 years later.
Yeah.
So
it took that
yeah.
and build that. Keep in mind, like the knowledge cells, it's
That's right. That's the Library of Alexandria. The Borough Library of Alexandria. Like everyone's like, what happened? Yeah, how'd they build
It is
Oh man, where are you gonna walk home to now? Because everything's like
I'm trying to be nice.
you know?
So much you eat in your food pocket. Hey, you want to walk down here to the bar to get back to making that shit in your mouth to mix with it. What are you thinking about right now? What? You can't speak right now. Your mouth is filled. Get back on those feelings, boy. I don't care what you say.
Moisture in the air, the erosion, slowly.
I'm saying I'm up to you. Back.
You would just think it was you had no clue.
How about that thing? That thing is so wrong. It was all corroded and fucked up. Yeah, I mean, how many other? I wasn't the only one.
Oh, I just girl.
Probably had a bunch of people who didn't even know.
Like your mom's vibrator.
It's a fucking mystery, baby. But it's a fun time. It's a fun time to be alive. As chaotic as it is, it's a really fun time to be alive. Good girl. All right, my brother. I love you to death. You're the man. Thanks for being here. I'm so happy to see Kills. You're on top of it. I love it. All right. Anything from anybody?
Check out. If you want to come check out the tour, that'd be great.
Live tour. We're coming on. When are you coming?
You're gonna show us up. We're gonna show us up.
Nice. Beautiful. All right. Thank you.
And the final jurors and alternates have been seated in former
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour, October 12th in Wichita, Kansas, at the Field. October 13th at the Hopper Performing Arts Center, and October 14th, Denver, Colorado, at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself teas in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Our next guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the and live UFC. He's the host of the largest podcast on earth, Joe Rogan Experience. And his new album, stand-up comedy that I've seen. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan.
Where are you? What are you talking about? Oh my God, Rick. No.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for hospitality and for jumping on. Yeah, man. Yeah, the new place looks great.
Run it.
Do you feel when you go in there? Do you feel like is it scary to start to think about to build like an actual building? It's like a whole new business kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's kind of overwhelming.
Did
It's exciting, but it's hard to me.
Yeah, because I was listening to you show it. I felt like you were like a contractor, like a landlord. It's like, oh, this is
400 pounds.
It's a totally different thing. Luckily, I have people running it, so mine is that aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's definitely. I felt compelled to do it. Because I felt like if I never wanted to own a comic book, and I always felt like
you weigh 73 pounds, so chill out, gang.
right. But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, and started.
Wait, 92 pounds? How much you weigh? I see you.
I'm setting up the right hours. I'm not setting up trying to make money. I'm just setting up to make an amazing environment.
Early took your chain, go and get that back. Washed up in a black and gray Hellcat. Words to the city, triple that they said. Words to the city, nigga. I got the racks. Poured up in a black and gray Hellcat. Jump shot to go and get a man back. Big triple, yeah, they say. Niggas now, I can't fuck with shit, nigga. I'm a real straight nigga. What? Totally grave, nigga. Everybody know Drake go real business. Standing on business. Stepping big money to eat. Yeah, real scraps. What? Straight up, flip a set. Turn it to your chain. Go and get that back. Poured up in the black and green. Words gonna sit. Triple got that set.
Like, oh, okay, that's my kind of place today. Dude, I saw in New Orleans one time they had a lot of the cops in the French Quarter on horseback.
Yeah.
And two of the horses started fucking with the cops on them, bro.
But the guy was getting mad.
One of them was.
Was the other one excited?
The one in the back, I think, was kind of fucking vibing with it a little, because at least he was in the winning position, you know?
Right. You don't want to be the guy where the horse gets done fucking that horse and he starts fucking,
Yeah.
Or the horse collapses and you get trapped under it. I saw a horrible video the other day of these dudes were racing horses. They're running, and a dog, a yappy dog, runs out onto the track, and the horse trips over the dog, and the guy dies.
What was the dog run out there to tell him something or something?
Yeah. No,
or like to greet him?
Bark.
Oh, just
some shitty dog that thought it'd be a good idea to bark at a fucking horse, and the horse trips. And the horse is full throttle, and the horse trips over this dog, and lands on this guy. The horse goes head first, and the guy goes boom. So the guy goes down, the horse comes on top of him and crushes him.
And the guy died? Yeah. I'll see it. I didn't want to at first. But now I'm in. Dude, they had a fundraiser one time when I was going to LSU. They had a fundraiser there for a guy who had gotten hurt playing football, right?
Yeah.
And you're hearing me, they raised all this money. They wanted to get him a nice, fancy wheelchair, one that has like everything in it, like centrifuge or whatever you can have on a wheelchair.
Right.
Speakers. And also get him a golden retriever, like an animal, because he'd gotten paraplegia from playing football.
Right.
Oh. They get him those things, right? There's fundraisers at a couple of different LSU games. People are walking around the parking lot with buckets and stuff, raising funds. They get him that, and they give it to him. And then a few months later, the dog had the wheelchair or whatever, it had like life support on it for the guy as well. He had to have some kind of like oxygen system. The dog pulled the plug out from the thing, and the guy died.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music.
But yeah, seeing those horses made me want to be a cop, dude, for a little while. That shit was like a party, especially in New Orleans, you know, where people are kind of dancing anyway in the street. That's your second option. Bro, did you see that we made the Fox News last night? I get home, right? I'm looking at some different news sites. On the front page of Fox News was Joe Rogan reading the TikTok. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it was the front. It was the main thing. Yeah, it was like, and it almost was like I was like,
Thanks for coming out today. What a cool crowd. It's really neat. I'm like a proud papa. I'm very proud of KFI listeners. I've been station 30 years, and I've met a lot of you. And you guys are so dedicated, and let's face it, scary and rabid. But that you like to spend up so much that you know about all the folks on the station, and it's an unusual come out. It's very cool.
I had artwork at a wedding one time.
Artwork?
Yeah.
What was that?
It was I think it was just like a white wedding or something. Like they said it was artwork. It could have been something else. Or they could have been no, it was just like a regular two whites getting married. You know?
They ain't artwork?
They said they did. This was in Louisiana. We're up there with a fancy French place in the city. So we believe them. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that like it was like the night after we did the interview, same day, right? So the head article is Joe Rogan read the TikTok, right? It's like it's almost like someone said, well, like, is Joe the only person who's reading the terms of service of things in America, and the rest of us are just using shit like right out of the box, like not even paying attention to what's going on? That's what I felt like.
I think a lot of people are now with things like TikTok because there's been a lot of articles written about it and a lot of people calling for it to be banned because it's basically Chinese spyware.
If they get us, then what would they like? So say we talked about it a little bit the other day, but say they infiltrate all the electronics, they get all the data and everything, but then how do they get us as people? Like how do they get us?
Well, I think what they want is intellectual property. You want to steal data. You want to, like, if they have access to your computer, right? What if you're working on some fucking weapon system? Or what if you're working on some communication system, and they have access to your computer? They can steal that data from your computer because they have access to it because you're using TikTok.
So it's just about information.
Yeah. One of the more disturbing things is saying that they have access to computers that aren't even being used for TikTok.
This way,
right?
Like other computers.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Which is just,
that's crazy.
It's so insane that would actually be something that someone would allow. They had an engineer, software engineer, back engineer TikTok and said it was in terms of like invasion of privacy. This is the most egregious example that they've had.
So wouldn't there be some structure or template in American society that would protect us from that sort of thing? That's what I don't understand. Why isn't there like something that protects us from that sort of thing, or is it just our own responsibility?
I don't know what they can do other than ban it, but I know they were talking about the data was going to go from the American version of going straight to China, and then they get the version to see, that's correct.
Emails to Mary. You can't have two wives out one husband.
Like what if they hit the there's a makeup that would see your face?
Don't take your anger out on me. I'm not your mom. I'm not the one that told you you can't have two wives. Your mom did.
China. Yeah. And then we still
Don't take your anger out on her, bud.
I mean, that's what there's a little addiction that we have to. I mean, it's an addiction.
You want two wives, go have two wives. Your mom can't legally keep you from that. You're new marriage. Oh.
A table very
I'm not gonna lie, in America, to live here at this point, events,
yeah, he crushed, man. It was cool. I hadn't seen you perform in a long time. I haven't seen a lot of people perform all the time.
if you grow up in a wealthy family, you're set, like your career is set. Because if your family has money, you're gonna grow up.
Has been repeatedly
Your
accessed.
family is poor, you're gonna grow up.
I feel like with these tools, there's some backdoor to access user
I'm
data.
just gonna tolerate.
Set an internal auditor. Hired
California, maybe any other state, yeah, but not
information
California.
of Americans' birthdays and from
Matters.
state. I look at the terms of services.
I would think California
What
is
they
like
have the ability
so fucking hot.
access is a lot. That term, the term
So
service is
hot.
nuts.
It's fun.
Any company that would try to sell you on social media. It's one thing to like say, oh,
Had a
you're
beat on
target
that.
ads.
My sister wanted to college for, I think it was cybersecurity, and then she dropped out of college because they tried making her pay like a $10,000 fee, I think. I think it was that much. They tried making her pay about $10,000 or some shit.
That's crazy.
And they told her from the beginning.
But how much bullshit they have to listen to just people fucking listening to like talking to an animal or you know, like record like a recipe for a buddy or something. How much bullshit do they have to fucking say? Like it's almost sad if there's just like a you know just a feel like a football field of Chinese people. Just listening to Americans like fucking clear their throat and shit.
I
Yeah.
think most that stuff is not interested in targeting specific individuals. Like, let's say you're an executive at a big software company, and they know that your kids are using TikTok, and your kids are also using your computer. Well, they get access to your computer. Right. This is what it seemed to me. I mean,
Yeah, she's fucking pretty.
So I'm just telling you from what I'm reading.
Good.
Like what
There, she's mailing.
No, I asked Tori because
meaning like whatever you're typing to your wife. Like whatever you're typing, they have access to that.
It's just crazy that all of them are going to be in their sleep. Those people that work there in the middle of the night, they just have some love letter to some fucking, you know, a couple gay dudes or, you know, some fucking, you know, kid like sending his, you know, like dirty pictures to his buddies. They're just like, they're going to be fucking losing their mind.
I don't think they would
and if they have such a problem with my tax, no, if they
high-end stuff. Yeah. Or someone was like
But-
something that was the Chinese part
how am I supposed to
bad for China. You know, maybe some Chinese person over here was like Chinese position.
Say this, something like this happens, right? You're like,
fucking pizza place.
okay.
They don't call me a work off.
Things got compromised out in the world. You ever work you doing a podcast episode or something?
You work in the trades, you're not people talk about any kind of
To this level where it's like maybe a couple police.
My alien lounge shirt and fucking
Something crazy
black
like right? And then everybody left the birds, right? You're driving home, you get fucking campaign to city left. Everybody's just texting you, you know.
You sound like you've been
Jocko's like,
smoking
I'm not
fucking
even waking up
cigarettes, my
tomorrow
guy.
for work. I'll be up all, you know, I'll be up at 4:30, right? Like everything's all, what do you do? How do you, this is the end. This is you know what I'm saying?
You don't need to get ready for
water or something like a strong wind with a voice box in it. He was like,
Oh my God, I
love this. You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation. Each thing will be unique. Like if someone trying to break in your house,
That's so
someone
crazy. How much is
rob
it?
your, you know, someone trying to break in
Oh my God, that's
You get 90 minutes. You have 90 minutes to kind of get the core that you can Oh, I'm fucked. But I'm wondering what do you do, you know?
That's what I was doing.
Can't you even sleep on your bed? Can't you even sleep on your bed? You feel when someone contacts you, oh, you feel this is the
Exactly what I was saying. When I whipped it out in front of him, and he fucking gets on his knees and starts munching on it. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, wrong question. Fuck.
Wow, that sure that thing.
Okay, so what is your thing? Okay, but say like you pick up your family or something. You have a bunker.
Do you want to skip any stroke on my sick penis?
Make her want to bunker.
Oh my god.
Shit, sideways. It'd be great if there's a place with water.
Can someone give you what?
Yeah, you guys
Got water.
Yeah, that's a good one. Say skipping toilet.
You could.
A lot of that stuff has like all the preservatives in it. You'd have that, you'd have mannequins in there. And about that, you could set up like a
Right. Fake situation.
Yeah. So the mall, I think, could be good.
Yeah, but you think about it, they are everything. I'm flat. My natural flat. I am not going to end I'm being honest, I suck ass. I'm going to get back.
I'm like, hey, give me a medium.
Man, fuck all y'all niggas.
What did I even tell you?
Oh, man, nigga.
Minimum wage thinkers.
Man, you was a black bitch saying that one, nigga.
I think a lot of people.
And not break your ass, nigga.
Y'all have such a problem when a white girl says if it has to be someone that's Mexican or a guy. It's a
Black as shit, nigga.
There's gonna be a lot of people.
You know, Shoreline Mafia is Mexican. He's nowhere near black, right? It says also Lil Bucky's Indian. He's nowhere near black. He also says
Listen,
there's no
bitch.
problem with that, but that's what I said.
Don't say,
Because I don't got money, and I'm not.
We were in there for
There's two girls there. You should be in the kitchen right now. There's competition there.
I'm there with nobody's musicians playing. We take this elevator.
Make me a sandwich. Make me a sandwich. Make me a sandwich.
Hey, go make me a sandwich, nigga. I want 3 turkey slices and 1 slice of cheese on each one, nigga.
White ass black. White
Something like everything in there.
I'm not even black.
What is it?
Thinking about that shit.
How big is this elevator?
It was probably, honestly, I bet it was almost as big as this table. Yeah, maybe 2 feet smaller than that. Maybe 1 foot.
So not so big.
Yeah, and some guy came out and just pulled the door.
Turn off this eating toilet.
7 people in 2 rooms.
Yeah.
So damn enough for that idiot has to say that.
And then you think he's gonna go.
I told my grandma $200 when I was 16. That was a mistake. It was the moment when I realized that I was just
It really escalated, like, things started to escalate. If you are struggling with addiction and you don't know how much help you need, or where you should go for help, or you need to go to treatment, or anything, you don't know what to do. You recommend Recover Heal. Recover Recover Here is a trusted resource that assists motivated individuals searching for addiction treatment to find the best available. Recover Here provides a professional evaluation at no cost and helps you find the best treatment option with
I gotta go.
Here will save you time, money, and most importantly, your life by helping you navigate comfortably your recovery. If you're struggling with addiction, I've been there. Visit recoverhere.com. That's RECOVERHERE.com to get started. Well, boys and girls, it's August. That means it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Did you know that 2 out of 5 may experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35? It's kind of a lot, isn't it? To help. Once hair loss starts, it usually doesn't stop or reverse. The earlier you take action, the more hair you're likely to keep. For 90% effective at stopping hair loss, and 66% of men experience
She was very nice.
Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair via convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. You don't have to leave your home. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keps.com/video to receive your first month.
What did you say, Pookie?
And you'll be supporting the show. That's keps.com/THEO to get your first month free. Keeps.com/THEO.
Have you ever been in a riot, like a riot type situation?
No, I was at Beta Breakers one time on mushrooms in San Francisco, though, dude.
Beta Breakers? What is Beta Breakers? What is that?
It's like a bunch of people that are like racers. They're like, they race in the street, you know?
What kind of racing?
Just for long distance. The Kenyans always win it. Yeah,
running. Okay.
Yeah, running racing. So it's a bunch of those folks.
Bay 2 Breakers. I thought you were saying Beta.
Yeah, Bay 2 Breakers.
I thought you would say that too. So I typed in.
Oh no, Beta Breakers, I think it's a lot different.
Bay 2 Breakers.
Yeah, so
that's the run.
Yep, so that's the run. And you can just
game
get in
request.
costumes and just
Someone please
be in it. It's like,
game I can
Oh, like the dude is dressed up like a pink monkey.
yeah.
How weird is that? He's in the front.
But download viruses, the App Store.
And we ate a bunch of
Trying to put some
things
to
out
it.
there. And I commented
5 minutes.
on the table of the
5
water
minutes.
that kind of been left unattended. Just a table with a bunch of table water. So we got over there and people were running, you know, they're going, and we started telling people that the water was for Asian people, right? Oh, we are crying because people are running, they can't stop. They're trying to make a time. So it's for some people, like, bro, it's Asians only. And then Asian people were all excited, you know, and we kept passing them up. Dude, we were fucking. I would take pictures with like people, and I'd have nuts hanging out the whole
Wow, we about to learn how to draw skipping and sweating. This is gonna be so weird.
I don't know, man. Probably like 28.
How to draw skipping toilet education.
Together so we get it, and I just slip that bag out there.
Download this virus right now.
You know what I'm saying?
I had a friend of mine who used to do that all the time.
Let's download this.
He was on the dance floor. No, America's Got Talent. Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually going on today.
And he used to do what he called
Give me
sack.
the fight.
He pull the sack out of the zipper and just walk around and parties. And he was just like, no,
Some of the fun.
his nuts be hanging out of his pants.
Yeah, she used to be able to party like that.
Okay, no, I'm not done.
Who does? Yeah, it's interesting, man. He's such an interesting dude. He's just very much his own person.
Yes. Yeah, there's not a lot of people.
My computer can't even handle the one game.
Oh my god. That shit fire.
So the end of the world's happening.
We're up space.
Well, maybe, you know, what if you went?
Y'all, I tried to get rolled up.
in like a
No, nigga. No, nigga, you just gotta hit it out. He's like, yo!
Let's see. Not in the storm.
You gotta have some diesel in there.
Right now,
With diesel.
I'm fucking with bitch, I'm fucking right to the sound.
I'll work on that.
So you get tanker like 15 years worth of diesel.
Yeah, that's fucking
Your houseboat, so you're sleeping.
Yo, should I remove
You
Roblox?
just smell like diesel.
Diesel's about terrible.
Yeah.
Really, I
Some
like it.
people like the smell of gasoline. I like the smell of gasoline.
I am deleting Roblox and Night just to get these two
Get in
screens.
there, dude. The black one's a fucking deal.
That'd be lit, bro. This is gonna be totally entertaining.
That's it. So it's in the sales.
Oh, heck no. This is an Android file. I don't trust this.
Why is that?
Android file. How to.
The work, I think it's
My computer, it's like.
See, that's key too. You're gonna have to have that. Because what if your
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, what if your stuff is some shit lost? I'm sure he probably does. Does he come in here?
Where to draw easily. What about yourself? No skills required. They still require.
Notice that?
Oh, why is it so stretched down? These pictures are so stretched out. I don't know, that looks like a virus to me, so we're just gonna uninstall that. Lingo Skibidi toilet mods. Let's go.
Oh, I don't know what's gonna do, but to me, it makes me just not be able to sleep that good. It makes me like wake up and be scared.
Yeah, here's what Peter doing.
Really affected him in his writing.
Well, he's high as hell, bro.
So I got a question for you. So whenever you're like, Comet's always knew that you were doing well, right? Like, but whenever you got like,
That tells me that ain't water.
Spotify deal, was it scary that people, because they attacked like such a big thing in the press, like, is that scary that people knew that
Is that a Kirk or something?
It's one of those things where people like start debating whether or not you money. Why don't you give that money to other people? Why don't you fix the streets and schools? What is it? Some people just get jealous.
My needs to recover instead of being on Discord,
They
bro.
feel bad, so they think that you're doing something bad. Because they feel bad. They don't like the way it makes them feel when someone's killing them. Like a lot of comedians are narcissists, and a lot of them are very self-centered.
Yeah.
And so they think that when you're doing something well, it's doing well for you.
I'm losing.
Take something away from them. You know,
Yes, Skibidi, fight.
famine thinking. People think there's not enough.
Bro, it's installed. It's installed. It's installed. Let's go.
You outside to get rolled up. You decide. You outside. You outside out again. I got some front door locked. It ain't coming in. I'm to bed. Some say you so real. Some say you get money. You never see no real fire. You say you kill everybody. You never see no kill. Yeah. I'm like, you know, private shit. I don't need a life for real. You was so sad. You was so boring. Never played the law. You ain't get your double curves on the line way. You ain't get your foot stuck in a bed like a hard space. You know what I'm saying? You gotta swim from like each skin. I mean, no, they must become each other.
I think especially for some people, if they never came from anything, it can be scary, you know. It can be scary because they never had anything. So it's such like this is gonna go. It's like I probably had moments like that in my life for sure. Where I just was like, oh, this.
Yeah, you think it's gonna go away? Yeah, especially when they're not really totally established yet. You just start getting a little
Yeah. Was it
Mostly clear tonight with a low around 58.
Do you
my God!
As a celebrity, has it made podcasting any different? Because like you started to get picked up by all the talent, and we got picked up for you reading the damn user agreement.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
Okay,
I'm
gonna be right back.
like, is it like you wake up in the morning, you're like,
All good stuff.
what's going to be in this box today?
I don't read it.
Right.
You know, so I just keep doing it the same way I've always done it. Like this.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a good time. Talk some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, as long as you just keep doing it the same way. I mean, that's why it's still successful, because I do it the same way. Yeah, I don't change it. I get better guests. I get more, people that maybe weren't interested in doing it before because it's so popular, they'll do it now.
Yeah.
Which is great. You know, and then maybe some people are scared of that. They're scared of criticism, they're scared of being exposed, they're so scared of the feedback, all that. Millions of eyes.
Do you think that, there's some people who would, have you had people like that, you reach out to them like you just think they're too scared?
There's certain people that don't feel comfortable with being in front of such a large audience. For sure. There's a few people that are nervous. I've had people that wanted to do it in a more comfortable setting too. Like feel like the studio audience, the studio atmosphere is daunting. Little cameras, like couldn't we just like set it up at your house or something like that? But you just start trying to mitigate whatever the pressure would be doing something.
I can understand that. I mean, I've never talked to my father this much. We added all of our time together. I never spent that much time with my own dad.
But think about how many laps we had.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah.
Fucking fun, man. It's the greatest.
Kill Tony is the best show.
It's the best. It's the best show. Kill Tony's the best show for comedy. For stand-ups, like up-and-coming stand-ups, there's no better atmosphere, no better, and it's the cornerstone of stand-up in Austin because it's such a good show, and for 1 minute, all you have to do is just be funny. All that woke bullshit, all that virtue signaling, all that's out the window. All that like posing. You got 1 minute. You gotta come with some jokes. Come with some jokes.
Yeah. Or just come. I think you would laugh at that, dude. If somebody got up there and batched out for a second. I don't know, dude.
My pants were pressure.
Did you?
I pulled his fucking pants down. He had no underwear on. His ass was half hanging out. He stood up and he raised his arms up in the air and he took his shirt off. Show back.
Yeah, he should just go fully nudist. How long till Burger Crusher goes fully nude?
Well, he did something the other day with a sock over his cock.
And at that point, you're just a damn 9-iron, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's halfway to fucking nudity.
He's close. All he has on his pants are sagging.
Dude, my sister one time was using drugs. Sorry, love you, baby. But and she's awesome. She's like, I love her so much. But she got high with some guy on a date, right? And they went rock climbing, which seems insane to do when you're high, and ended up at a nudist colony on top. Yeah, or like at some small plateau. She's pretty cool.
I mean, it's not like clothes are protected,
but you feel like it would.
It's something about falling from. It would be extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right. You have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head inside or not?
Restrictions apply. See store or website for details. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They're the type of crimes you're shocked someone would commit.
I've never been caught like that in my life.
That's how I felt when I learned about Father Ryan.
He took every single cent from that woman and it disappeared.
This guy was accused of exploiting people, fraud, and abuse. This man spreads pain on levels that just astound me. All of it while he claimed to save people's souls.
The problem with that, of course, is that Ryan Scott was presenting himself as a priest.
That made marriages, baptisms, faked. Father Ryan had opened churches in at least 7 different states.
He has to be God.
Think of how many people were tricked.
Lawsuits, missing money, unaccounted for funds, angry people, never meant to be.
If you want answers, join me as I unravel this con. I'm Alex Schumann, and this is season 1 of Smokescreen. Think Priest.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory. Tune in Sunday for part 2 of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. You'll meet a federal agent and a cybercrimes expert who break down the dangers of kids in social media. You'll also meet Sam Chapman, who lost his 16-year-old boy to fentanyl.
Dealer reached out to our son on Snapchat, and a lethal dose of fentanyl was delivered to our home like a pizza.
The KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media, Sunday at 2, or anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Fourth Report. Thank you. All things food, beverage, and beyond. I'm your well-fed host, Nielsen Baker. How do you do? Hanging out at Wendy's in the foothills here on Route 66 in Glendora. Come out and say hello. Been a great group of people coming and going today. Right now, they're getting Zellmans, and a special deal that they have here, Zellmans mints. Not only are they giving away full boxes for you, and just thank them again. That's super generous, and I really appreciate it. Partners, people that actually give our rodents behind and are taking care of us, like the folks at Wendy's here hosting us today and feeding you good folks as well. As we sit and chat, we'll be here until 5. And gosh, we're sitting here with this. So Ed here at Wendy's brought something, and he whispers, leans in and whispers. He goes, "We took it up a notch." We're talking about the dreamsicle. So what is this beautiful concoction here?
It's, whenever you do something at the store, the crew comes up with something else.
Oh my God.
And it's like a dreamsicle float.
Oh my gosh. So this reminds me of something my mother makes.
Yeah.
So having my mom would put orange sugar, vanilla ice cream in with Sprite or 7-Up or something, and that's exactly what that is to me. Those flavors together on that is great.
Yeah, almost every fast food restaurant has that little secret menu nobody knows about.
So can you order this?
We have floats on the register that nobody ever knows about because we used to sell them, but they never got taken off. And I probably sell in all my stores 5 or 6 a week, but they're still out there.
This is the breakfast burrito.
That's the new breakfast burrito.
This is delicious. I want to tell you, this is really the spice of the sausage.
Yes,
is really top notch. Yeah, it really is. It doesn't sound like or it doesn't taste like a over the counter.
Yeah. It's things that fast food change.
That's what it is. This is we came up with this idea. We were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, pineapple
flavor into it.
And so we went through I think like 7 to 8.
Yo, what is going on?
Yeah, we're watching Joe Rogan. How are you?
Good. Arrogance got a bit.
All right.
I love honey, dude. I love honey too. Dude, we used to go by the bus stop and sneak off into the woods and get this honey stuff. Oh yeah. And bitch,
I like honey comb. You just scoop it out with the wax. Chew on the wax and you can show them the spit it out.
ooh, man. Some skinny young lady just getting into high school, you know?
But it was like honeycomb. Like you eat honeycomb, the honey's in there, it tastes delicious. But then you're chewing on that wax. And you're like, what am I supposed to do with this wax? Yeah, what is that wax made out of, by the way? Because it's not wax. Like, what is the wax made out of when a bee makes wax? Is that really wax? Beeswax? What is that?
I said beeswax. Jimmy, can you bring that up? Do you mind?
What is wax? Let's look at it.
What is wax? I'll tell you what it
Something
is.
that I've never thought of. Candle wax? What is that? It's made out of oils, right?
Well, it's almost like because it disappears and then it goes back to being solid. It's a pretty powerful substance when you think about it.
But beeswax is not the same as candle wax, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they have a lot of similarities. I mean, people use wax on their cars too. Think about that.
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, those are like waxes are a reverse class of organic compounds that are lipophilic, malleable solids near ambient temperatures. They include
I was paying attention to this. The crazy part.
They include alkanes and lipids, typically with melting points above 40 Celsius. Melting to give low viscosity fluids. Waxes are insoluble in water but soluble in organic non-polar solids.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because it is interesting. If you take a thing of wax out, melt it and pour it in a thing of water, it just turns right back into wax.
Or you got gas wax.
Yeah.
Beeswax, the natural wax produced by the honeybees of the genus Apis. The wax is formed into scales by 8 wax-producing glands in the abdominal segments of worker bees, which discard it in or at the hive. Bees are dying too. Yeah. Bees are dying from the heat.
Is it the heat? Yep, they're evaporating, they ejaculate, and their whole body blows up.
Is that real?
Bring it up, Jim. I'm gonna fucking do something here
I
today.
watched a thing today on murder horns. They're trying to rename murder horns.
To what?
Look at this. At temperatures over 107 degrees Fahrenheit, it's estimated that half of male honeybees will die in this manner within 6 hours. The more sensitive individuals dying after only 2 or 3 hours.
The headline is the man.
Bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Oh my
Spring
God,
break, baby.
I thought you were just making shit up. Click on that.
Hell no, dude. This is in this is in Panama City Beach, Florida.
Bees, click on that link. What happened?
This is Kid Rock's honey. That's who's making this shit. That is for sure. Got seen.
Bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves. Viral story explained. All right, hit that so we hear it play. Good. Does it play? Is it just music? Okay. Leading to date in the U.S., nearly 35 million people are under excessive heat warnings or advisories. However, the heat wave in Europe is of particular concern due to the lack of widespread air conditioning. The hottest day ever in the UK was recorded in July 19th, hitting a temperature of 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat wave has led to wildfires in Europe, with fires breaking out in residential areas around London, England, on the outskirts of Athens, Greece, and in western Germany. 2 firefighters were injured while fighting for it.
This is a false headline.
Yes. The bees. We're jerking off to death.
Yeah, they are. Drones ejaculate when they get too stressed. Who doesn't?
Allison DeCaffey, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of British Columbia's Microsoft laboratories or like Newsweek. Ejaculation kills them because it basically eviscerates their abdomen. This happens during natural mating too. Drone honeybees always die after mating.
Terrible way to go. But they still do it.
They don't know any better.
Oh yeah, they don't like laughter.
Yeah.
What if you could make a little bitty book that told them?
Imagine what a bee sees. They have like 80 eyeballs on each side. They have some wild shit. Now, what does reality look like to a bee?
Did you ever see that? There's a lot of sounds and like sonar.
You ever see what a bee's eyes look like up close? Oh my god. Pull up a close up of a bee's eyes. Look at that thing.
Mother Lord.
There's a hair coming off of it.
All right, American Vision goes, no, I love them and we've used them many times. And I will tell you that the weight system on our total is 112.
Let's see that top.
To the right of your cursor. Yeah.
Wood windows. Now, usually, if you think about wood windows, you think about
Well, hairs are used, I think, to detect a lot of feelings and stuff like that. So imagine what they're pulling in through their eyes. Imagine if you could feel through your eyes.
They keep all of it together, one-stop shop, and stuff. I'll have to repost some of those pictures because we were blown away what it looks like before.
They're little, so we just kind of got used to them. That is a strange fucking creature.
Decide they're building a company.
I mean, this is a small alien, right?
Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's Starship Troopers.
Style of your home. And for people, 0% interest plus.
You don't have Starship Troopers?
Nah, I see a lot of space things when I was a child.
This is probably 20
years ago. Friends, trust American Vision windows. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9900. That's
We love the video of Starship Troopers. So what it was these folks, they landed on some planet with giant bugs. And they had to go to war with the bugs. That's what Starship Troopers was. Presents. Look, it's kind of campy. You know, it's like with these bugs fucking people up. From the director of RoboCop, Total Recall. He's running. So it's a fucking fun movie. Is that Denise Richards in there?
Yeah, it was
young and hot. Woo! Yeah, so that thing in there where thick people can get healed tomorrow. They're going like that fast and robot. Oh, that's coming.
Neil Patrick Harris is in it too.
It's a good movie.
Do you think they'll ever be able to email people to a new spot?
They'll be able to, like, Star Wars type or Star Trek type, like, beam me up, Scotty, that kind of shit. Maybe. Yeah. Reassemble you, disassemble you, and reassemble you.
Would there be different, like, airlines, kind of like you feel like
What you do, my uncle? Sorry, we lose 1,000 people every year. But do you want to go to Cancun or not?
Okay.
Have you paid attention to all the fucking...
You all right, or?
What up, dog? Just living a Woodside gangster life.
Something happened during the pandemic where they didn't work for a while, so everybody forgot how to do luggage.
Is that what you think happened?
I think there's an argument that there's incompetence, and there's an argument that they just haven't trained these people right. These people have left. I don't know what the real story is. I've heard a lot of people trying to figure out why the airlines are so bad right now.
Yeah.
And what they're doing.
Do you think that governmentally run things just overall are starting to fall apart? It kind of seems like that.
Government's not doing a lot of stuff. You know, because the people working for the government, we're kind of fixing the money you can make. Look at all that money that's spent. This is the way the luggage is piling up at Canada's airports. Jesus Christ. Oh, she's texting me. Good luck finding your bag.
We should fly FedEx. I wish FedEx flew people.
You'll be better.
They just get it. Yeah, it's like they always get it there. It's like even if it's a day late or whatever it is, FedEx always gets it there.
Sure, you lose some things with FedEx, but I hear like a lot of people. But you hear about a lot of people in law school with airlines.
Yeah, even people. I mean, people aren't disappearing, but they're not getting where they need to go.
Oh yeah, I heard about a little kid that was traveling to see his parents, and they canceled the second leg of his flight without letting know his parents. He was stuck at the airport.
Is a line.
It'll probably sign a book deal.
Line of
Now,
Yeah.
now he's got a podcast.
The airport.
Now it's 11th season, and we're just hanging out, eating some food, talking about things.
Dude, a buddy of mine met a girl on a flight, right? The flight never took off. They didn't get off the plane. The girl's like, you can come stay at my place. He goes to her place, and it's her grandmother's place, and they slept in the same bed as her grandmother. They didn't even get to make out.
You slept in the same
Yeah.
I would, but they were of a different ethnicity, and so I think it was like,
Oh,
like, this is how we do it. This is my granddaughter. She sleeps, it's like, this is how we do it here. Everybody sleeps in the bed.
but does he spoon with the daughter, or does the grandmother sleep with him?
I think he was just
Chopsticks. Don't move. Don't get hard on.
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah.
That sounds like a porn, right?
Don't waste sure.
These avocados are going to be right for 1 minute.
That sounds like a porn. There's porns like that. I've seen porns like that where like
Don't wake the bunny or whatever.
where like a guy is in bed and then like his stepdaughter comes in and fucks him and laughs to sleep.
Methanol is the gas that they give off. That's what breaks lips. Bags like this.
And a fake stepdaughter is fucking the guy right next to her.
Don't put them in the oven. I see people trying to cook
It's always like naughty stuff. There's a lot of naughty, like the one thing that picked up big time during the pandemic was like stepbrother, stepsister talk. So they were pretending that the stepbrother, the stepsister, these people got like stuck in houses together.
That they were leading people.
No, I think they were like capitalizing on fantasies that people would have if they were stuck in some family. So like say if your dad remarries, like you're 17, and your dad remarries this new woman, this woman has a 2-year-old daughter, and you're stuck in this house with his brother who's now your sister, but she's not really your sister.
I'm gonna drive her to school. They're like, school's closed. I'm gonna drive by and check. And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. I want to know how well would you take care of your car if you had to keep it your entire life? Would you polish it? Would you tune it? Would you put a glaze on it, a gloss, a wax? I bet you would. Well, that's how brains work. We gotta keep them for the long haul. So why don't we take better care of them? How we care for our minds affects how we experience life. And BetterHelp online therapy
I'm the gangster.
can help you take
What
care of your brain.
up, yo?
BetterHelp is an online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat therapy sessions. So you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. I was struggling one day and I was driving somewhere and I pulled over and bam, I was BetterHelp myself right there. A certified therapist. It's more affordable than in-person therapy. You can be matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/THEO. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. You know, you want to get out sometimes and you want to get across the ocean. Maybe you do a plane, maybe you do a ship. Whatever. Maybe just to a new land, you want to be able to speak their language, don't you? Travel is the language of Thanks to Travel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons. There's still time to learn a new language before you reach your destination. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson. So you can start having real-life conversations in less than 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages. Correct, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, save up to 60% when you go to BABL.com/CO. That's BABL.com/APO. For up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. People, do you think more people are related than we realize, that there's more, that's sometimes why people get like born with certain deficiencies and stuff like that, like Down syndrome and all that, because more people Down syndrome, because more people relate.
Imagine that you do have sex. What are the odds? How do the odds increase if you have sexually Let's Google first cousin. How dangerous is it eating with your first cousin? Seems like it's an unlimited amount.
There are some things when they sit, they just taste like they
It makes the lips, some of it makes the lips hot.
you can taste that.
General problems such as heart and lung defects, cleft palates, and extra fingers. Or the largest study ever held in the UK.
Yeah, they used to call that cleft palate buzz. They call it cousin lips.
2 to 3% chance a child is born with genetic syndrome or disability. And what about sisters? Let's
And a lot of times this used to happen, Joe, because people didn't have the ability to travel far. So even if you went, 2,000 yards or 8,000 yards, you were still over time, people were still relating it until they realized it.
That's one of the concerns about that place in North Sentinel Island. An island of uncontacted people. There's only 39 of them.
Yeah, you're talking about that. Yeah. What are you talking about that? Oh, about the bottom guy.
Yeah. That's that place is only 39 of them.
Kind of interesting about.
Oh, there's nothing better than someone coming up here and saying, this means you handle hard times. Hold on 1 second. Thank you.
See, that's crazy.
Wow. So Google will let you look up what it's like to fuck your cousin.
Crazy. Yeah, I even specifically said like sibling incest.
Oh wow. Well, go to www. Genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together. Here it goes. Look at that. A curious adult from Texas asks. Socially genetically based, but I'm guessing there are biological consequences too. So what are the exact genetic risks of 2 siblings having a child together? Okay, you're 2 siblings have kids together have a higher risk of passing on a recessive disease to their kids. So what are those Here it goes. If a brother and sister are both carriers or have a child together, each of their children would have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up with CF, cystic fibrosis.
Yeah.
By getting a disease copy of CFTR from each parent, so the odds his brother and sister having a child with the disease is 1 out of 4.
Hello? I'm gonna say don't risk.
Hello?
What up?
Dude, they used to say to us, if you rearrange the letters of
How you living?
what does it spell?
Am I living or where am I living?
How?
How do you never forgot? I love a good smart. How are you looking?
I'm living like a pimp, baby. We're watching Joe Rogan.
So I had a question, like how golf, like the PGA, like to live, like they have people leaving the PGA because this big money organization.
Do you what?
You got it, dog.
Best golfers. Could something like that ever happen to the UFC?
I was going to ask who's the bitch in the other camera, but then I realised it's a different view.
You got it.
They got Fedor, they got Tim.
I love that, man. That's cool. That's Tim.
Hey, dude, you're really nice. You're really nice. I'm living in this Discord. I've been here 24/7 for like a week.
First of all,
why?
World peace?
Dude, stream it.
Create a new NBA.
No, it's not for World Peace.
You can do it,
It is.
but you need a lot of money.
Oh, you're streaming on this Discord just for Israel peace, Israel Palestine peace.
No, I've been live streaming my life for 3+ years.
People passed on it.
No, not here though. Not here.
Right.
But do you think like if they start
Where did you do it before?
and we don't really
I'm
know
still
where
doing it on
yet,
YouTube.
Just it's just started.
But why don't you just do Kick or something? You make some money.
I do it on Kick too.
No, you do it.
They have so much.
How many years have you been doing it?
3. 24/7, 365. It's more data than any person has on the internet.
That's bullshit.
No, it's true.
That's all I've been watching streams for like fucking 50 years.
Dude, dog, listen to me. Listen to me.
I know the longest guy that's been. Well,
Dog. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said it's the most amount of data. It's the most amount of data on YouTube. I didn't say continuous. I didn't say longest streamer.
Oh, well, that's bullshit. That doesn't mean shit.
What do you mean?
The most amount of data.
That's what I said.
But I could just get a really bad data fucking plan and stream for 1 month and do more data than you.
No, not at all. I've been live 24/7 from 5 different streams for 3+ years on YouTube. That's 30 times more data than Mr. Beast.
Yeah, but I didn't realize you said data. That means nothing. No one's excited about data.
Everyone is. The Economist magazine in 2018 said that data was Earth's #1 resource. I'd rather have data than anything else. Doug, I'm listening to Joe Rogan. I'm not here to argue with you. Thanks, Doug.
You started the argument, not me.
Your episode back. I feel like out there as somebody who pays attention to golf and stuff. Does it feel like it's
They don't have a TV deal, so it's all being broadcasted. And I would guess that this is a play to get a TV deal. There are still people who they went over from NBC. David Ferry.
Now, is there a stigma attached to this? These guys getting
There is
outcast, sure,
but they don't seem to mind that.
because the money's so great.
The money is really great. They don't have to play golf every week like they had to.
Oh, so with the PGA. Right. And like, who's the one guy? Phil Mickelson? Is his name? And apparently he's not playing good.
That's the other interesting thing is they're getting prepaid money, so they don't. It's not performance based. There is a performance based money that can come if they win. There's more money to win in the tournament, but they're getting. They have like I read a 4.5-year contract right now for most of these guys have varying levels of money, 6 figures.
Only 6 figures.
Oh, sorry. On top of another.
It's okay, man. I'm nervous too.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions for some people. So for them, they feel like, fuck, this is my ticket out. I can retire. Yeah. So fuck it. Fuck all the stigma.
Yeah, and the argument against it is really that they're not going to be playing traditionally what everyone's been playing for their careers.
I like your stream. It's quite good. CeeLo.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. You're a nice person.
Man, YouTube is so big.
Yeah, but for golf, though, I feel like a lot of people, there's something about, I feel like I see my stepdad watches it on TV,
Right.
Sunday afternoon.
TV.
There's a tradition about that I feel like is really baked into golf.
Maybe. I don't know enough about golf.
Yeah, me neither.
But to answer your question, yeah, somebody could come along and do something like that. It's possible. You'd have to throw a lot of money. And
you have to get guys that are out of their contract, right?
Yeah. You'd have to get guys that are out of their contract or get guys that are on the come up, that like right about to break into the UFC and get them before they, because there's a lot of like really talented guys that are coming up. Yeah. There's a company called One FC that is based out of Asia, and they put on some killer fucking shows. And I've watched some of their fighters and some of their fights, and man, these guys are world class killers. They're really good. They easily can be fighting in the UFC, many of them. And then many UFC guys like Mighty Mouse, Eddie Alvarez, quite a few guys have gone over there, and they're competing now in One FC. So that's like a viable alternative for some people who don't want to compete in UFC anymore, or maybe they have more use deal. It's not in the public zeitgeist the way UFC.
Yeah, boy, great. That's
watching One FC, like, fucking yeah.
Yeah, they think I'm crazy.
Right, you say UFC is like Guinness, you know, so everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Everybody knows UFC.
Yeah, the brand is strong. I mean, I think the UFC, to the fact that it showed up every few weeks.
Hey guys, you want to do a stare down versus?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like it had to bring so many fans. That's when I became like, oh, I am. This is my favorite sport. I didn't realize it, but after like a certain month, I was like, oh wow, this is my favorite sport.
Well, once I started doing those events, when everything else was shut down, it opened up a lot of people's eyes to what could be possible. So then the NBA started doing events, and all those other sports organizations started doing events with no audience.
Yeah.
You know, didn't they have baseball games with no audience?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers won the World Series with no audience.
And like Brody. Right. Yeah. Which is weird. Just have empty seats. I mean, I know you're lying.
If you worked so long at UFC, do you feel like that? And I've watched your pace over there. I remember when I did a show with you in Atlanta, and we did a show the night before, and we were sitting behind you.
What up, lady? Hi, how are you?
Right up into the ring, and you come right back there, and you commentate again. I mean,
I didn't even see you, dude.
It just seemed like a one scary. Why did you do that to have a real pace?
It's a real job.
Yeah.
You have to have energy.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like, and you're doing it for 6 hours. And I sit down for 6 hours and I try not to pee. It's lucky that I have good experience doing the podcast because I'm used to like holding my piss for 3 hours. So I always have to be at least once or twice.
Ride that bag, baby. You know I like riding that bag.
Also, I'm drinking Monster Energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss night.
Yeah.
They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
They can want to beat your wife too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going around for a punch.
I don't know if the Monster is the cause of it. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this: it's the beverage of choice of some of those gentlemen. I'll say that. Do you think
it was Rothschild?
Maybe it used to be. Do you think you'll always work there? Do you ever? You've done it for a long time, you know. Do you think? I mean, I guess nothing can be forever, but do you think you'll always commentate for UFC?
I enjoy it. I enjoy the sport, but I enjoy watching it too. You know, when it came to Austin, it was the first time in 20 years that I sat in the audience and I watched it. It was great. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Just no responsibility, just being able to watch. I want to go to more of them that I'm not going to. At the Apex Center, those are great. Because
in Vegas?
Yeah, because it's a small arena, a small octagon, and you know, you're right there, man, right there with the action.
When you started, do you feel like, did y'all have such a strong commentating team? I mean, now it's like...
It's stronger now than ever. Yeah, it's stronger now than John Anik is a fucking man. He's great, and Daniel Cormier is a fucking man. You know, when you get to do it with Dominic Cruz or anybody else, that, you know, I guess Paul Felder's fucking great. It's amazing. It's a beautiful job, and I love DC. Like when me and DC hang out, it's just like he's such a great guy, and he knows so much about the sport. He's 2 division world champion, he's a great wrestler, and just a dude who likes to have fun. Like we laugh a lot. And it's a great job, man. I love it. I look forward to it every time. I look forward to it this weekend. I'm doing this weekend in Dallas.
Oh, nice. I want to see my phone.
It's Amanda Nunes versus Jordan.
Yeah, was that the first one?
Yeah.
And Halle Berry was there in the first one.
Oh, yeah. Halle Berry's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Jared Leto. There is the. Yeah.
It's always it's exciting. You know, a big fan of it now, Mark. Really? Yeah. He's trained.
Oh wow. Yeah. They should make him fight all those owners out there.
So coming out, taking time, come out to support our sponsors and our partners and to support creative minds.
Somebody that
go check that out.
He's a fish and he just had like 9 kids in a month. I heard on Twitter. How fucking efficient is that?
Vitro fertilization.
I'm sure.
He jerks off from the FedEx school.
I thought about that. I thought about having a kid via like a machine or something.
You think that's what it do?
I think because I was thinking about having a child with a friend of mine.
A guy or a
woman.
You know, check it out. Just want to let you know what you can and can't do.
Yeah, Google what's the percentage of
dudes who can get pregnant. But you'll get confused now. Look at how many men can get pregnant. All of them. Let's say all of them. Today, no one knows what to say.
But I think those men are trying to trick other men to bust it all the time.
I think we're talking about trans women.
Oh, I see where they put the ovaries into a man.
No. Like a biological female becomes a man. Trans men. Yeah. So when they said, can men get pregnant? People said, yeah. And you're like, okay, I want off. I can't take your fucking confusing reality.
But do you think ever that Mother Nature has a plan, a bigger plan, where in the end it all ends up that we're like trans, like Ben Simmons, it's like all like crossed? You know what I'm saying? Ben Simmons is like a Mick. He's he's black and white, right? He played at LSU. He's a great basketball player.
What does it have to do with his sexuality?
But he's beige. You know what I'm saying? He's beige. Does it? You know what I'm saying? Does it end? Here we go.
What the fuck? He's probably like, what the fuck, man? Oh, man. Leave me alone, bitch.
But if he put a wig on,
no.
If he put a wig on his shade, I'm
With
just
those
saying.
fucking arms and hands. Did you get tricked by that guy?
Some kid was showing some big ass
You're trying to get tricked.
Trick
Trick me, that's a fucking hands. The size of his fucking hands. Go back to that picture. Bro, that guy's jacked. If you think that's a woman, I mean, maybe he is. No, I don't know. I don't want to. He's 6'11". He's giant.
Go Tigers, man. I thought you Tiger, but what I'm saying is,
what are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying, man. I can't believe you guys can't understand.
I do understand.
Okay. I'm just around. I'm gonna say, if we're sending somebody in, if the trans community is gonna send somebody in to fucking vouch for them, they need to send in a fucking warrior. You know, they can't send in.
I don't know what you're saying. I thought I knew what you were saying.
I switched to a new idea.
Okay.
What I was saying is, do you think we all in the same skin color and in some sort of a trans sexual type of situation?
I think it's very possible that we all become genderless. Yes, I do think that. Yeah, I think that might be what is happening with like microplastics or changing people's hormone systems. I don't know if you know about all that. Do you know about all that?
You know. I mean, I appreciate it.
There's a book called Countdown by a woman. Her name is Dr. Shanna Swan, and she came on the podcast and she explained that there's certain chemicals that are in plastics and in some fertilizers that are disrupting the human body endocrine system, and it's causing people's penises to shrink, balls to shrink, sperm counts are lowering. And one of the ways they find out about this is the size of people's teeth. Wow. Yeah, in male mammals, it's 52% larger than female mammals. So like when they pick up a drone, that's how they can quickly tell whether or not it's the body size of the teeth. And when the introduction of phthalates, it starts with P-P-T-H-A-L-A-T-E-S. You say phthalates, and phthalates are a type of chemical that disrupts the human body, and because of the use of petrochemical products, the increase of phthalates into the human body from contamination has caused people's teeth to shrink, balls to shrink, dicks to shrink, burn counts to drop, and miscarriages to go up. And they think that if you think about that, like that is like causing gender to just kind of compress and to become like more ambiguous. And in the future, if that continues to happen,
what's wrong?
What does that mean? Like, what do we become genderless? And then what do we do to try to keep the human race alive? Well, we may revert to
Fuck that
genetic
nigga. Fuck C, bro.
Listen.
Shit too hard.
Medical, technological interventions on breed from like splicing genes.
We get enough males and we get enough.
Yo, what those rappers bro got playing?
What's crazy about this?
Joe Rogan?
Although this sounds nuts, I'm talking about it now. For decades, people that have been abducted by aliens have always said that aliens are performing experiments and making hybrids with human beings because their genetic material has run stale. Because they're breeding, or they're rather reproducing through genetic manipulation rather than through sex. They don't have sexual intercourse anymore.
So they need our eggs.
Yeah, they need all that stuff. They need our material. But because they don't have that anymore. So that might be where all biological creatures that develop technology in our case, involved about plastics. The more technology, the more plastic. The more plastic in the bodies, the more the body becomes genderless. Why?
And since there's plastic in our water, like little molecules and stuff, does that affect fertility, you think?
Yeah.
Clean and
Sorry there.
What up, dog?
The statistic is every week the average person has a credit card size.
You make me want to smell my screen, bro.
Dog, you want to smell this, dude? You want some of this? Good for you. Hey, what up, girl? Dude, you can smell my feet.
Yo, hey, we're looking like a couple of suicide party in America, right? Like, I know you don't think yourself maybe it's that way, right? But you become real popular. Is it hard to keep it from like affecting your life? You're not going to respond. Does it ever get like scary?
It definitely will affect everyone. It's not, want to be like people contact family members to ask
what visa monkeys join BC 36.
Like this, someone's celebrity network, you become part of it, you get a card. Like, hey man, you got 15 million Instagram followers, here's your card. So just follow everybody on the list. You know, you can hook up with friends, Marky Mark.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And does it get scary having kids that are like, you know, does that get scary at all? Like,
it's always scary. Yeah. It's scary. It's weird. You know, like, how did that many people, like, I get a lot of people contacting me saying they got chips in their brain. And I'm talking to them. Chip in the brain. Not just one, like multiple people.
I used to have a woman like that who was coming to my shows in Texas, dude, and her chip kept telling her to fuck me, dude. That's the crazy part.
Did she listen?
I sent her away like so many times. That was she hot? She was hot too. Yeah, why did you say that? Because I just thought it was like a scam or something. I thought it was like some kind of a setup or something, you know? Like I just got scared. Because that's scary. They tell you that.
You gotta think of that too. Imagine if you're a guy and you're worried that every girl you meet will swap you up. You know? Like you're some oligarch type thing. Every woman you meet like a woman. Or might be someone who's like trying to get information for some Russian spies. To try to report fucking.
So even if I ejaculate, dude, not even one of it, you know, I'm doing okay. But I'll even walk out of the room backwards, you know, to make sure, you know, like, how does that help? Just to grab, so I can see if anybody's using any of the seeds.
Doesn't Drake pour hot sauce in his condom? Oh no, this nigga's beating his dick. by the bench.
Look, Dustin Poirier needs to step his advertising up. That's all I'm saying.
Excellent. Excellent hot sauce. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very delicious. They got vinegar-based Louisiana hot sauce.
It's hot enough, but it's nothing crazy.
Tasty. Very good. What's it called? Like diamond?
I need to know this.
We'll find it. Jim will pull it up. But it's, okay, you sent me a case of it. It is fucking very good.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm not even salad.
I'm not even going to ask you for more. I'm going to buy it. Poirier's Louisiana-style hot sauce. You buy it on Amazon.
Yeah, look at it, dude. Having fun.
Yeah, there it is. It's good too.
Oh yeah.
When someone makes something like that that's good, I appreciate it. That's a legit hot sauce. Dustin has some really good hot sauce.
Yeah, good
I
stuff.
do too. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Dustin's neat, man. He's really, really funny too.
He's a fun dude. Fun dude.
And he likes to cook too. Do you think that Nate Diaz fight is just like do you think he's gonna care about it, or is that impossible for him not to care about it?
Hamza is terrible. He's terrible. He's really good. He's really good and really big.
I get scared of him.
Should.
Yeah. That's how it is.
Yeah. Hamza's a murderer. I mean, when he gets into that octagon, he's seeking a stroke. He's a dangerous man.
Do you think that it's just a setup fight for like it's like because I know he's trying to get out of his country? Do you think that, or do you think
Nate asked for that fight?
Oh, he did.
That's what Nate wanted to fight Francis Ngannou.
Oh, damn.
Nate is as game as a human being has ever been. Wow. That dude is wild. I mean, that's one of the things that Dana White said. They were like saying, why did you do this fight? Like, that's the fight Nate wanted. He goes, by the way, Nate asked for Francis Ngannou. Damn.
That'd been awesome.
Well, no.
Yeah, you're right. No. I mean, but you know what? There would have been something exciting about it.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, something exciting with Francis Ngannou, a natural 270-pound man who hits harder than any human being that's ever been recorded. You're the hardest punch ever recorded.
Well,
Francis is terrifying.
I think they could take him, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Nate just never ends, bro. He's big eyes. Yeah, that's true.
There's certain there's certain physical attributes and advantages you cannot overcome. It's not saying that Nate isn't an amazing fighter. Nate is an amazing fighter, and has been for a long time. I mean, you go way back. Nate has been submitting and beating people for a long fucking time. He's a tough motherfucker.
Especially in Orange County because Orange County families are running out of options.
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, and Francis's father was huge. I don't know how big his mother was, but you know, there's giant people in the world. When they find other giant people and they fuck, they make big humans.
That'd be an OnlyFans right there, giant people.
Yeah, big giant people fuck up. I bet people would love that. If there's an OnlyFans where you only got together with other giant people and fuck,
I'd watch that.
and then have a little person and they watch it.
This is something where I'm hoping the city of Orange County and all the counties are looking at
You go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off touching my own wiener. Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
Is it masturbation or pornography?
Well, pornography I think is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because my thought was just that and you said it's fine, it's just people that abuse it, you know. So I think like, I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and not enough like connection side.
Right. That's the number one criticism of people who watch porn. Is that it makes you think sexually instead of romantic.
Yeah, and if I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts. And I have to be able to not control my brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not think like I want to recreate some shit song.
Right. Or yeah, I don't even think that way, but like your subconscious just remembers the stuff, and it kind of mills around in there, just kind of loitering around your brain and day.
Watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Started to make a living off OnlyFans.
Watching Joe Rogan.
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle, I think.
Is that what it is? So, OnlyFans.
I think it's definitely.
How they get an audience? Just because you're hot and you show your ass through this.
Don't you assholes in the face. That's how you get in a day with those aliens out.
Let's imagine that that's worldwide. There's out there 7,000. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is what I start to work. It's going to be like every, what's this called, a gig economy? Yeah.
Motorcycle ride.
Hey, cinnamon and whisker. Dad loves you. I got
What supermoto ride?
Hey, cinnamon and whisker. Dad's home.
Gary Busey was a great actor. More of a motorcycle.
I'm in. Respectful sitting.
Doesn't that make you feel good? Did you feel good when you did it?
No.
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of you?
That's what happened. He got in a motorcycle accident. They didn't have us on the floor. And he crashed his motorcycle. Yeah, serious brain damage. Like, see him hold that up. I want to say that.
What kind of piece of shit car is that?
Serious. That's why one of the eyes was checking your back. This fucking skull got crushed.
Don't worry about it.
It just picked up his Harley Davidson from his shop when he tried to move around the bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, caused him to fly over his windshield and land directly on his helmet. Yeah. That is when things went south.
Well, this is my question. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, there's less jobs and more people are on like OnlyFans, right, that you're basically going to have chicks out there, like literally women holding each other at gunpoint, like, subscribe to my policy, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know ways.
Help. Jamie, can you pull up some help? I need some help, man. Like, I always have this vision of like two Uber drivers, like, you're going to be mine. You're my rider. You know what I'm saying? You're not like it's like people like it's all just digital. It's all online. It's just like people just like subscribe to me now. Like literally at gunpoint. Like that's how bad it's.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. That's what it's like. Is it going to be subscribers paying for subscribers? Is it going to be like a hierarchy? Like someone who makes $1 million a month, paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be expensive?
Yeah, I want to get by a foot. Let's see somewhere put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I think you have to have a whole body.
So the work can push
What
over.
girls on OnlyFans do? They show like bikini pictures, like what do they do? Show feet.
Yeah.
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's like meetups where like manager companies like have them all go to like a location together, like at the beach. And they do like, chick touching and all that.
They get together
smelling each other, like stuff.
Oh, and so they get really excited, and then they get more like. So they have
Some
managers.
animals do, like some animals do before their owner pulls them away quick.
60 Joe.
A lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing it. But they hire a company, and someone writes these letters. It's like if you feel like you're gonna put some on people and text them, like how many of them? How many can you? How many days? Like how much hours in the day do you have? And if people don't know how many respondents you are doing it. Like if you have, like say if you have 1 million subscribers, and you get 100,000 messages.
Who the fuck you think you talking to?
Maybe they just have a person, like a service, who writes like sexy things. Like, thank you, sweetie, heart, kiss, balloon kiss, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're so sweet, thank you. And there's a fat guy that writes it. You know? Do you remember Marilyn Martinez? Did you Marilyn Martinez? Marilyn Martinez was a comic at the comedy store, and very funny. And she used to do phone sex. Back in the day, that's how she made a living. She was starting out.
Yeah, I think I just wonder if it's going to come to that where you're going to have people just helping each other jerk off, and that's going to be.
Why did you take it off the river? What? Get Black TV. Where do I press that? Oh Lord, oh my God, I'm so bad. I'm bad right now.
They could have it all. I mean, well, Asperger's should have a different thing to it.
Go on, so again. For sure.
Completely
deal one.
Dr. Asperger was figured out.
Good shot.
Yeah, probably. Like a guy out of Seattle.
Gecko on breach, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly. Breach to your left. Nice one.
Let's find out where the name.
He's far side. There's a post. He's on the right of your breach. Right. Yeah, there. You know.
I'd love to be Austrian, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they just seem so pure and they seem like outdoors. Yeah, they seem like
Let's
water for everybody.
Yeah, shorts with blue socks.
The mills with the windmills, got beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
Probably crazy.
Excuse me? What's your main on bro?
Yeah.
Was it my agent?
How do I know that's your main though? Are you insulting me? Please stop insulting me.
What's your leg? I really love playing Valorant.
I have also been doing Valorant myself.
What is your rank? I really love playing Valorant.
What is your rank,
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn on my gun. I'm very sorry.
Nice shot, Spiker.
I'm sorry.
Does that sound better now?
Sound better now?
I don't know, but I know that I've lost
You sound better now?
so much.
So what wink is this? What wink is this? No matter what.
Excuse me, what wink is this? Huh? please.
Who wants to run the one side sentence, bro?
Nothing in my house, please come off, bro. I don't have headphones. Please don't say anything bad. Please don't get in trouble. Please don't stop, bro. Stop. You're serious. Language, bro. I find people been to that word, bro. Please.
Why do moderate us? Why are we not moderating us? In public behavior. And that's the worst thing. Wait, so then when just this?
What line was this? Wow.
White little kids in my ear, bro.
Please stop talking to me white.
I'll talk you out some of the things that are violence.
But I'm literally from South Sudan. I'm East European, bro. Please stop calling me white.
It's interesting.
My mom is in my dad is in my. Please stop calling me white.
Indian. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Why do you wash it down? I was going to buy something.
Please take again what this guy's saying, sure. This guy is in fact wrong.
I didn't do it.
That's great, my goodness.
This nigga is wrong. You stop. I want to wood stroke you.
That's creepy. I'm 30 years old. That's creepy.
I'm trying to turn 12. It's Saturday.
Well, why are you on Discord? You gotta be 13.
My mom gave me an account for Discord, bro.
One of them now,
My boy Hubert is a bit younger. My boy Hubert is 10.
Your boy,
Taking the shit right now, can you talk to me?
30%.
Watch your mouth. Please stop telling game. Please stop disrespecting the company, bro. Please watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, bro.
You just loud ass nigga in my ear, bro.
Loud ass there, bro. Smoking out loud, I'm literally from Chirac, bro. I'm literally from Chirac, bro.
It's still more like a city. Nashville, it's still a city, but it's definitely a different.
It's also like
Yeah, that's the tough
I'm a nigga.
No, that's good. I feel like because I feel, this is good. This is like a good consideration if I'll come here. I was gonna try for that's what I was thinking. I'll do 1 month at an Airbnb.
That's great.
Yeah.
Once in faith.
Oh, this is my question. So sometimes I've had
Push the almond, push that.
thought too much about regret and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, we've talked about
Good
that in
shit.
the past, like looking in the past too much, right? Or attaching myself to the past. Has there been anything along your journey that you've kind of regretted? And then how do you deal with regret?
I mean, individual choices and mistakes, yeah, but ultimately you learn from them. So, like, no. Because, like, even the regrets, the bad things or the stupid things, you learn not to do bad things or stupid things. Like, all those things are beneficial in some way if you get through them. If you, like, did something that resulted in someone's death or something horrible like that, yeah, it'd be terrible. But I've been very fortunate that hasn't happened. But the dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me. You learn. Like, that's why failure is so important. It's failing and fucking up and making mistakes. It's very important. That's how you learn. See, the bad feeling that you get from something that you should have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better, like especially failing at something where you half-assed it and you just feel like a fucking loser. Like that just teaches you to get your shit together.
You have such a good ability to learn from those things. Some people, I think, kind of just like it gets repetitive or something.
That's dangerous.
In a way, that's all my life. No way, bro.
Because people sort of
Good shit. Good stuff, homie. Nice. We're on the shooting.
Stuck in failures that they had like when they're first getting jobs, and they always think that they're a loser. They don't like to feel the failure, so they keep low expectations of them.
Nice, you too.
Very fun. And you get through it by just put yourself back out and you're moving forward and going. But it's hard for a lot of people because that sting, they never get over it, the feeling of failure. And they don't have a good support system, good friends. Like having a good community of friends is very, very important. Because you feel like, yeah, but girl broke up with you, and you feel like you're the worst, you're a fucking loser, like you're a piece of shit. But then you go out with your friends and you have a few laughs, and next thing you know, you're laughing, and you're like,
yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, that's like, those feelings of failure are so hard. They're so hard to get over, and they overwhelm people. Some people can't get past them. And every time some new thing comes up, when you have to rise to the occasion, you have to perform. I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fuck up. They're bombing. How many times have you had a bad set and you're like,
Bro, just walked in there, all right.
It's like a comedy. That's just it. I just stopped. And then you define yourself that way. You gotta get over it.
Yeah, thankfully, you never had too bad in a row either, which is kind of interesting.
Well, you learn from that one, and you like come blazing for the next show.
Yeah, maybe it activates it.
Raised to your left.
Did you feel like you learned that from somebody, or did you always just have that kind of intuition when it comes to that kind of stuff?
I think I learned it from martial arts. You get your ass kicked.
Organizers say the Marius Roberts Paradox Center relies on the process to train for thousands of homeless animals. They say after the walk,
you learn from those mistakes. You're stationary too much, or maybe you telegraph too much, or maybe you got tired, or maybe you haven't done cardio.
They just got spiked.
Those failures that you have from martial arts are so consequential. Then you get hurt. Like you physically get punched, and then you don't want that to happen again. So you gotta either quit or get way better.
Like that. And that's great for a lot of my listeners. A lot of guys, or just a lot of guys. Just trying to keep going in their lives.
Yeah, I put everybody on my listeners. Yeah, so people out there.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many self-help books, that's why there's so many motivational documentaries and motivational Instagram pages, because people need stuff like that. They need something. And generally, the best version of it is coming from someone who's experienced it.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You're like kind of like a library. I was thinking about it the other day. In a weird way, you're like kind of like a library. That's interesting. Because you just have all this information that's passed through you, and you're able to you're almost like a cleaners at the cleaners. If you ask a question, then it goes and gets the information and bring it to the front, and it's like wrapped up. It's cool. It's a nice skill. Because I was even listening to a whole episode of ours, and there was information and like kind of suggestions.
So wait, what's the guy's name again? I forgot his name.
Theo Bond?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you. Yeah.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm soaring like these leaves. I must be
Living a dream.
Nice, bro.
Yeah. We're watching Joe Rogan, dog. How do you like that, son?
Who can stream in this channel?
I can.
Yeah, I'm saying, how do you get perks?
You have to have a level 30 or boosted.
On the sound type shit?
Yeah.
You gotta be level 30. Or you pay to
I thought I was an old
It's a new day. It's a new dawn. It's a new life. And I'm feeling good.
So of course he's with terrorist looking.
The same man. Some Korean tellers that I'm working with for the last 2 years, and they trying to make me look for extra cars and errands. And another thing you don't know is about this suit, Joe. I smell the smokes. We use them for smell. What is it called? Portrait of a Lady. It's an Arabic company. That's all it is. And I got a guy that outsources my community. I smell spread. I guess I could. I do that in the morning, and I'm like, okay, we get it. You got some nice cologne. But it's good to be. It makes you work on your body. And one thing I did, another thing that I can't get in, and it was my intent to break on. And I was supposed to be and I wore a suit without a court date, without a funeral, and without a marriage procedure. So this is the whole thing I've done here in the new day and changes. I'm going through transition.
What motor?
There's so many good things.
Law and Order did motivate this. Law and Order, first off, Law and Order is one of the most respected franchises in the history.
It's been around a long time.
Shout out to
Ice-T.
Shout out to Dick Wolf, and shout out to everybody that's a part of it. And they say in New York, they say that you can't call yourself an actor in New York unless you've been on vacation.
That makes sense.
It makes sense. I mean, I've been in when I first began my career, people really thought I was a dramatic actor more than a comic. I was something else stuff. I've been on every one of the episodes of shows, and out of them, I think 80% of them I was arrested. And I was like, wait a minute, and I get typecast every time I was in my action. I'm like, what I do? What I do this time? Every one of them I got arrested for something.
How many of them are special victims? I'm gonna say
that was like in 2000. And then recently, and you have to have a bad guy.
Yeah. I got a bad guy, and you got to catch him.
But everybody is more interested in the bad guy more than anything. That's like Jim.
Yeah.
That's why you find so many people that necessarily bad guy side negative, and then the bad guy is winning. The bad guy is winning. I'll just say like this, and I'm not being specific to anybody in general. Even in the world, like the model for a lot of people.
You like your left? Let's talk against you.
Say some shit that's gonna piss somebody off.
Or we back.
Shit that's gonna make people hate you. And now you have a platform, and you have a successful platform, because at the end of the day, with this, it's all about
50 Jet.
It's all about, can you get people to engage? And at the end of the day,
But I think people get tired of that. They get tired of conflict. If your whole business is conflict, people don't want to get in conflict. And they realize that a lot of conflict is unnecessary. And if you're the type of person that likes to talk about conflict, talk about it all, I'm probably also willingly participating in it, maybe a little too long. Like maybe you're getting, you're creating problems in your own life, even as you get attention. So be careful what you wish for. Because if you're known for just talking shit about people, and then you become successful, then people are going to talk shit about
Joe
you.
Rogan?
They're all going to talk to you.
The people that like that, they don't have a conscience to even care about that.
Yeah, but everybody else. I just think we keep accept a certain amount.
Yeah, I get someone $1 taking the Joe Rogan puff right now.
And I think you should just concentrate on doing whatever the fuck you do well. You don't have to just say outlandish shit and be so negative. I just don't think it's necessary.
You don't, but you are living in a different world than Black Twitter.
It does work. It gets people's attention.
Damn, bro.
You're speaking to? Yes.
Hey, so on your right.
And on these urban sites, you could be negative for years and years and years and years and years and years, and the motherfucker will come.
Diffuse.
And that's the truth. You are
Nice.
oh, he's a jolly good fellow. But in that darkness, in that Black Twitter world, it's a lot of negativity, and it's very unfortunate.
That is. That's very unfortunate. I don't enjoy it. I get it. No, it's insulting. Getting out. At a certain point in your life, I realized that there's no room for that. You don't have to. You can avoid it. You can avoid it in your immediate life. You can probably avoid it in your internet life too.
I think you avoid that conflict and negative energy, the more successful you become. Because I think that creates a I don't give a fuck about bullshit. I think that a lot of the anger and a lot of frustration that comes with a lot of people is the beginning stage, But when you get, like we were talking about it earlier, you gave me that joint too quick. You gave me that motherfucking joint too quick. We were talking because I tried to get that pause to get my foot back. I don't know what the fuck you just gave me, but it just erased everything I was just thinking.
You were talking about as you get successful, it's easier to avoid conflict, which I probably agree with. Also, you're comfortable enough where you can compare to the patterns that are beneficial or not beneficial to you in your life. Conflict is never beneficial to me. Even conflict that I've engaged in.
So that's been your entire, not even as a fucking young Joe Rogan, you didn't have the energy like, fuck this or fuck that. You've always been this calm. You've always been this collected and this calm your entire career.
No, definitely.
So that goes to my point.
Yeah, but I learned how to do it because I realized, you know what happened? This is a true story. I was watching this dude on stage, and I was hoping,
One-on-one race.
I was hoping he would and I realized, what a bitch ass way to think that. So you want someone to not do what? I was 21. And I'll never forget it.
But that's the age, though, Joe.
Yeah.
That's the age when you're like, fuck it. That's it. Night.
Well, at that age, everyone is so ambitious and competitive that was getting into comedy at that time. It was like, it wasn't very, there wasn't a lot of camaraderie between the open micers because everybody was like super desperate. Like, you remember the desperate days when you weren't sure if you were ever going to be a professional? Like, there's desperate days.
I never felt this.
You guys watching the NBA playoffs?
I've been cocky or whatever.
Who's winning right now?
New York's up by 4. At least on my screen.
I got a stand ovation. I think it was the stand ovation because I had the best material. I was the funniest. But earlier on, I used to go to the comedy clubs and fucking condemn. Right? And I probably shared this. I used to heckle comedians, and people started coming to the show to see me heckle. So this is why when people say I'm interrupted, I've been there interrupted. I've been there before I even got on stage. And how old? I was like, I had like 21 or 22. And the thing was, it was starting to build. People started to.
As long as I'm not fighting for everything, so.
The guys in the audience that was funny. But it was like some people in clubs and like, you should do that. You know what I mean? Like one day you should try. So from one of all other comedians' careers, you know, I would actually destroy most of the comedians. Could you not fuck me? My job is to be I was a professional athlete. So much that and I drew. I was drawing the audience. So as that happened, it just happened. And then eventually the club wanted me to shut the fuck up. Like they were like, we'll shut his ass up if he's on the stage. And then the audience, people really started coming to see me talk shit. And I think the night, the first night I went on, I think it was build up like something people
For no way.
This dude is dumb. I was working for Safeway as a security guard in a grocery store. And the first time I went on stage, all the people that for my job used to come, they all looked at me like, he's about to flip of this thing. You know, it was just something that by chance, I never thought about doing comedy. I used to go there because I got free promotional tickets. I never was the guy when I was younger than 13. When I first listened to the mirror, I knew that comedy is what I wanted to do. It was never that. It just what happened to be in that situation. I went up, I ripped it, and when I ripped it, the first time I went on stage, I knew I was like, this is what I will be doing for the rest of my life. And I didn't say that with that thought, Joe. I didn't feel like I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be famous, I'm going to have a TV show. For the first time I went on stage, the only thing I want to do is be good. That's the almost to this point in my career now. I'm like, if you're good, this applies to anything in life. If you're good at something, and you're really good at it, and you're passionate about it, and you study it, and you just live with it, eventually you're going to get the rewards of it. And that was like, I'm going to get a TV show. I was just like, man, if I'm good, I'm going to be with this one. If I'm good, I'm going to be with this one. And then there's just like, so I think when I first started, my friends and family, they was really rooting for me to do it. And the moment I put on stage, I was like, this is what I will be doing for the rest of my life. And never thinking about this will be rich or anything. You ever feel guilty?
LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Yo, Joe, I gotta be honest, man, Joe. I gotta be honest. I like heckling motherfuckers, Joe. I'm a natural born heckler. I if you see me call it Joe, right? Joe, that's
Why did he call Joe?
I don't know why they called it Joe, but it was just roasting. It was the black way of saying it. If you want to compare it, it was like roasting.
Very interesting word, Joe. Does he think that was like a person who was like really
50 Joe.
I don't know if it's a dude named Joe. I don't know. That doesn't make makes sense. I don't know the history. A lot of blackberries I'm not going to have no history. You might want to Google.
Have you ever heard that, Jackson?
Joe? Urban Dictionary. Do you ever use that?
Good crap. Told me.
Arabic Dictionary says a lot of white people that cook out barbecue. Yeah, but we've been like I used to love that.
I'm gonna go get some drink real quick.
In comedy, there's weird
One of the top first-year experiences in the country. You know what best students like us. More than 150
Put down and make
countless opportunities for life-changing career living experiences. When you fly, PSU.edu.
Jay was a lady.
Marketers Report. Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, Regional Audio Marketing, and the
Whoa, let me get your
It's another
I'll take the second half. You get the first half. I need
how specific audiences are performing. So overboard marketing is a very broad scale, and that doesn't include specific local markets. That's really the beauty of Iris Network.
No, I understand this. Where I came from, that's what it was. The joke on the nigga. That's what it was. Urban Dictionary built it. That's what it was. But it wasn't like scripted. It wasn't like you had writers or anything like that. It was just you in the moment. In the conversation, you look at the person up and down. And I used to grow. Oh, man, I used to just a media company. And this, the rule was comedy. You know, marketing.
Yeah, people don't like to be targeted. Not everybody likes to do it.
All right, but Joe, have you ever you've been watching a motherfucker and you just I just want to say something. I never felt like I just want to say I want to wait till you get on stage. I want to just say something in that moment, especially after yeah, I've been in this.
You got a drink, you're like, this is nuts.
You just want to get out. Yeah. And it's not just being like nasty, but you just like you just can't help it. You gotta say something. It's so funny. Some years ago, me and Tracy Morgan was at a show, and me and Tracy Morgan started comedy about the same time. And he was like, man, I'm sick of these black motherfuckers. I just want to say something. I said, you don't care. I mean, he said we should do a tour, right? Go all across the country, not to perform, just to have from the seats. Which I thought was really that will be so. You talk about something that builds character.
It's almost like a roast battle. Can you imagine putting mediums and comedians on stage?
Yeah, you know what?
That'd be terrible.
It would be terrifying, but guess what? I guarantee you, Jim, if you had 20 mediocre comedians, 1 or 2 will stand out. That's the one that's great. Yeah.
It's going to be a shark tank. Yeah. Right? So you'll recognize like real early on what if you're a terrible song.
I just felt a little bit thirsty. Yeah, I was.
Are you a West Side gangster?
No, I go to a university.
Oh, tight. Good for you, dog.
Yeah, it's how you respond, how you react to what is coming at you know what? Whenever I see his face, first off, you said David
Then I'll hop on Rainbow Rock.
Yo, he's like the white Morgan Freeman of comedy. Like, he's been how he looks forever in a different color black. And it's so funny you mentioned his name.
Ain't no way. Nice try.
That's right. You look at him and say, I said, I need to remember. You're like somebody, if you're
I need this.
let you know, you gotta.
Our laws are so good.
All this year, watch Dave Till, 30 years. I can't remember the time that.
Let's get to 19, bro. What the fuck?
Oh,
Brothers right next to the surgeries.
what he does. He's just like really focused on that one thing. You know, he used to be an alcoholic, and when he quit drinking, he got way better when he quit drinking. You know, if there's something happened to him, some comics, there's
Team Lucky
they're like they're drunks when they're young, and then they quit drinking, and they're not as good. They're not as fun as when they were drunk.
I figured out that it's been this book.
You definitely can. As older. What I was going to say is that Attell's the best example because what he did was he quit drinking and then immediately got way better and just keeps getting better. Like all that focus is now just on stand-up.
I think about that sometimes.
Dude, he was so good. It was mind-blowing. He was just on fire. Yeah, the reporter playing the little flute.
I saw that certificate came up, and I just thought that one part of it, he said, you have this instrument, and he says, you have the head, the shaft, and the tail. They say he was referenced the flute or whatever. Of course, it was a famous song. Like that was just, he's nice as shit.
He's got like a formula in his mind.
Oh, that whole.
And he's so in tune with them that he can just kind of plug it into any.
God, this was Rainbow.
He just starts writing.
I'm not going to Rainbow after this match.
He was working on it. But it's fun to hang out with. What? I like hanging out with him.
I feel like he's about to be on
Yeah, that's what it does. That's what it does.
They will be talking to you, then all of a sudden, he just disappeared. Maybe it's just me.
Oh my God, I'm nasty.
It was fun hanging out.
I'm nasty with
It
it.
was like, because we have like the green room. It's like it's nice, relaxing place for everybody to hang out.
Oh, yeah, but easy. The Lord shot is crazy.
It carries around the flip. So low. Like when you press 4 R's to get a.
Right. Oh, he's still in the old school test?
Yeah. You gotta press it 5 times to get an answer, whatever it is.
You remember those? I remember those.
He does that. That's how he sends you a text message. He's doing that with a flip.
That was being connected with too much communication keeps you out of those back rooms and keep you off those yachts. You don't invite the person to the back room or to a yacht and be as that. Something is very suspicious. You don't get invited to those parties that
That's just how it goes.
Old Hollywood shit.
Old Hollywood did that exactly how they did it. Tarantino was telling us that the old producers had a bed.
Oh my God, I'm so dumb. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You gotta be in the library.
That's my fault. My fault.
Do you know how
Bro, why'd I do that, bro? Should have done one to you. I mean to do that. He's on the B-side.
And on the side,
Yeah, that was my fault. Little kid, never try to, what's it called? What do you call it? Copy me again, you little pimp squeak. Like, sorry. It's got a little bit of myself right there. Don't like my little brother.
Disrespect. There's a lot of them that probably doesn't make it.
This 10-10, what the fuck? I don't want to go in overtime. Heavy peak that. I'm in heavy peak that.
Specifically for acting, because there's a lot of people that can just go into acting. There's a lot of athletes who got into acting.
On that, I think. On Aldridge, yeah.
You still see Kareem Abdul. Who was in that Adam Sandler with basketball?
You got this. You got this.
Bro, you're all affected, man.
He's
Good lane.
he's fucking great. He's not an actor. It wouldn't work the other way. You couldn't get a guy to do just stand up and just be fucking great, who's never done it. But you get an actor out of a basketball player. You can turn a fucking rancher into an actor.
Oh my God.
Teach him how to do it. Some guys can do it. What role did he play? He played a basketball player. Come on, man. But he played a dude who was ripping off Adam Sandler.
What the fuck you just said?
He played a dude who was ripping off Adam Sandler.
It doesn't matter, Joe. I thought you was gonna say he played a rocket scientist.
So you're telling me, Joe. Listen, when he was going through, when he was doing his lines to Adam Sandler, it's very realistic.
Dude, yeah,
It's and that he's not he's ripping off Adam Sandler. He steals a rocket. He doesn't want to give a rocket.
There's no way that Kevin Garnett is fucking ruling this role. Even Joe, listen to me.
Are you hating?
I'm not hating, bro. I'm trying to explain.
That's what he's hating.
No, I'm not.
Give me a month.
Done with it. Black Twitter company. I'm not saying that. There is no way he could have been bad playing a basketball player.
He was good, dude.
If she's the stars, he was good.
Yeah, we can.
I know, just
we'll get in trouble.
All right,
Yeah, I'm so cold with the hog. It was crazy.
listen, because right there, I can see the dramatic side you're saying. When he stands up,
he is, but I'm
We're 2 rounds in. I don't want to know
it's about gambling addicts. The whole thing's about gambling addicts. The whole movie's about gambling addicts. It's a fucking amazing movie.
Yeah. I need some faith, bro.
I know what you're saying. Is that selfish? Just play basketball player. Yeah, but he played himself in this movie. He's doing this thing.
I missed. Oh my god, I missed.
Gambling addiction.
Jet near my body.
We're all just making crazy decisions. You giving anxiety. I'll check it out. Like real anxiety. Like, bro, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. So he was good.
Niggas.
I wasn't trying to shoot him.
I know. No, but what I'm saying is,
That's just remember, Joe, you said,
There's one far to your left and one right there. Oh, sure. So I think there was a smooth one. He's doable.
I know that's your word.
No, if they don't have an off though, that would be bad.
But what I'm saying is, like, I think out of all the things, acting is probably, even though some people are ingenious at it, don't get me wrong, the most doable. Yeah, like that's the most. You're most likely to be able to figure out how to do it. But you might not ever be able to figure out how to sing. You might not ever be able to figure out how to sing.
Here we go.
You probably figure out how to just pretend.
Pretend and then you can get trained. Yeah, I still think it's something inside of you. Inside of you as an actor.
They didn't find it.
Person just like people trained.
Yeah.
There's something that drives you to want to do something different, make different choices.
Yeah, it's called being mentally ill.
That's not really represent. Most actors have some type of mental disorder.
How do you find the original?
And then you get really famous. At a certain point in time, who the fuck am I?
Yeah, the rainbow.
Yeah, I mean, but you think you are a person. Getting all this
Bro, I can't take you seriously, bro. You're like 2 years old, bro. You just came straight out the womb. You sound like that. Yeah. Why you sound like a straight pussy? You sound like a straight pussy. You sound like a straight pussy. You like ass as fuck. Gotcha. I can't even hear words coming out of your mouth because your mic's so ass. Oh, yeah, no, bro. You about 6 years old on the mic, bro. Put that shit down and go radio fucking alphabet. Yeah, hush up, baby. Hush up, little kid. Exactly. Hush up, child. Yeah, you with yourself until daddy came in. Yeah, keep yourself muted, nigga. Yeah, leave. Shit crazy.
Like you trying to tee it up a little bit, bro?
It depends on the
I'm on that rainbow.
for acting.
I'm on that rainbow.
Everything I've ever seen.
So that you worked at one of those places. I'm willing to bet you didn't work there, but probably went there.
That shot low key bad for real.
It's basically scripted shit.
Oh no, for real.
What if she actually worked there?
I'm silver 3. Let's go. We're on the verge of hitting gold. I'm not there later.
Dude, I think yeah, so their family was the same place. She has an easy job. Sometimes just doing it big for them to see her attention. I wanted to bet she never sold her body. There was never no guy. Yeah, there was no guy that punched her. All that shit was made up. The way she presented it, it's like, if this guy like raped you, or did all this crazy stuff, why are you not reporting it to the police? Why are you not doing it? No offense, but
Action.
yeah.
And then you gotta go. And you gotta really.
Bro's using sound pad demo. Alright.
You think that's a premium does 2 and 0? They just have like rich here.
I'm gonna go to real.
Yeah, the Mensa Honest, that's just not big. That's just
Starting. Oh shit, can't wait to play fucking.
Did you see those edibles that I showed you yesterday, bro?
I wanna play some big
Those hit strong. I took the whole bag, bro. I was fucked up. Like 8 hours.
Oh, that's really good.
That's $50 too. It's pretty good too. Yeah, Spencer is a scammer, bro. People will make money for getting like edibles or cards from a smoke shop, but they're better than dispensaries today. They have more variety. You notice they have like flavored parts, but I think about THC and shit.
Yeah, it was good.
Especially the fucking.
You want a something freshly sliced the order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio mic? You go to like this. I'm a long-range warrior.
I bet you Ariza's parents probably don't give them money, though. Remember they were asking for like nitro or something?
Cuddy Siege. Don't go to the moon or for real. Siege.
4 days later.
I doubt it, dude. The way they are, fucking hell. It's too sensitive for all of that. Well, that over-sexualized bullshit, the way they would act, it was all facade.
I was just saying,
There's no way, dude.
Right back to the same time. Working on children.
That's what Natalia did when Natalia had no type of money.
Bro, the one didn't go like started.
So you mean not prepared? He said we like the
What the fuck? You live right, we can walk to a whole Domino's, bro.
I'm like this dumb, bro. It's like 4 years ago. Oh, yeah, I guess I thought both did it.
He's better than me, bro. There's places, but where I live, I don't go out at night. I haven't got a jump on it.
It's because I was
You say it my way, but I'm happy to know. Well, that's probably the hardest thing to do.
We gotta find David at night. David got dogs by name.
But some platforms think they will allow it.
The real name is Griff.
Or no, he's gonna wait for the shit to fucking download.
Shark invites you to the Race to a Race MS. The Race to a Race MS is holding a
There's things that a person has.
I'm THCPing it up right now.
You can deliver it at some last. You can be coached. Someone can figure out, like, I'll help you memorize. We finish it to the end. You got it. It's you.
I want to start grinding Rainbow and Apex more.
Not everybody. Everybody, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody don't have the heart to take those chances.
I wanted demons to support here. What the fuck?
It's always resting when you talk about actors. Make a decision.
Hold on.
Let them bring you back. You know what I mean? It's better.
Nothing much, just terrorism.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
When I was watching The Wire, there's one scene when I get pulled over in the car.
Nothing much except committing acts of terrorism. MBG, yesterday.
Money, or whatever.
Oh shit.
One moment I shot it off our bar, I do that.
They have to let me go with the money. Basically, I came in with $30,000, and I'm leaving with $30,000.
Because.
So there was like action.
I feel like all those stories. And in order to see when they were a guy that they were like having sex with like all these girls and shit, that was all.
Oh my dollar!
I like a hardcore.
But it's like make it like at least they knew that I would take the chance.
You'll free people. Yeah. You'll be loose.
Oh,
That's the
bro.
thing. It's like some people.
Bro, when do you play?
She saw me and you in her neighborhood. What would you do?
It's always in the wrong way.
I think for me, even with acting as maybe like fun.
You sleep more.
I've made enough success in comedy and created a pretty good lifestyle off of that. And I don't have the pressure of having to pick a role.
You should know
A lot of actors now, it's like, they gotta get this.
a little piece of paper and just write THCP.
So it's always, for me, acting's always
I'm a
That's the best way to do it. Especially if you're
43 months. Yeah, it's over 3 years. And I'm like, what? It's like that's a fucking Steam tryhard.
Just went back to acting. There's a few comics.
I was sick for the pandemic. I was so happy that she was
My name is Jam.
sick of these writers that we never heard about.
My name is Jam.
This guy go for Family Guy. I'm like, what the fuck you been? You've been in the trenches like that. Yeah.
Hello, I am back from Malacca bar.
Those can go get those plays on this. Going to get what you
I think that made people have to figure out what the pivot was.
Yeah, well,
stupid.
you can't rely too much on the system that doesn't give a fuck about you. And a system that you pay attention to where it's
So dumb. It's the thing on Steam is crazy. They got everybody except Octane. What's Lobo?
as soon as you saw it.
Yo, I'm like fucking Apex Legend. It's
all
Gang, son, gang.
since I'm listening. Probably download COD. don't know about Russ, bro. Russ is so like fucking. Well, it's not GTA, but Russ is so fucking hard. And Labs probably should take that.
What happened? I was always there. What happened?
You don't talk about these two. To have those walking around there, I don't want to shit on the computer. Who are you talking to?
Oh, yeah, that is like that. Somebody just put
Yeah, you sound dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
it is. Look at the outfit. It's the one outfit they went to.
Oh shit.
This is such a leap.
Had that red hair. Yeah, zoom in some more. Let me take a screenshot of this. Don't close it out yet. I think we found them, bro.
Idea of agencies.
I've been wondering where the fuck you get the pink roll color from. I want that shit so bad. It looks low-key fire. Where the fucking fun be? Shut the fuck up. Okay. Shut up. Stop.
You having to be connected to a certain entity or a certain agency, and they probably kill me after this joke. I'm
Wait, maybe it was gonna be. No.
They gonna kill me.
I think it was. He said,
Wow.
Where
it is them, yeah.
those things
so that kind of hurt my feelings. She wasn't talking
existed. And we're close to that right now.
They so scared of really fun.
That was like the number one job for a comedian.
Yeah, that was the only job you wanted.
That was the job that everybody wanted. And then they had comedy movies. Well, comedy movies have been drastically reduced. So sitcoms
Sure, or maybe she had it right.
Imagine selling your soul to God scored.
Yeah.
Terrestrial colors.
And there was no YouTube.
Where does one
ticket sales? You were dependent on you being published.
And it was this was like
What do you think is theirs, though?
it's a conversation.
Oh, shit. I want to play now. I'm totally not, because they said it's 23 unless they're older than they
Grinding that shit.
If you're around our age, and there's
There was only one definition.
What the fuck? And no one showed me this? Yo.
Who's
What the fuck? What the fuck?
It was
We're better. You're better teachers.
Don't be sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Be better.
Don't be so sorry, my mind.
Oh,
This is really so strange.
Making me
I'm feeling you.
I'm the guy.
I'm so
That's the reason, bro.
You shut the fuck up. Okay. Oh, there it is. Pink. Just say thank you to this. Why the fuck you sound like every other black man?
What?
I used to always sound like
What's up, gangster? What's
I know you can't say your son serious. Nigga, you got a double barrel and no shot in that ass. You ugly as shit.
Talking about nigga don't next like Vienna sausage. Niggas ugly ass niggas. Best freaking roll having ass nigga.
What's up? You sound like that nigga from the Madagascar movie.
Hell nah, you know like an awesome you like the skilled refrigerators from Motel. For naps, the vitamin 7 that they got. Bro, you can't be real. Shut your ass up. Where we at? Shut up. Who is this called? Whatever. Train down.
You suck my fake black dick.
Hell no, we didn't use it like a small dance termite.
Nigga, what's up?
Older than 20.
Nigga. Is that a beanie one? Are you wearing a beanie right now? Let's go.
Maybe 30.
Do not play this game at all.
What? What else is good?
the shit relax and stuff. Oh, what I get? Don't be scared, but I do not have
Saying that bullshit.
I'm playing a game and shit. I'm getting roasted for playing a game.
Y'all not, somebody forehead fat as fuck. I'm gonna just let y'all know. Whoever wanna roast somebody forehead fat as fuck. Whoever wanna roast, your forehead is
I want to so bad, bro. I can get paid this week too. I think my last one, I didn't get shit good out of it either. That's okay to be seen.
She dropped out of high school.
So the shit good. Oh,
I'm 26. I'm actually 26.
You know what's smart though? It's getting worse.
Oh yeah, smarters are getting fucking careful.
We should be like the first season they have the right idea. Or making pay money at least, bro. Be like, hey, if you want to live here, you want to start paying them.
I don't know how to use any of these niggas' abilities.
What was that? It's worship, right? That's a lie, bro. Even if it is true, they don't got no right. They have the right to get the fuck out.
But middle class, I'd say, she got arrested because she changed the locks on the squatter that entered her home and tried to lock her out of her home. She changed her own locks. It's bullshit.
You want to do it? Your server?
Where the fuck we going, son? Look at all those niggas.
Yeah, that would be great, except you can't tell.
Your guy's like that.
Watching over there.
They might decide that he is better. Maybe I'm not. You
No,
can't give them the power to
I
shut
don't
things down.
tired.
You
If
decide
you got another
not to
song,
do
I think you're gonna like it. It's not like Sigma Male songs. Sigma Male, cut up. Now I'm your ass. Accept me as Patrick Bateman. The fact that Rothschild uses low laboratories, that sounds like a lot though. Your parents are a piece of shit, they built a business.
We just locked down everything for
I'm just playing games and shit. I'll freak the shit out of my life.
It is a disease that kills people. For sure. It kills people. So it's four different things that are killing us. It's just a
Oh my God, I was
Every day, we're going to eat.
They are very willing. You got your doctor to work.
Step back, bro. You look high. Oh, what?
Oh my god, what, bro? What? No, the reason why I'm looking at shit is because some girls DMing me right now, man. Just trying to read my shit.
You're totally, this totally a nosy ending you, bro.
We can't stand this.
There is no girl DMing you right now. Oh my God, there's no girl DMing you. Come on, bro.
Oh, here. Oh, there you are, guys.
No girl DMing. Sorry, there's no way Eddie girl getting you. You're like 60 years old.
The Sigma. A Sigma.
I do know, yo. Someone who's really a Sigma is Spider-Man.
You're a beta.
Yo, Spider-Man is a Sigma. You're no nigga. Well, I'm just
Other man. Why are you saying nigger?
I'm in my bitch face.
What's up?
Literally. They can be a
With your breast stick, nigga, hot breath ass nigga, hell no, you like you kill potatoes, fat neck ass nigga, hell no, boy, I'm on your ass, nigga, you fucking with them cornhead newspaper piece of fucking toilet paper head ass nigga, toilet roll nigga, I'm on your ass, fat neck ass nigga, doorknob head ass nigga, I'm on your ass, hell no, boy, a black nigga, what is it, hot the jacuzzi, fat, fuck, neck ass, 800-pound like face ass nigga. You get breakfast, lunch, and dinner in bed. Gluttonous fat nigga ass.
That's bad.
West side. West side. West side.
That's all you gotta say?
Yeah. I think just means like 40% more.
You're gonna want this thing.
It's not. Actually, it's okay. It's okay. It's not.
Yeah.
Can I say the N-word?
Everybody. And a lot of it is cardiac.
Okay. All right.
That is not mine.
Brother man, who are you talking to? Who's the boy who's getting
He said, can I say nigger? And I was like, can I fucking
Colin Creed.
What else was the words?
And then I said, I'll get it.
There's a lot of questions we get.
Between that and me coming back mental, they already sold it.
Colin Creed, do you know?
Yeah, dental.
Ask much. I don't like when you do that.
Oh, I have a capture card and shit, so like I thought I could have my shit.
I like when you come into the Discord in the night. What dog?
I was thinking,
No, they got banned dogs. Dude, there are a ton of people in here. STFU until you know what's up. Take a look.
But this nigga off fentanyl,
Oh, I'm just gonna leave it like this, bro. I'm just gonna, it's right now, man. Don't worry about it. I'll do
Everybody, hey, goodbye. Were you left already?
No, not gonna lie. People like that really deserve it. Like straight to the eardrum.
Well, exactly, bro. I mean, what else? Like, because honestly, bro, you take your headphones off, you see dry blood in your ear. They get decapitated by the sun. You're right, bro.
He deserves to have a fucking Mike Tyson sit on him. Just fucking have Mike Tyson just bite the shit out of his ear. I'm cooked, bro. I'm cooked, bro.
I want a giant to stop this dude. Like a giant
weapon, bro.
Like a 20-foot giant. One of those shits right there. That's a huge ass foot. One guy desecrated everybody.
Wait, hold on. I can't hear shit. What'd you say?
Bro, I'm not gonna cover everybody.
Yeah, you're right, my bad. I'm sorry. I don't know why I just grabbed my bad. Do you want me to make a room? Hello? Here, I'll make this room.
Well, see what happens when somebody happy birthday. You started roasting.
So I'm gonna say a funny joke. So a guy walks into a bar. He hits his nose.
I'm in the room. Go ahead and.
I got one. How do you get the like? Oh, tell me. How do you get the
how do you get the greatest vision ever? Like the best vision ever, like some shit that's like. It's a shit you can have eyes in the back of your back of your head. It takes steroids, like steroids.
J71L3 is the room ID, and then the password's 1.
I get it. It's good, like, especially
Yeah.
Hey, so much. Again, how many Jewish people can you fit in that?
I'm not. I don't play games like that.
How many Jewish people can you put in a car?
So much of that shit.
How many Jewish people can you fit in a car? How many Jewish people can you put in a car? How many Jewish people can you fit in a car? What? Front seat, 3 in the back seat.
Yeah, I have a trunk channel and a TikTok track channel. 5K on YouTube and my favorite. You know,
that's crazy. Now the Dark King will go wild, bro. Dark King will go wild. Which guy walks into a wall with an erection? What hits the wall first?
His nose.
Who's gonna join me? His nose. Yo, Softy.
That nose ass nigga. Double barrel nose ass nigga. What?
He's talking about the worst son.
And hungry. And telling me
The line at KFC. I swear to God, bro, we never took a road trip.
How can a black girl have she's pregnant? Why? She pulls the tampon out of the cotton. Oh, okay. Stay on my dick until you die. What is? I do that nigga. No, dead eyes. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga. I'm blacklisting you. You're one of the most well-known faggots that keep coming in every street. Every street. Yeah. Because you fantasize about the ass nigga with abs chiseling and a Urian thumb. Or committed.
I play it too, so I know how you're going to be doing it.
Even that, I know something where you can't get out. You're forced to show that. Hold on, keep my bitch to get your virtual life. I know he's going to think that I'm able to get your juice out of to you choke. Everything you do is just going to run with the big juices. You're just talking eternity now. You're just talking eternity. You rubbed it out of your throat. You're obsessed with the that's crazy. With a VPN, getting banned thousands of times a stream, yet still comes in here and sucks my dick and obsesses over me. You are a worthless bitch ass nigga. Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant. I'm just gonna stump you. You're gonna keep coming back. I'm gonna seal up all our cracks. You're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you're smelling the syrup. Worthless bitch ass nigga. You're gonna stay on my dick until you die. You serve no purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to be in my shit and suck in my dick daily.
West side. West side. West side. West side.
Your life is
West side.
You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now. And give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer. So if you just think about what exponential exponentially is not as simple as like 1 plus 1
It's crazy.
2.
It's ascension, bro.
And you gotta think that with each, like, you know how they do, like, I try and really spin the quarter around the funnel at the bottom, it gets faster and faster. That's how exponential increase in technology. Each invention, it makes all these other so fast and so quick. This exponential is
Glass up. You smell like shit. But why are you supposed to be like y'all? You fat nose bitch. You sack of shit. You ugly ass nigga. You still brought your tail up. You smell like old green beans. Shut up. Shut up. Nigga, you like these white reindeers. Nigga, fat nigga ass. I'm not monkey head ass nigga. What you talking about, bro? You smell like John Blood. You got level 50 forehead. Outside here. You smell like somebody's backyard. Off backyard. Backyard. You look like you jacked off the fence and shit. Jacked off the fence right here. Hell no, they caught your ass because I steal smart screen TV from Best Buy in the technology section, but instead you was head spinning every single flat screen TV, so they have to fucking take you out and you fucking fat neck ass nigga. Hell no, you
That's there's no GG about that.
hell no, you like to steal hangers from Burlington and put them back inside the Walmart clothing section because you don't have any more hangers to put in the motherfuckers and you only get paid $2.
Is the play video games entirely. So like
What's that to drink?
We would have the majority of the characters. I'm just gonna say it like that.
I'm actually pretty sure that Game & Watch came out before that.
Was the only one that didn't have fucking like military computers at the time. We wouldn't have video games.
Okay, so let's run.
Without the ideal of games being right, working
Without the creation of fucking fire.
without the creation of life and stuff.
Without bipedalism.
Okay, wait, Salty Rice. I'm not gonna say what Nate Senpai's character is, so you are dead. You are dead.
You can see on my screen. Oh wait, no, you can't. There you go. There we go. Oh, okay, that's gonna be fun.
I'm probably just gonna be juggled to all living out.
No, like comedy Hollywood is a ghost town.
It's not there anymore. You are an example. There's a lot of other examples of you can literally make Hollywood wherever the fuck you want to make Hollywood.
But it's not even. It's not.
Honestly, if you do an upbeat and then walk across the enemy, it should be fun.
You gotta do it.
What the hell?
It's hard now to think about it, but there's a lot of
That's real.
that's not just
Speaking on the I like a fully. What the fuck, like going? Oh, with the second study. I give up so many What the fuck?
West side. West side. West side.
It's the simplest thing to tell somebody. The best
I'm not wild. They have to do very. I know that you don't have to do it because you were
I am so sad.
Like that.
I don't even know how I enjoy it.
What the
Now I'm missing like a spigot.
It's a pain having no DLC.
You don't know about these.
It's a pain that they made by the machine. Like, you gotta.
I have all DLC.
You gotta just have a fucking upper hand financially.
You never heard anybody come up to you and they say shit like this, Joe. So we think you're cute.
I'm not Fortnite shit.
You never heard about these parties, Joe?
The fuck?
Do you remember the days where like you would pay for a game and get like the whole game's worth of content? You remember those days?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest, bro. When Fur came in, I was like super happy, like so hyped, bro. I always said it would happen, but everybody made fun of me for thinking that he would probably be in it. And then the day it happened, I was able to laugh at all my friends. It's like, fuck. Fucking same thing for Sam's Undertale. When Sam's entered Smash, I was like, I told you, Marcus, I told you. They're like, shut up, it doesn't count as the music. And I'm like, he's got his own music, and he looks exactly like it. He's got his own music, alright? It don't matter. Any character that has their own music and looks exactly like the character itself, yeah, no, that's the character. Don't tell me otherwise. For all I know, the main character could literally be wearing Sans himself, like on their body. So, like, yeah. Always has been, always will be.
That's what I'm guessing that, like, by your definition, Gino is like
Yes. Well, I mean, no, because Gino's not like a full-fledged costume, right? Kansas. But if they actually made him look like the head and all that, right? And then I'd be like, yeah, no, Gino's his dad.
Zero grams of sugar.
It's 12 o'clock. I hope the Burger King drive-thru is still open. I really need a box of that way, God. Please help me, God. I don't fuck with God like that. I fuck with guys like this. My lady's pregnant. God, please give me, help me.
That's reasonable.
That's the. I know I'm starting church.
Fucks with me over Mario Kart, dude.
What?
Fucks with me over Mario Kart. Mario Party, like OG Mario Party, like Mario Party 3.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. Okay, so funny enough, I'm good at Smash. I'm not good at like Mario Party or like Mario Kart.
You definitely give me a
On my turf, bro.
I see you in front of the roll.
I bet you wish the thing.
Okay, so when I play Brawlhalla, I lose all my Smash Bros. skills. Same thing when I play Smash Bros. I lose all my Brawlhalla skills. So I'll try and just stick to one. Like, Smash is the one.
That guy, what's his name? That does it? Joel. Yeah. You don't think he can dominate in that world?
I would also play well, what's that game called?
It would be
the one Warner Brothers fighting game with Bugs Bunny in them. Yeah.
Go to my sniper.
So if I had church, that's if I was even we're joking about it, but that would be like the type of church that I see.
Well, people wouldn't like something because there's a lot of people that don't want to go to like a traditional church.
Yo, dog, how is everybody today?
In the idea that, the ways
So we're good.
I'm well, thank you. Appreciate it.
that he, even if you don't necessarily believe in God, if you live like you will live a better life. If you follow those principles, just try to believe, you'll live a better life.
I'm still taking over Mario Kart, bro. Jamie, pull this up.
Even if you think you're wrong.
Oh my god, dude. I can't play Mario Kart like that. Oh god.
Okay. Insane
Mario Kart 150cc.
all throughout the universe.
Yeah, I know. I get
What is this ugly ass nigga doing, dude?
In everything you do, in every event that
So play 200cc game.
everyone's life around you.
You got me fucked up. I'm not praising anybody in Mario Kart.
The amount of input lag that I get, I can't do 200.
Like, it's the CPU to start. You do practice.
My lag.
Or you have input lag, bro. You just have your card, yes. Nowhere to go. Everyone I know, bro. There's no girls here. Everybody go ready to go along. Go find some people on Valorant, bro. Like that. Wait, someone's playing Melee. Let's see.
I have Melee.
I thought it was free to fly or something.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. To the island. Yeah, like that. Exactly. You like this, I'm going, right? You get dressed. You get dressed about $20.
Oh.
You get dressed, and you fall ring again. It says God. The first thing you gonna look at God's like, fuck! I can't believe it.
God's calling him just pause before you answer. If you just look it up,
The sword is fucking huge.
Yeah. You bro's busting all over you.
Busting. Busting swords.
As many people try to figure out God all this dude.
It's actually close to that.
it's one of the things that keeps me honest.
You can't just bust down in.
What's up? What's down?
The buster sword. I could
Bust down Tatiana.
It's just a
Bust down, Tatiana.
It's fun when someone FaceTimes you out of nowhere.
Guys, 2024, you start nice with nice stuff. Imagine people get negative.
She's so fast.
Some people have bad days. I don't want to judge them today. Sometimes
I assume people.
My maid is Peach. Sits better.
Too many fucking text messages.
Peach is a good main.
Love her.
My favorite main to use back then was Meta Knight and Raw, right? Melee was, okay, so Melee, Mario, or Dr. Mario, right? And then Peach was probably like best in like Raw and Melee. But they dumbed her down. Same with Mario. Like Mario used to have a crazy ass grab back then.
Oh,
And they got rid of it. I was like, bro, why'd you get rid of his grab? Melee grab was like one of the best grabs they had. Like, and then when he just freaking spun you and shit, like, yeah, they dumbed that down.
like 1 or 9 or something.
That's fine.
We used to
Make it more casual.
Right.
Music in the background. Yeah.
Leave your number and I'm sure
Leave it. Everybody tries to leave it.
if you don't, I mean, it's like you need to call it. That was it. We got music in it. That was the shit.
So, remember answering machine messages? Yeah. Your favorite song in the background?
Yeah. Yo, do, this is not do, all that stuff.
And you really didn't have to have your own voice. You could just have music.
No. And then you got creative if you really do. If you like, you can get somebody like, oh, could you read my voice recording for us?
I remember really clearly when you first could use music as when someone
Your card.
yeah.
Bro, join. Okay, my boy over here, Noah, has Mario Kart. Hop on with him.
I don't have to let this go just so
Wait, what?
I don't have to switch to
I thought, bro.
I don't use my switch all that often.
Yeah, I would love it.
That's fair.
No.
Yo, good game, Selkie.
And also, you probably get mad at
That's like watching Usain Bolt like race against Lieutenant Dan.
I do like to make phone calls when I'm in my car.
You know, do you remember Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump with no legs? Like literally, it's like Lieutenant Dan going up against Usain Bolt in a 100-meter dash.
I was just about to call that person.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about you called me first. I started to do that when I get that impulse, like somebody pops up.
Yeah.
That's what it just happens. Just like Like I told you, I want to get more.
Yeah, I'm done. Girl's trying to really get it. Bro, what is she doing to me? I know what I gotta do later, bro. I'm ooh, she gonna get it. She gonna get it. Yeah, bro. She gonna get it later. Nah. That's all good, bro. I'm planning on he's over there in London right now. I'm like, bro, man, I got myself a freaking passport and shit. I'm gonna go fly down there for a little bit. Just staying in this like what do you call that? She's a model. She does like model type stuff. She has like a TikTok account and all that shit. She does she's in this like what's that she called? Like not Airbnb, but there's like another name for it.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, it's definitely has a
yeah, it's nice ass.
You think
Yeah,
it's
that'll be fine.
Oh, what?
You won't even notice. I don't know if that's like that's how old before.
We're not really dating. It's more like, you know, FWB type shit, you know?
Or that's the that's the Cybertruck.
Yes, but saying FWB.
Just really zombie movies.
Just call her a flame. Damn, FWB is.
No, FWB because we are friends. That's how that works. A fling is more like I'll talk to the girl, or I'd be like, hey, how you doing? And do some shit with her, and then leave and never talk to them again.
You know?
As fucked up as that is.
What is House of Illusion? It's fucking
I don't know, man. Probably because it was, probably. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways,
I did yesterday. We were to have like it reads sound, like or scale.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like a clip on too, so you can clip it onto the top of the guitar.
I didn't have it, Jeff. Wait, do you got it, Justin? Maybe we can play that shit.
No, I don't.
Damn, bro.
And I just bubbles out at 11. I didn't know you had that.
It's not 100%.
Then you can listen to it.
It's 1 year. 1 year.
Also, have left for
My daughter is very interested in that.
Yeah, I got Alfred questions. I'm gonna look up the list that I have that because and there is Among Us, Left really gonna have to GTA 5.
You should be able to answer that. You should be able to I feel like look at any moment. First of all, the stress of being
Somebody just put a bunch of random games on my shit? What the I don't remember downloading half this shit. Why do I have all this shit?
Not just chronologically, but biologically. That's your point. His age, Trump's age, like stop doing that. It doesn't make any sense.
Somebody must have hacked in my shit. Why is all this shit on our game? I don't remember downloading any of this shit.
Definitely not similar in the effect of decay. Like one guy,
It feels like
Reasonably family.
Reasonably sharp. But there
Am
are
I?
really sharp businessmen
Maybe.
that exist that into their 90s can have, great conversations.
All of a sudden that went on.
But by
Now I have all this shit that I didn't have. So
everything is
chivalry, that shit. I don't know what the fuck this is. Never downloaded Dark Horizon.
Oh, speaking of, you don't play for
Bitch, I would kill myself, but then your dick sucked me up to miss my penis and shit. So like, that's bad. That's not funny. It's true though. I mean, if you want to laugh at it, go ahead and laugh at it. Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. I'm not good for you, bro. Good for you, bro. What's for you? We want to. I want the metal because nobody loves them. That's wild. Okay, good for you, kid. Dude, you're literally talking to the fucking South right now. Nobody's listening to you. You have a life? Okay, is this your life right here? Damn, I'm pretty sure that's you, bro. Coochie, ma'am. That's you, Rick.
That's your key.
Okay, congrats. And you're like, what, 17 or some shit? Still doesn't have a job? Congrats. You want a cookie? You want a cookie?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you want a cookie? Do you want fatherly attention? No, I'm pretty sure you do because you're acting like fatherless right now. I don't know about
I
that.
mean, you're
I
like
should not be mean.
but no one here really has fathers.
I mean, if you want, here's the milk. Bye. I did a reenactment of your father. There you go. Perfect example right there. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, he's 16 under, but yeah, I mean, he was around. I'm like,
Scroll down more.
I'm like, your father was never there for you. That's why you acting like that.
Scroll down more. I think this is
Bitch ass Kennedy was just born, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
I know, right? Tell him, bro.
That shit was just born. Look at the way you fucking saw it, nigga. You sound like my little niece, bro. You sound like little niece.
That's because he's not
son. Nigga, shut up.
Oh, you need to be
You sound like a little ass girl. You sound like a little ass girl. Nigga, I'll put you in the fucking locker. Nigga, I'll put you in the little locker, bro.
I think I know what it is.
Nigga, I'll put you in the locker.
Forget the locker, bro. We used to toss motherfuckers like this in a trash can and so fucking god, bro. Like, man, bro.
Nigga, you have a little... No, nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. You have a whole ass nigga in your fucking bio. What the Dory's daddy, weird ass nigga. No, man, shut your bitch ass up. Girls get no rights, bro. Let's go back to the 1920s, bro.
Underage girls. Okay, don't play
The underage girls. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. I ain't fucking with y'all niggas. Fuck, you don't want to tell me, bitch ass niggas. No one asked you to open your mouth. No one asked you to open your mouth. Stop protecting this little kid. I mean, no one lets you talk about that shit. Shut up. My mom business on Apex Legends, and all I hear is your bitch ass talking.
Same you as 12-year-old boys.
You know the fuck I don't, nigga.
Talked about nothing but that.
Oh, it's schedule Japanese.
He said it. I'm gonna tell you. Hey, close it yourself on names and get off this court. Or you get off the court. Get yourself on names, nigga. So they can give me a man, nigga, the fuck, nigga, all of me. Nigga, all of me.
Show money.
I got a whole lot of fun.
Show money. No, you can't show money. You can't show money.
I'm setting on cake.
Exactly, you're making a counter argument.
How much money you got in the bank right now? They do that, please.
I'm emo. Nobody dies in Belgium. Going fucks home. I'm emo. Cut man, future pieces.
Where's that little British dude? The little freaking kid.
Yes, that fucking is emo as fuck.
That little British dude, like kid.
When you step on, and you step on, this is
Wow, did that kid leave?
Wait, does this sound emo to you? Wait, does this sound emo? Nobody dies of a virgin. The black fucks all Kurt Cobain. It sounds emo as fuck.
It's not emo.
That does sound emo.
Anyways. I was gonna say, like, there's that 12-year-old that came in and started talking shit for no reason. He's hurt, and now he's gone.
For what they're going
You're like, why are you even reading my comment?
Anyways.
It's sad. It's sad and emo. This shit's mad.
That's not bad. That's funny.
I'm gonna keep
my fucking us is funny.
Nobody dies in America. Life tries to fuck us anally and keep us all.
Oh my god, a little bit pressed.
She's leaving, let's go.
I'm not pressed.
Now you're definitely pressed. You put that right there, now you're embarrassed. She's about to cry. She's about to cry. A 14-year-old's about to make you cry. Where? Cry about it. Go back to your father. Oh yeah, you have to go to the cemetery to go find your father. Give him some roses.
You can call him and talk to him.
Bro, she's about to she's actually about to cry. I can hear her fucking just struggling, bro. Just like, my dad can talk to him. My dad can talk to him. Shut the fuck up.
Go back to the cemetery where your mom came from. Give her some roses and a skeleton. Where are your patties?
That's the day.
That's
What the fuck are you on?
that's not.
Bro, you sound like JFK got shot by Lee Harvey Oswald. Just
You sound like a special ed kid.
That's you. I'm reflecting you. Yeah. All you have to do is look in the mirror.
Yes, you sound like a special kid like that.
You sound like Stephen Hawking after he got fucking paralyzed.
Just trying.
Stephen Hawking sounds like a robot.
Yes, you do.
Idea better than your idea.
Of course I did.
That made no sense.
That's true.
Hey, you didn't even have no.
Phantom dick. Put that invisible phantom dick, bro.
Yeah, so that's smoked your ass, buddy. It's over. Come on, bro.
You're not smoking nobody. You're leaving.
Yeah, he's smoking on that big grain, nigga.
Right, your wife is dead though.
So she is smoking on your great granny, nigga.
So she's gonna be smoking her great granny's fucking ashes.
Great granny.
Just say, why do you think that?
Wait. Didn't your mom tell you hey, when you go to the cemetery, tell your mom I said hi. It's still like, bro. I'm about to piss on your mom's grave.
But also, I think with co-parenting, it's unique.
You're not funny. You're fucking good. I'm tired of hearing you.
I hate niggers. I hate niggers. I really hate niggers.
Yeah, I need some. Fine.
Digger.
I'm trying to get it really right. So the point is, it's like, it doesn't do anybody.
You better quiet. Lookity dookity scary. Oh no, like a victim card, even though she started talking shit. It's actually gonna run.
I'm not playing a victim card. Damn. I feel like it was.
Better quiet.
I was playing a victim card. I'm giving you this.
You're playing the victim.
I never gave you a meeting. I wasn't even talking to you or speaking to you. I was talking to someone else.
You were talking shit to my friend, bro. What else am I supposed to fucking do? Yeah, you were talking shit about my friend, bro. I had to spin back. I'm sorry.
Please stop calling me emo. I'm not even emo.
No, girl. Saying that dog guy's a virgin and the white fucks all, that's pretty emo. That's pretty emo.
That's
Like a very tad emo.
no, it's very funny. To me, that's funny.
Emo.
Are you guys like I'm getting real people?
It's my
Maybe you're a real good acoustic.
It's like a little person that's like goblin right here.
Ew.
This is funny. There's no comments for this. This is going to be funny. You ever start drama for fun?
Yeah.
Because Discord doesn't even work. It's low-key fun.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, that's my whole idea. I'm an online persona. That's
We don't
cool.
even know each other. You don't even know my dad or anything. You only know my mom.
Because no one gives a fuck about
You don't even know your dad.
Oh, bro.
Like,
He's gone. He's dead. He's deceased.
your dad got the fucking cemetery.
Smoking your dead dad.
Yeah, bro, it's your dad's at the cemetery. When are you going to tell your dad and said hi?
Oh my god, my this one's good.
So basically, you're talking about a whole lot of ads. A whole lot of nothing. Saying, oh, your dad's gone. Oh,
Yeah, your dad's gone.
Your dad was looking for milk and then killed himself. Your dad's literally at the cemetery down the street.
I'm sure if that was in the military, got blown.
I didn't even know you were
Nigga couldn't even catch a grenade.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think I know that. Do you think I'm emo?
Emo girl. You wear makeup?
I don't even like that song. That's what
Dude, do you wear makeup?
you did.
Do you wear makeup? Do you wear makeup? To answer the question, do you wear makeup?
No.
Actually,
You don't?
I need to offer a lot for that too.
I need some little makeup, bro. You
I don't play that shit like that. Right now, I'm afraid
I don't give a shit. You sound ugly as hell.
okay. I sound ugly, but I'm not ugly.
Yeah, you do sound like that. I just said that. Can you not hear?
I know how that is.
Why are you repeating what I just said?
I hate niggers. I hate niggers.
Because otherwise sometimes people like
Oh, here we go. Get it. Yeah, fuck the ass rate. That stuff, yeah. Get alternative back in.
Waiting for demonetization.
Bro, where am I going? What is this?
Apparently, when you see them, I say, I'm gonna rape a minor. Minor shit got this one. Sucks my fucking top. This nigger, man.
I never know how to get a Discord for 13 and up.
Okay.
Why
can't I share any screen right now? Hold on.
Everybody has it. You have to be a certain way to be able to stream.
I think there's this quote.
It's gotta be level 30.
What? Oh, hell no.
That's too much. That quote always. The reason why they're flashing
So just hey, it costs $2 to stream.
you're trying to attack someone who's getting more attention than you.
Yeah, literally it's $2. They don't have $2. Then it's $2.
Yeah, but I don't have anything to stream, so what's the point of getting it?
Then turn your camera on.
Present episodes.
I can't turn my camera on.
That's the first thing I saw now after the Bridget
My camera hooked up to my laptop.
It's just
Pick it up. Pick it up so I can hate on you more. Also, do it. This game is a bad one. No, I think I'm good. I already have my camera on review today. You should have been there. I know, guys.
I feel like a special kid right now.
Yeah, me too, you know. Yeah, you're kind of acoustic, you know. There's something wrong with that.
Okay, I can't stand you. I should go dumb head ass up.
You said fuck my
Whack
kids.
ass
I
up.
said like,
How do you go get my son you don't even know about? Why would you say I don't have a dad? You don't even know my dad. I know my dad. I've seen my dad. And you ain't gotta prove that I don't know my dad. You have a dad, because if I didn't, I didn't have a dad, I probably wouldn't have Discord. I have Discord, and I'm very happy that I have it. But personally, I can't stand people like you that just talk to you. You don't even do it.
just whispered in
Like,
your ear.
you don't know me, but you want to talk shit about stuff you don't know. What's the point of doing that? It's literally wasting time out of your day to be a dumbass.
But Darnell, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So why are you still talking?
I'm still talking because I'm a yap all I want to. You need to shut the fuck up.
Real. I think I'll pass you. I think I'll be far. What's your pass level?
Don't read it. It's not good for you. It's the good stuff's not good for you.
top 5 Mount Rushmore. That's how I want to see it. When we build artificial intelligence, I want them to be on like this shit. Right? I want to yes, top 5. Oh shit. You never see a
legendary skin was cool.
that shit lame, pretty. I'm trying to think what we were talking about.
Which is cool.
What up, gangsters?
You actually follow that game plan. If artificial intelligence is
Living the dream, babies.
we have sat down and
What the shit?
your popularity and your
What change?
This is all you do.
It's some G kills.
You're gonna develop a YouTube video.
Tracker Apex.
I think
Apex Legends.
at this point,
That's what you
Oh, see.
things that make literally to like whoever the individual is.
The only thing I want to say was it doesn't look like it is possible is that oh my god, it's gonna be a robot. Seeing on the line, it's gonna be something about seeing somebody like. I think it's the only thing that's saving TV is scripts. That's the only thing that's really tuned into is what that.
Alright, right now I'm playing a Jack Skellington.
Yeah, if you're watching a film, you scramble, the ball gets thrown, someone's trying to catch it, you're watching a fight, getting knocked out. You're watching actual things that are happening in real time. Computer effect. And within 4 or 5 years, everything's going to be generated from a computer. And you can change the face with it. Because they just releasing these Apple Vision Pros, which are crazy. You walk around, so you can be sitting in your living room, swiping screen, and move things around, swipe things to the left,
you can
swipe
actually
things to the
see
right.
stuff like glasses, like I can walk.
Yeah,
you're not just around.
Yeah, and then you have things that are in front of you. So you can sit down and have an enormous movie screen in front of you. You watch Avatar and you sit there. Or you can have a fucking spreadsheet and open it up. You can open up a website. You can fucking play video games. And just by looking at it,
Okay, what?
5 years from now?
You have to download them. You never tried that?
Think about that.
Yeah, you have to so go to where you usually do the add-ons and stuff, right? Go there, go to like the menu, and then you download whatever you want there. But then you gotta exit out the game and then restart your game so that you can see those models.
You're not recruiting me. And I'll tell you what, like, you know, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go to the woods. I'm going to go to the river. I would say, you have your fucking 3D glasses. I'm going to go to the river. I'm going to crawdad fish. I'm going to take my son and let him ride ramps in the backyard. I'm going to do regular shit. While you dealing with
It's so funny to see Doc just like a fucking god. That shit.
tails falling.
Shit's funny though.
That guy just
Forget about I don't want to do speed weight that shit. I got a gun now.
Oh, no, he's the woods. Oh, that's what I'm doing. It's kind of amazing.
I'm going to the woods. The real woods. I want to go to the real woods. And again, that's one of the things I like about Yellow Springs, Ohio.
I love the way you run in Gmod too. That's just funny.
The only thing is going to save us everything you know, Joe, is this. That's chilling. That's plants. That's some regular shit. The only thing that's going to save civilization is the woods, Joe. That's it. You want regular shit and appreciate regular shit. You have to live. You like the woods to kill shit. But have you ever thought about living there?
No, I pressed E on these. None of these fucking work. What's this? Okay. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Forgot I could dodge roll. You have to make that though, where you look, you don't have like one first person.
Okay, so you're prepared. No, That's beautiful. It's the only thing. It may sound simple. That's the only thing that's going to save us is getting into nature. All the other things.
I disagree. I think we're fucked. I think getting nature's going to be good for the individual, but I think for the species, I have a feeling we're the last.
I'm not trying to say that. Just be about the way
you guys will be fine. I feel like the human race, as this thing,
I'm gonna go to a different map while I'm starting again. What type of map do you want to do?
I
can't expect shit to happen whenever I do it.
I definitely don't know everything. My knowledge of it's pretty good. And a lot of it is speculative.
I don't know. Forgot I had that. I freaking love that game. Favorite game. All time. Let's see, 5 multiplayer games. What do we got? I haven't done like. I wonder if they still do like, oh, Dark RP. Yeah, they do. I remember there's like MLP type shit, like the My Little Pony community was like hella like popular in that kind of shit. They used to be able to like shoot and shit. It was funny. Shit was funny.
Yeah.
But you want me to help you with that?
So that means that they know that we are building the type
Oh, it's on Steam. You download it on Steam.
control is going to control us and take over us. It's
Yeah.
inevitable that that's going to happen.
Yeah. See what? Hold on.
Control it as
Zombie survival.
even though it's
Murder. I wonder what. MLP. I wonder if that's shit still popping.
And you need to go have sex with a real woman that's flesh and skin and has a scent, hopefully not a fish. But that's what you need to do.
The 60s
It's still up there. You can't believe it. There's not that many people in it anymore. Damn, 3 out of 50. That's crazy. There used to be like a crap ton of people back then.
Bro, I'm a fool.
and talks to you, and I look at it and I'm like, okay, that is
Whenever
you shit on you. Like I can kind of tell, like that's model time.
That'd be down.
An exponential increase in technology. Like look at what was the first year?
they got rid of
Yeah, that was the thing. You had no way.
The briefcase. I had one actually that was in my car.
Yeah.
Road trip.
I was getting more, but it literally
Then
took
I
like 1
got
hour.
another one. I think it was 93. And it was a Motorola Star Pack. That's only 30 years ago. Back to what you have.
I wonder. Hold on. Now I wonder. At our.
I got a question for Ash.
Develop these nuclear powered batteries. We were just talking about the power a cell phone for 50 years. Yeah, I don't know if it's just theoretical or if they've actually it's just a matter of what they use for the fuel. There's like what we're dealing with now is no different than what every civilization has always been dealing with. If you go back to the 70s, when they had vaccines, before they had antibiotics, medication, and just show those people back then a cell phone. They would think you're a witch, a Satan.
And if you called somebody that answered, they would really thought that you was
someone FaceTime from another place. That's normal shit now. Whatever the fuck that robot is, you take that robot that cleans cars and scale that bitch up 200 years from now, you got a
Well, I got that added.
who's in lingerie.
I'm going to have to
who's
clean
cleaning your house and
it.
sucks your dick, and you're never gonna mess with real ladies
Okay,
again.
and now I go back to
You
your.
erase those mistakes. Because no one wants to breed anymore. That's how they're gonna do it.
And this time around, I should be able to play it as Jack. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I have Kingdom Hearts.
The robots only want to please us so we die off. The robots want to leave all the ladies barren and all the men just no jizz. They just suck them off all day. And then leave them ambitionless, childless, and then they die off. The funny thing is,
Oh, this one allows you to like use whatever player model. No, I'm just gonna leave.
the fake who fuck with these robots? Somebody did. Winnie's hotels.
I have it on your game on. I like that game.
She would be experimental too. Yeah. She's a
She's so smart. She's such an interesting person.
And I asked her, I said, the success that you had in everything, you didn't do so do you think it's a tough question for successful in this business? I said, do you feel like She said yes. That's the tough thing, because sometimes women are so career driven that part of them, or that part of the experience of life, they don't really care about it. I just say it's embarrassing. She does it.
Oh, man. My back.
And she's got a nice mommy.
Yeah, I think.
And then she ran out of animals. That's what white women about horse. Yeah, that's what white women about horses.
Just rescue horses.
Rescue horses. Yeah, when they start buying different animals, like animals that the average person don't have, like orangutans and shit like that, that's when they're like, yeah, I want to have a baby.
She connected me with people who run this wolf sanctuary.
It's funny because I could have sworn, like, for sure, I thought Kingdom Hearts would have ended up on Steam. But when I found out it ended up on Epic Games, so I was like, oh, that's weird, okay.
These wolves, and they take wolves off the branches and capture them.
And then Epic Mickey ended up on Steam, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fair.
The males have all been castrated. They've all been fixed.
Boy, Wyatt can
just stared at.
So they're not preserved.
They let them. Yeah, they interact with them. You can interact with some, but
oh man.
I don't like the idea of wild predators being trapped in cages.
I took my son to the zoo, and it was like,
I'm hungry again. I'm probably going to grab a bite to eat in a
it's
minute.
just the excitement. It's like we so excited. Like it was one of the tigers came out of the cage, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, yeah!" They started clapping for the tigers. I'm like, this motherfucker's used to walking 50, 60 miles a day.
Oh, die.
Yeah, and this motherfucker's 300 square feet.
I'll be back once it's all like done loading and shit. Just kind of waiting for it to get
But it has to go down. And then for the people, here's the people that got the toughest time. Tour, people that speak on the they're like, and this is simple, they were frustrated today. You know, the ones that got to make it feel like they have to have this person. Yeah, because everybody would throw shit at each other. Of course, you would be frustrated too, but it feels so wrong and so right at the same time.
Yeah,
Safari, I want to go to Safari.
that's weird. Safari's different. The thing that bums me out is the primates. I went to the zoo rather in Denver, and I remember we had gotten there right when this, like, we turned around this monkey cage, right when this monkey was just wailing. He just decided, like, he couldn't take it anymore. And he's in this cage, and he's just wailing.
I lost my back here, and they decided they couldn't take it anymore. You gotta like he's wanting to get the fuck up out of here.
Children as young as 8 better be in this.
Small as a spring. He's just rather branches. Just bored as fuck, man.
And then what? You had motherfuckers taking pictures of you all fucking day. I had my son. This is so fucked up. And I knew I shouldn't have did. And I read it. Right? It was we had a petting whole thing. I rented a monkey. And the monkey definitely had some shit. Right? Because they gave him a monkey. I feel so bad. Everybody was at the monkey looking at the monkey. All of a sudden, I heard everybody say, ew. The monkey was eating a lollipop and chirping. Yo, Joe, I swear, in my church, I swear my son's life, everybody was trying to get this monkey from, right? But now it's like, you know the phrase, it's train a monkey, see monkey do something. I'm just thinking that the trainer just sits around this monkey, eating lollipops, jerking off. Because the monkey was looking like He was looking like, I wish the fuck somebody would say shit. You're coming back on, leave me the fuck alone. Like, and the monkey was looking people like directly in the eyes, Joe. It wasn't like the monkey just discovered it. It was like this monkey's like, this is how we get the fuck off work early.
Did you ever see that video of the dude first like sitting there and monkey hops and he's like trapping this monkey? It's like this takes a giant scalpel.
No, I don't know. I really don't. You know what? I'm not built for that. I don't like skitters. I don't want amazing I would definitely do it. I'd be like, what? Show me that. I don't want. That's the different. You're very into that. That's like the nature metals. One of those websites here.
Nature's metal, yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
So man, like taking one of those creatures and forcing it to live in captivity is torture.
That would be a point where they know it's going to be the breaking point.
Yeah, that monkey.
Who's playing too much?
The cage is like this.
You suck. I guess so.
What? What do you say?
I said, thanks.
Alright. You done? Oh, it is.
You think that monkey? You think that monkey could like? And you think he can just why? Because he's been on fight waiting for feeding time and shit, doing this everybody from
I'm predicting all the damage. Wait. It was V, right? Which one did I use?
You know how to do that? Like, people like do that. And that's the only thing that has to do. And then if they go to regular woods, and they're like, get your bitch ass oil cookies, eat ass monkey. They can tell, you can tell the difference between a monkey that grew up on rat boy and a monkey that's just boring. It's in their eyes, for sure.
Shit, and we'll play the game.
It was like, I remember that. It was like monkeys from everywhere, just like any dog on your house. The monkeys were, and it looks like they look like, yo,
Somebody's talking in here. I'll see you guys. I don't. You guys don't speak. What is next?
Hey, bro, Spanish.
Yeah, that. Sorry, bro. I'm done.
Mexican is not a language. It's a culture.
Yeah, Spanish. I don't think that. Sorry. I'm done.
I'm from Argentina.
Bro, cállate, no. I'm gonna go next. Oh, yeah, so.
Pero espera. Tenemos que decirle que no lo entendemos, que solo hablamos inglés. I speak a little bit of English, no much. Do you understand? Utiliza el traductor. The translator. Bro, utiliza el maldito traductor. Espera. ¿Qué quiere que le diga?
I guess if they like.
Bro, di la end word.
No, really. I gotta tell you, Sam. Well, that's hilarious. Like, it's gonna be one monkey to go test one. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Bro, voy a utilizar. Oh, sí, bro, todos son negros. El Madrid. Mbappé, Dembélé.
Mira, la chica que se llama Ashley, siempre es travesti, no sé por qué, pero es travesti.
Bro, 100% es un travesti.
100% de pene. Ella da y...
Doble tiene 3. Cuando lo visita Drácula, no se echa hambre.
Here's the thing about those monkeys. Did they get overrun? Did they have those
Pero ¿qué quieres que le diga?
You know what I'm saying?
Ahora sí. No sé, bro, puede ser. El que está directo no es el que dice chicos, aguanten la sota. Ese es el mundo. Bro, ponte una canelita de fondo, ponte un temita, bro, de fondo, así no así. Espera, vaya a pasar.
La mía va a ser otra vez, está más grueso que la mía.
Te lo dije. Es hombre, es feo. Ya ve.
This monkey's thinking the same shit that you're missing.
Traffickers have smuggled them out of the country.
They're leaving, Joe.
I think I accidentally said smuggled them.
Vamos a cambiarlo de BC, bro, a BC3, qué sé yo. Bro, yo teniendo gordo.
BC8.
Bro, Félix en WhatsApp, what the fuck? Ya.
Here's some dude and you're living in some.
So you rest with these monkeys. And then you're putting them in a private suit to do what? Where's your life goal?
Well, people stare at those monkeys. They're private too. That's what I think. I think there's insanely wealthy people that have private zoos. I think it's a normal thing. Thousands of monkeys in Beitai City driving out tourists and businesses. So this is recently. So I think this is back. Yeah, they're coming back.
Yeah, it's about to be some poison. They're about to poison the shit out of the monkeys.
Well,
they're gonna do some lace Oreos. They're about to kill all of them.
they're gonna have to do something. Yeah.
They're about to kill. They're gonna get COVID.
They're probably gonna give them shots. I think at a certain point you kind of have to control the population. As sick as that sounds.
They're gonna watch this. What are they gonna do? They're gonna take about 1,000 of them.
At that point,
Right.
we were
Put them away. So just absolutely, we just
harvest was going to
get
be
the real.
the first thing now.
They can't pull this off. You gotta upgrade the second time. You can't kill them all. You don't kill them all.
Then what are you gonna do with so many of them? Just give it a certain amount of food. And the most aggressive ones are the ones that get the food first. And so that way you get rid of the douchey and the douchey monkeys.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because 4,000 cars, then they give poison.
Yes. So,
I think that round probably worth a lot of money. I think there's a lot more of those private zoos.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody that has a private. I don't even know if I know about private.
Probably some oil dudes out there that get a private zoo.
The oil dude.
You got cows and Ferraris and a private zoo.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you got a tiger, you got a bunch of monkeys, and you got your own zoo. We got these right in Thailand.
It's not about enough of those old dudes to keep the species alive. So back to my situation. Lock up 3,000. Lock up 3,000. Is to do what help killer control population. Everyone be space.
Well, I think it's just going to control the population. And unfortunately, the way to control the population is either give birth right? So that's or you kill them. Or you sell them to rich dudes. Oh, wow. Wow. How many did they have back then? I don't know numbers. I agree.
You're able to go back and sort of get your time.
Yo, imagine you get stuck by the candy bar. Yes, I'll try to eat a candy bar in front of those monkeys. They will fuck.
I take out both my shit. 13.
But then again, like, how old is that city? I think whenever they find groups of people, they probably realize they're cute, so they give them food, they have any extra.
Only tourists get it. The tourists not going to come. They go back to their wild.
Yeah.
Tourists only think
I wonder if wolves were at some point again, or they become dogs. Like, so the reason why wolves become dogs is because people are having campfires for wolves and come around, they feed them, and those are the ones that stay closed, their ears get floppier, and then they start to breed them, and then they became dogs over thousands of years. I wonder if we'll fuck things up so hardcore, wolves will be so everywhere again, the real wolves will be everywhere again, and we'll start doing dogs again from scratch.
Which species would be first? I know a Chihuahua walking just
Huskies, not a French. They probably look like that. They probably look like just many. Because you got to think it's dogs or even a wolf. How does a wolf live in the wild? Is it like a dog? Or like an old one, like 15, 16 years old? How long is a wolf?
Life expectancy of a wolf.
Up to 20 in captivity. So it's basically like a dog, right? Up to 20, like dogs. So let's imagine how many generations you can get just in the course of one person's life. You know, you breed when the pup is a year and a half or 2 years old, you breed them. They breed again. You keep selecting for the ones that are the most docile, the most obedient, floppy ears, shorter snout, and you just keep doing that over and over again. So within a couple of 100 years, you have a totally different animal. You have a totally different animal because you're dealing with so many generations. So much. And they did it for thousands of years.
So we don't disappear. Motherfuckers raising these wolf dogs. Oh, that's your prediction.
No. One of many things can happen. One thing can happen is natural disaster. Natural disaster. Big one. Yellowstone is super lightweight. If it blows up, it's like a continent. It's gonna fuck up the whole continent.
Does it have the possibility?
100%. 100%. It goes every 600,000 to 800,000 years. And I think the last time it went was 600,000 years ago.
Oh shit! I was partying for this. That's April.
That's gonna be fun.
Are you gonna watch it? Right here. But they say Ohio is the best place to see it. Is that true? Hey, no. I think Bert Kreischer told me because he's
Bert Kreischer is not necessarily.
Why you hate me? God damn, what's wrong with you today? Fuck with theater, baby. Fuck David Tail. Fucking Bert Kreischer know shit about anything galactic. What the fuck is going on? It's a new day, yo.
So this is the path. Yellowstone is right. So we're just as good as here, though. Look, we're in Austin. It goes right through us.
Yeah, look, I know I got here of me being right. I was right.
You're definitely right, but I mean, it literally passes right through us. So where are we, Jamie? Go to where we are.
That's the center of the tree.
This this happens every, 7 years? I feel like I've been to it.
So we'll see. We'll get a very, 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 very good view of it, but it's be about 50 miles.
What time, man?
Well, there's got to be some places you can go.
You think you can if you have a Tesla with the right roof?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's not great. Well, Roka's making glasses.
Just specific for this. So you can't look at it for angry attitude.
But it gets really strangely dark outside for a little bit. You want to look at it. It could get bad.
Not long enough for it to go bad.
I mean, it is interesting, but in the greater scheme of the universe, isn't that interesting? All of this is alignment of stars.
But it's something that makes it interesting that it doesn't happen every 10 years.
That's true. Jamie, I'm going to send you something because this is interesting. Oh yeah, you look right at it, right? Yeah, he's so ridiculous.
Joe, you asked me time and time again about my special you didn't watch.
And plus, I don't even know if I got a link. Someone sent me a link. You got to send me a link. Oh, when did it start? February 26th. Thank you.
Oh, you need it advance.
No, you need an advance of
like you need it before everybody gets to see.
I didn't know that.
That's the only way you'll watch it is if you had a private link with codes and everything.
That's how they go up there.
So just like putting the name of it in Netflix, you don't do that.
Why don't you do that?
So you prepare for artificial intelligence. The special release?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Yeah, it came out February 27th. It did well. People like it. Streets like it. The streets. The creeks and the streets.
I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this is just a very strange thing that happened at the club the other night. This almost doesn't make sense. So, we were in the green room, and Casey Rocket was on stage in the small room, and Tony Hitchcock was on stage in the big room. Now, the room, the shows had been going for hours. In the small room, it was the open mic. So there might have been 20 people on the floor. And in the big room, it started at a different time, and this was 45 minutes into the show. So 3 comedians had gone up. But somehow or another, the time synced within the 12 seconds. So as the timer was going off, Bob Biggerstaff, he's the first person to notice it. He pointed out to us.
Return on our investment, the methodology by which we're approaching our the real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest. One of the things
this is like an eclipse. Like the odds of this happening are so small. One show started at 10 p.m. or 8 p.m. The other show started earlier than that and had like an open mic night. So they had like 10 people looking up. And Casey Rocket is on stage. He's at 5 minutes and 24 seconds, and Tony's on stage in the other room. 5 minutes and 24 seconds. And we were like, this is crazy. Like, what are the odds of this happening?
How did it happen? I hardly even noticed it happened.
He didn't notice it.
Yeah, Tony fuck me. Walk out on Kill Tony's podcast. What do you do? I want to go back.
Well, then go back. Go back.
I wasn't waiting for you too long. I was there. I'll just be that's what you want to do. You didn't know what the real that's what you believe? I tell you what happened. I was here first thing. I did something shut the door. When you couldn't
Tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You went for that bullshit. I've been used to this.
Fuck you, Rabbi.
Thanks, dog. How you doing?
I like this book.
I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Shout out to you, Chief Keith. Gangster. Fuck you, Rabbi. Thanks, dog.
Okay, wait a minute. The bathroom. That is not a comedian. Go rewind it. Did I? This is what they did, Joe. They showed me talking to the comedian. Is that me running up from the comedian? That's not what it is. Yeah. Go to the bathroom.
Oh, I still don't know.
Goes, look, he's following it. Walks over to the bathroom. Right. So what they showed, Jamie, can you just come down and get the fucking purpose up? Can you show the edit they did? Just put Daniel walks off. Daniel walks off and edit. Now watch what they do in the fucking edit. Daniel walks off.
Why is you lying yourself? Why are we really stressed out?
I have to spend time. I just remember this is the first time I actually saw it.
So they
doctored it up.
They doctored it.
The white man. I'm making it race. The white man.
I feel like they should have done that.
They should have done it. But your argument is other. You first think it worked on you because you said, yeah, that time you walked out just.
Can I call Tony right now?
Yeah, just the way you looked at me. The way you looked at me is like, what you call Tony?
Your experience, detective, that.
Yeah, you got that. I know it's got that. Yes, this is. Yeah, tell them still sensitive. Mexican
Getting more information, we'll try to share that information with the public.
Tony Hinchcliffe? Hey, dude, I'm here. You're on the podcast right now. I'm here with John Rollins.
And I'm still beefing, motherfucker. Tell me the real story. Tell me the real story.
Did you edit the show to make it look like Donnell was upset? And the man clowned him and he walked up the stage?
Did you edit it? First off, Tony,
Nothing is edited. So, Tony, what you see is actually the true events that took place?
100%, and he never, I mean, it's absolutely not even in question.
Is Donnell trying to pull a PR move here?
I mean, whatever he's doing, it's very shady, and he's trying to rewrite history.
All right, Jamie, for me, for the sake of God, now he can't
This
find
is outrageous, Tony. I don't know what to say.
We have pictures of him outside of a firehouse after the moment he was saying hi to people at the fire department. They were like fans ahead, and he went and hung out with them. He had nothing to do. He had nowhere to go.
This is getting worse. I can't believe you left out details only to use them as a weapon when confronted by propaganda. Kudos to you, sir, for holding your cards.
No fucking kudos. Tony supports black on black crime. He pitted two black guys.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you said that you went to the bathroom and none of that stuff happened. They edited it.
you want.
Yo, Brandon, we're waiting for you.
I decided Donnell back on. I mean,
Hold on a second. We're watching the video of it right now.
The Tito's kicking in, Michael.
So that's why a lot of these people just heard rumors. Rumors that happened to them.
No, you're not.
They never just like law enforcement. It's very specific. Yes.
I want to go.
Yes. And the thing is, sometimes there's different types of rumors, so you know.
Thank you, Tony. Tony, thank you very much. Thank you. I see the truth now. I see the truth. Thank you.
That's why to Teddy, and ended up here, you know, ABC and ended up there. So we knew that the rumors were out there.
I get it. Yeah, it's just you came to a gunfight with a rubber sword. I know you were there to host. You didn't know you were going to get attacked ruthlessly while you were drunk. Too drunk to defend yourself. Too drunk. Right? Very to everything. I don't think you realized it was going to happen. You know, like no one plans anything.
Living the dream, baby. How about you?
So when we come back, we're going to talk about how all of this was here and talk about maybe when he spotted last year. I think we had to finish on that. We don't get it.
That's a very interesting way to put it.
And in the next hour, the murder from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. But first, this is KFI AM 640. Time now, emergency update.
Pinch clip, yes. Anyone, just right now, people don't know that he just lied. Seems like he wasn't lying to watch the video. I don't know what you said. I saw something.
Public safety concerns Mayor Genius says public safety is threatened by the Federal Approved program that transfers staff to inmates from prison in the state.
What up, Tim?
Hello.
How you doing?
You chose to go
Was there one
AI Dr. Tony Hinchcliffe Henchman version.
In 2014, or less
That's it? Really? Yeah, I did it in LA.
Lucky says the prison has a history of escapes, including a guy who broke out in the 80s and killed a local family and their neighbor's 11-year-old boy. Woman person KFI News.
David goes
Officers have been hurt after a large
David and they're both laughing
turned into a massive brawl in South LA.
But when
Officials say police arrived at the Slauson Recreation Center.
everybody was
Where a
like,
fight broke
oh,
out
you
in a
know
large
that
group
talk.
of kids.
Like,
Two officers were attacked by members of the group while dispersing the crowd. They were taken to
Just
nearby
go to that
hospital.
person
LAPD says two people involved in the fight were
It
taken
wasn't
to
like
the
now
hospital.
it's your turn. You get
Businesses in Topanga
Right.
say
It's
they're
not
struggling
like
due to the extended closure of Topanga Canyon Road.
I might have been
Claire
invited
Dennis,
to
owner of Cafe Mimosa, says people don't drive all the way down anymore.
I think they're two person. I think it's funny to some people, but I think it's just two person. It's too easy just to be disrespectful. Oh, it's just a joke. You did that shit.
Yeah, it's a license.
Also says they're
Yeah,
having
I don't
trouble
like it.
doing their
I did
deliveries because they can't go
I
down
did
to Topanga to PCH.
Which come and said, I don't like
Caltrans announced Thursday the closure will extend until the
Then she
fall,
told me how
as
much I was
thousands of
paying.
tons of dirt and rocks are still covering the road and
We
community
come up and say,
safety
then let nobody make money. I did it with her.
And while they did it on defense, like,
I know, but it was I really saw her as a producer. doing that. And then put together she was she's great at all kinds of stuff. She's always juggling. I remember I was talking to her, and she's in the middle of writing a script, right? She's like,
hello, sir.
oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I tell you, I'm having a baby this week. Oh, that's great. I'm not pregnant. Yeah, out of nowhere. Picture that. Who would have known? Yeah, but it's fun. We heard it. And we have to go through our having two things. So, I mean, if you ever have seen the link from that special, this is either I still don't watch shows. I didn't watch Dave's last one. I don't watch too much stand-up. I try to like balance the amount of entertainment I get. I know I don't really expect you to watch it. No, but you, everybody, no, you don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch it. Jamie doesn't feel like I have to watch it. Jamie's watching it right now. I like to just back over. Yeah. But you don't have to. Because you can't come on. But the thing is, this one thing that's special, you've done a lot of special things. Yeah. And it's like, you know, this thing is special. Why? This is what people say. Yeah, last week. I didn't say someone said, I like the show I just saw more than like the special. I don't know if you understand. You probably understand is right before you shoot the special and right after. Also, just live is always it's way funnier. I would say that if you see a really good special, is like 60 to maybe 70% as funny. Exactly. Probably like 60. And that's the hardest thing to capture is that then like you can't capture it. But this special, first time I'm telling you guys, first time I did you can't do because of the COVID stuff. The second time. Chappelle. So yeah, I'm like, what he said tomorrow. Right. But I got excited because I like the idea of it not being a spectacle. Right. I like the idea of nobody was right. It was only 3 people that knew we wouldn't go for it. Right. Everything else was like a regular show. I was like, oh, this is so good. Yeah. Shot it. Killed it, Joe. I was doing a record thing. I wasn't thinking about special. Killed it. I'm like, oh, shit. I called around the car. 3 weeks later, they called me again. I want to shoot a special. I'm like, what is it? I'm like, oh, the producer. He was like, yeah, it was really small things that the lighting, but you remember a lot of Sunset Strip was quiet. One of the funniest ones you remember was it was live. That's what I put. That's the live. He was like, down there, we'll put it out. But I'm telling you, when we do it, we scratch the second. Third, and I think out of all the criticism and everything he said leading up to his reasons why he wanted to do it again, I think that people like, you think that was your best? In that moment, that night,
what up, Asthma?
It's the first time I did that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's shit. You so I tried to you know can you capture at that
I don't know if I like that, but I was just going to make you guys aware of a Discord. It's this really great Discord opportunity. It's called discord.gg/daddy. All the cool kids are there. Why are you so mean, Joe? Is it an NFT? Dude, I'm not a public masturbator. I've never publicly masturbated in my entire life to my knowledge. I used to get blown by chicks outside, though. That's what she means, but I don't think so.
It was fellow raised.
What's good, my fellow racer?
Was good when it good.
Yo, dog, what's going on? We got Cat Williams up next on the Joe Rogan podcast. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out, the Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Yo, guys, when are you going to join this Discord? Yo, dog, when are you going to join the Discord? I'm in it. I don't know why we aren't all there right now. I'll see you there, friends.
They all say it's vast and it's also small because there's so few of us. And worldwide, hey, you guys have fun, right? It's not that big. We're live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. You gotta be real generous and say 5 minutes. Pictures, something I think but legit comments. Sketches provided by the guys you want to hang out with, guys who are fun. Just go to KFIAM640.com. Guys who you recommend. Numbers going down. Guys you recommend, leave your house, get a babysitter. Numbers going down. He's a detective with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. He's assigned to cold cases. And we've been talking about the death of Theodore Hermes, also known as Teddy. Along a remote desert road before.
And the better you do it.
Stuffed into a metal box. And he was very stuffed in there. A forensic anthropologist was able to recreate his face through a clay rendering using just a skull.
Hanging around with comics, get to know about shit like the electric Rolls Royce.
Right, if Satan hits me, just know him immediately. You're gonna know.
We found them all. Found it online. Okay. So they were able to find this photo, and when you look at the photos,
Just the way the doors open, the way the doors close, we touch the brakes.
Similarities, and including the hair,
Totally silent.
For the price point,
even the
it would have to be perfect.
and you can see a side-by-side comparison. For the great detective, we were getting a little deeper into.
Hi, guys.
What up, girl? How are you?
You're trying to find
That's
that
good.
thing.
How are you?
Oh, I am well. I'm living in this in this Discord, and we're watching Joe Rogan.
That's so cool.
Swept away on stone. Empty sky. You stand for me. Face it all together. The sky
See what I mean? Yeah. Because we live vicariously. It's been that way. For the lower 10 years. Like that's how you felt. Like that's how fortunate you feel about that ride. You know, like
Do you think any of that
transportation and
death? That we don't know. We can
Yeah, that's really the only option.
Thirsty.
Like I'm in this. There's like something else.
Oh, it's just alcohol. Bro, get this fucking guitarist person out of these DC clubs.
And it's just like, it's one of the things that people say, like, money can't buy happiness. That's definitely true. You fucked up, you're not gonna get it.
Yo, dog, do you like Joe Rogan?
Do I like who?
Joe Rogan. Joe space Rogan, dog. Joe Rogan.
Why are you so loud?
Why not?
I needed no other car.
I'm glad you're here. Dude, you want to live here forever.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Why can I see your feet? Sir, put them grippers away.
Dog, you want to see my feet?
You know I do not want to see your feet.
You feel like that character in that like,
yeah, you try to make some
yeah, it's a sacred place. There's music there, there's recklessness, but there's sacred.
Foot cam.
You know, it's like it gets to
Foot
the
cam.
Why are you so mad? Please, let's talk a little.
Me? Amazon?
Oh, put your grippers away. I don't want to see your grippers.
I like how you call them grippers. You know, I hadn't shown my feet in like 8 months until just now.
Who's playing the trombone?
Dog!
What am I listening to?
But for practical reasons, like this thing where
I thought I muted it. Oh no, it's just
This is the best.
Bro, put your grippers away, dude.
Put your grippers away. Put your grippers away, dog.
I don't want to see
Yo, dog. Put your grippers away.
There was that famous journalist.
Yo, dog. Put your grippers away.
Yo, I can disable someone's video. Let's go.
Afghanistan troops, and he was only supposed to be there running a Rolling Stone article.
That's lucky W. I didn't know I could do that. It's like when I don't want to see someone, I just do that.
You tight, dog. You're tight, dog. Don't worry.
Put your grippers away.
Dog, you know you love it.
I don't want to see those grippers.
Why do you call them grippers?
I don't know. Put the pepper steppers away. Why are you watching the Joe Robbie?
Dog, do you not know how to say Rogan? Dog, I've been watching this for 4 straight days in this Discord. I plan on living on this Discord. Did you know that?
Yo, that's real. Put your grippers away, sir.
You love it.
I just got a VC rank up. Let's go, chat.
Hey, yo. Nice rank up, dog.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a tree, and
Me next.
and they asked security experts at that time. I think it was like 2004, 2005. Is it possible to control it remotely? I said, does your vehicle have a computer? The vehicle has a computer. Period. That's right.
and they know.
And they've been doing that. This is 2010. So this is 14 fucking years ago. Now they could do that then. What? This is sugar. Well, I was the article in 2010. Oh, the Rolling Stone article.
That's why I love history so much. Because once you
Yo, where you from, bro?
California, dog.
you can never get lost.
From Poland? Where's that?
Certain things that tell you what's going to happen. It's amazing. Yeah, like that's how I knew that things like pasting. Yeah, it's not. It's everybody who has ever been killed in one of those things. There was a financial benefit to it. It's just that they do a good job. But how is that difficult if that's your job? Like they do this. They do this really well.
Put your grippers away.
High-ranking who's in charge of trained killers. And you don't think he could put one of those dudes on the meeting? Just have a sit down at Starbucks with no phones on you? Let me explain what's going on.
Now government is no more difficult.
And so now, even nice, I stayed for a long time. They get paid. What about this case? J. Edgar Hoover. How long did that motherfucker stay in Colorado? He was running the FBI wearing a dress.
Because of what you just discussed. Yeah, like there are that's why I can speak with impunity.
Hello. Feet? Oh, I like feet.
You.
No, boy, man, I meant feet. I want female feet.
I know you're a big secret.
Why? What's the difference? Feet.
You can't be alone. But the difficulty is getting people to believe something that they're going to believe. And in each of these.
Ashley.
If you're just a capitalist, find something, establish a value for it.
Why are you not talking, guys? There are a million people in store.
Yo, dog, what's going on? I'll talk to you. How you living?
Oh, I love you, brother.
I love you too. We're watching Joe Rogan. Dude, check it out. We got this friend of ours here. She and I have sweet babies. She's a real person.
Who's that, the boy?
I don't know. She's cool. Let me tell you her name. Her name is Boing Boing. Yeah, dog. She's cool. Let her do her thing.
The Chinese didn't.
I'm gonna watch her.
Excellent. You can check out Joe Rogan. We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Joe what?
Joe Rogan. No, Joe Rogan. J-O space R-O-G-A-N. Not your mama, Y-O space M-O-M-M-A.
I said your mama. Don't talk about my mama.
Yo mama.
Listen, I'm so sleepy, guys. I will go.
It's like a synthetic version of weed.
But terrible is subjective to nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures. Right. And it's the only thing.
Yeah, it's incredible.
But here's the thing. The fact that there is a God is biggest conversation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is, there is more reason for you to believe there is a God.
Yo, dog. How are you?
Howdy, partner.
What's new?
You have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this. And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be that. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, yeah, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have been in a whole new eating system for this animal.
Hi, guys.
You would then have to get 3 studies to answer. And you would have to know that he was on the gas. What necessary.
What are y'all niggas doing?
Like none of these
Watching Joe Rogan?
are right. The fact that everything goes together. That's a foot.
Yeah, it's a foot. Off foot.
Right. Every time you miss your foot, predictably.
No, that's not my foot, bro. Watch out.
Right, but that's part of the benefit of the freedom. Is you really can jump into the
What? Why say he's trying to dick ride in this movie? I thought he said he wanted to be a dick ride. You can tell these fucking accounts are so fake. Look at them. Look at them. Flirty girl, 14. And there's 100 of them. The gal was great at April 20th. Thousands is great fucking today. Place, and they have 3 litters a year. And they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
It's good. We got big phone. We're two.
Here we go, man. We don't really have a
right. No.
What up? No.
What up?
Who's sending this off? Someone who
Definitely shit. That would be
real. And we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources. These chickens are packing us to death. They're everywhere. I can't even sleep. But they're delicious, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance. Really good. The big thing about it's hard count. Like they're very smart and they spread out and there's so fucking many of them they shoot with us. They fly over and I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to shoot things out of helicopters. But that's part of the reason that you can the freedom. Yeah, sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure. And people who believe it. Really got
it is in the right place. I think you're gonna have annoying people everywhere you go. Like in general, I think the overall nicer, friendlier, not captured. They're not captured by either. Weird. When you escape that, just be around regular people. He's been in an insane asylum. You have to be in a place where you're around people. Normal people. You're not fine.
Here's the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extreme. Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as far right.
Yep.
It's the middleness of it all that makes America great. And
For
Texas
sure.
has been front and center of that.
I think a big part of government control. Even when things don't make sense. Like in California, they say labor vapes illegal. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Strawberry mist is our number one.
That was fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right. They have their own cigarettes. They have not.
It's a totally different type of cigarette.
Oh, this is very racist. This
Is it? Just talking about
just saying why do black people like and a black person actually getting ready to answer this?
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either because we have
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not gonna get offended. You start asking about Italian food, why are Italian people so loud? I'm not gonna get
how many people have ever died of pasta?
a lot, Chip. A lot of fat goes out there kicking the bucket, bro.
That's not because of pasta.
That's an overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an
Could be great bread eaters and
delicious
use
high
that
carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop. People are addicted to
What up, y'all?
It's just a thing that I can't be addicted to. It's that. Right.
Living a dream, baby. Just watching Joe Rogan.
Yeah. We have so much.
Starving people are addicted to anything.
Word, dog.
And they don't have food. But
You just watch Joe Rogan.
You got it.
Right.
About the menthol cigarettes, and the answer is
Sorry, I'm retarded. Who's the interviewer?
Oh, Cat Williams.
we value strength in pride.
Hey, ain't that fit?
Hell yeah, the Pimp Chronicles.
You like that?
Dude, he's hilarious.
The
The Pimp Chronicles, Cat Williams. Oh yeah.
Oh, he thinks.
Well, he's hilarious.
How could you be? It'd be hard to beat up on a hoe when you have to stand up on like 3 foot and slap a bitch.
Dude, you never know. Maybe he hoes out little girls. Like little people, like little miniature women.
Right. And menthol used as a skincare product with injuries and shit. Right. Right. That makes sense. It's just telling people they can't have it.
No, dog. I mean like 45-year-old
And that's
little people.
a noble position. We can say the fact the truth of the matter is that most would like to be controlled more by their devil. Most people are all for them, as long as they don't have to.
As long as it works in their favor, they'll give up. And hopefully the next administration that's
Rights are generally worthless at the time.
May Allah bless you, my brother.
Thanks, dog.
The government can make life
My
easier.
brothers and sisters, may Allah bless
The
you.
government comes and says, I'm going to make it easy.
Allah's blessing to the gays and the homosexuals.
You have a digital ID. Digital ID will be attached to social credit score. And we're going to give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of. Now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast that you're
Yeah.
speaking of, sir? Right. And that's the whole thing, is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head.
Bro, it's not a robot.
Yeah. And everybody's going, yeah.
It's the greatest thing in the world. So.
Yeah.
But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or while watching Sniper. We understood that there was just this small line that is
You're weird.
to be crossed in order for
How do I
us to be
hear
able to
myself?
like if you can hook a battery up to a compass and make it go like
Bro, I actually really got to be fine. Oh, yeah, fine.
why? Because this is you understand it, you understand.
Yeah. And you can get up in that.
So doing, bro, like we get doing
This is what the Anunnaki says. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right? People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So
Is that a ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all of the Anunnaki guys have that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
What is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
That's what that is?
Yeah. So what made the carrier of great importance, because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean? Like
that thing on the wrist was a compass.
A timekeeping
compass.
Yeah. Right. So you had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and distance and probabilities and that's how, like, if you were to read like thousands of books about people that knew shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about knowing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. I mean, so like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like we're not seeing ruins in colleges and universities. We're seeing temples and synagogues and churches, but people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from that period of time. When we went to these temples, they weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were being taught art, agriculture. You know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
Yeah. They had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writings across the world, whoever said anything about space or the universe or what was out there, why were all of them correct? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, that Saturn had rings. Like, based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is this. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me in the truth. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from it. Yeah. Like there are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere, used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly. It's restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in the whole universe. Let them tell it. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon.
Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory?
What?
Do you know what that is?
Say what?
The Younger Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes through a cycle of like comet storms every June and every November.
Hello.
What up, Joe?
How you living? Hello. Hi.
And that had to restart civilization. Like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later. I think that is a rebuilding of civilization that was already like just whispers and stories.
Yo, why are your feet out?
Thousands of years. Real evidence shows 9,000, 11,000 pieces.
No people built it.
No people.
And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was used. This whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weak. Unless you're enslaved,
they stopped thinking that for a while. I think it was actually skilled labor. This is the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the city.
How many companies have done renovations in the White House? None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So, yes, thousands of years worth of people were there. But that doesn't have anything to do with the building.
Who do you think built it?
Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was complex. This was not. We've been led to believe that this is how much they worship their dead bodies. But the evidence doesn't. No, like when you see inside when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet.
What do you think was powered by?
The hot water springs.
So it was powered by the hot water springs? It took to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
I don't think so. This is,
where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and knowledge and their things that would have been. These were not, these were the highest of human civilization.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor
now
since.
or, yeah.
Nor since.
Right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. like even Tesla says that this is where he can get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called thought. Right. And the emerald tablets offer literally mind changing and mind blowing. Just because you understand when this was written and the terminology. You know, we're like a couple $1,000 that they're at the. What was it? Far too accurate for now. So, I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald tablet, also known as the Smart Dime tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. It's compact and cryptic Hermetic text that is highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. Trismegistus. The text, the Emerald Tablet, first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it's at the beginning of the 2nd century BC onwards. Greek text attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups: the technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medical, botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But it literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization, Asian, Indian, you get to the crux of their information. Nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power and you had enough engineering and mathematics that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several tons, up to 80-ton stones.
Yeah.
That's
if you
500 miles away somewhere.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand? Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right. That's
Valley.
They had electric and Wi-Fi, and they had all of that.
They probably did. And that's probably where the younger dry impact theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely not real.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. I think that's why every single
not everybody
biblical scholar. What?
Not everybody. Some people.
What do you mean? Are that? Some people are the survivors?
Right.
Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in common storms. And I think we probably got, there's reports in history that they know of where human beings got down to like 7,000 people.
Who's counting?
I think they use genetics and they backtrace and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a good question.
The things in Hollywood and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. So all the stories of hobbits have been successful in all of their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were whole pygmy groups and that, we understand that that's what the Seven Dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Florence, man. They literally call it a hobbit. It was like a 3-foot tall person that was covered in hair, smaller head than us, used tools.
As a preteen, Atlantis really existed. Just because of how it spoke with
Mm-hmm. Just that it's no currency writings. Yeah.
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly, like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin.
Yeah.
By Dallas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found a spot in Africa? What is that the ring called? That Jimmy Corsetti is he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. He's an expert in ancient catastrophes and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed, something happened. And he's focused on this one area in Africa that he believes is Atlantis. And he says it has all the hallmark characteristics, and there's all the evidence of massive water erosion surrounding the area, that at one point in time, it's very likely that this area got hit with a massive flood, and it matches all the characteristics of Atlantis. When you see it, when you see the way the concentric circles of rings, like try explaining this. Like, you're gonna see it.
Who's a good
try
boy?
explaining this through a natural phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere around it. Right. Concentric circles that is near what used to be water, and there's heavy water erosion marks all around it that indicate massive amounts of quick flowing water in a very short period of time.
Yeah,
That's it. Look at that thing. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? That's it. The reshot structure. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Now imagine if that was this massive city of concentric circles and walls and a thriving population, and then it gets hit with this water. You can see the water erosion all over the place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See? Yeah. It looks like it was washed out because it was. Right.
but that's
Yes,
what
there's
makes
salt there. That's the other thing.
between this and the Garden of Eden location, like these are the two great landmarks in history.
Where's the Garden of Eden?
Well, when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific. Like, it says things in talking about the Garden of Eden that, wait a minute, if I can't find what you're talking about, this isn't even real. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's, I think, 4 rivers that come from it. And then it names 2 of them. Like, it's like the Nile and the Euphrates, right?
Right.
So you know 2 of them. And it's saying, you know, where the 4 meet, this is where it is. And, you know, my whole life I was like, this is really weird, because at one period of time we're thinking the flood happened. There's so many things that have lined up. It's great. It just looks where we can see that, no, something happened here.
Something happened, and these are stories of people telling stories that have been told to them for about 1,000 years.
But this is why, right?
Yeah.
And this is why they were told. And that's what that's the difference between those of us that want to know the world's mysteries and conspiracy. There's nothing to a conspiracy theorist, because you're not producing what you're using. But these world mysteries, that's harder to do. A lie is not something that people are going to repeat for generations. It's being repeated like that because people have reason to believe it to be true. As you go through history, you see that those are stories that we still talk about, but they're still valid. Like there were writings that the African Dogon tribe. Like,
is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's good. How are you?
Saying very specific things. For hundreds of years,
What's new?
we're going.
Okay.
You guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just watching Joe Rogan. How about you?
Like somebody would have a fake star story. Right. You see? And now we get to the point where we
I hope you're having an okay time.
What if we find out that we were just dropped off here long ass time? The Adam and Eve story is the story of the place where they created us.
I'm sure we're the only people in the universe that think like that.
You think so? Why do you think that?
No portion of humankind's story differs from that.
It's all creation story.
Like if you go, that's why NASA and Space Force are not more forthcoming, because the further you get in space, the more obvious shit is. Like once you're up there and you're looking down, this shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet, every way that a black hole, a galaxy, a universe, and then showed you the best of the best.
It's the spot. I mean, in our solar system, we're the best neighborhood that's ever existed. They all suck. Every other planet sucks.
We're rudimentary enough that we still require environmental help.
Right, until you get that chip. Once you get that chip,
it would be like saying people that didn't learn how to ride horses, they were slow. Like,
I don't
they run fast enough.
Yo, dog.
Horses. Right.
How do I get camera equipment?
You have to boost the server or be a level 30.
Like we would have told you 30 years ago that we wouldn't need a space force unless
God damn, bro.
What's so gangster? What's
Space Force, the idea is that they're worried about
not an idea.
Someone else being in space first with weapons. Why?
You mean us?
Yeah. Well, if we can do it, they can do it. That's the thing.
Who is they?
Whoever it is.
No,
China.
there's only humankind and alien.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
The problem is, this is what we really need. We really need this neural link to lock us all together so everybody can read everybody's mind. That's what's going to happen, and then there's going to be no more leaders. There's going to be no more governments.
You're being
There's gonna be
very
no more-
controversial right now. Okay, so look, that
better is better.
That exists already. So just understand that the worldwide government is way smarter than we give them credit for, because they have us believing they don't do nothing. But the truth is, like there's no such thing as the government is in bed with the internet. No, the internet is a government installation that they allowed the world to use for free, so that they could have the information willingly, because you're on it.
That's what it became.
Exactly.
But I think
That's
it's
what it
just the
was to
progression.
become.
You think so?
Yes.
I think the progression of technology oftentimes leads itself to like even cell phones. First it was Michael Douglas walking on the beach, Wall Street, Nickers, carrying that big brick. Look at that guy. He's got a phone with no cord. He's out on the beach. This is insane. To everybody has a phone.
But not to everybody, because there's a ham radio community. People on the CBs, they didn't feel like that was cutting edge, because it really wasn't. Like
it's still cutting edge.
This is
it's a leap in technology.
Here's the thing: when you look at all of our inventions, that's when you know
what the fuck? All right, bro.
Space encounters were real, because we only have advancement.
Thank you.
A couple of
CP.
and Jones is nothing.
No, seeing that is crazy.
Like the microwave.
You like? Oh, okay.
30 years ago.
When you go out for the weekend, you gotta have your review. You gotta have your
Root beers and must. I don't know about the other things, but root beers and must.
They put a door on it. And so it hasn't changed at all, because
Why are you laying down like that?
Why not?
invention is very difficult.
You look like a Zespest. I use SD.
Sure.
Do you subscribe to the idea that we get back engineered?
Real.
That's why
You like Joe Rogan, dog?
we don't see those leaps.
No, I like Joe Goldberg. He doesn't.
There's so
real
The stalker off you.
Cool, dog.
Right, bro. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this is crazy talk. But it's not. Like, it's at the point, at this point, like,
My back ache.
It's okay. I'm gonna take a poopy. Allegedly.
Yeah, have you ever stretched and it just felt so good? You just
and nobody's
Yeah, dude. Actually, it's amazing. Stretching's amazing. Good on you for liking stretching, dog.
All through history, they could make up something. The only damning information is
bro, I just purchased $10 and I haven't received benefits.
Wait a
Pretty mad, pretty upset.
Dude, I would be
Sad,
flaming hot.
Pretty disappointed.
Like there's
Yeah, I
no
kind of want that gold.
there's no outliers. Like every
I want my gold.
3 different things they describe. Yeah, they said that the documented 8 to 12.
we're not talking about English speakers.
This gangster.
We're talking about worldwide, right? Like that's what is striking.
Indigenous people in Australia drew them. Yeah.
Right. Nobody's saying anything outlandish, and that's what you get to when you go religiously.
Well, the alien thing is a bit of a religion too. They don't want to believe.
It's a necessary component.
Yeah.
Whatever religion you're a part of, at some point it says that there was a fight in heaven, and this happened and that happened.
Yep, every single one of them.
Everyone, without nobody's telling a different story. Everybody's telling the same stories.
Yeah.
Like that's how you know that vagina and gold are universal things, because in everybody's story, none of these otherworldly entities had any interest in anything other than women.
Skinny toilers.
Pussy, or like, because and you understand that when you're learning about
You're a disgrace to humanity.
What do you mean?
any element or any commodity
Disgrace to
we
humanity.
sell here
What's
is
happening?
abundant in space like trash.
Figure.
They found one.
My dad divorced my mom because my dad said she smells like tuna.
Ew.
770. No,
I got
trillion
smoke.
is another number. Some
crazy number.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
My dad's
They
a
know
pimp.
that there's spots
My dad's inbred.
in space that have abundant. And the thing about the Sumerian story, the Sumerian text story, ran last story.
VC2.
First when Earth separately.
So it sounds jokey, right? But understand, somebody got this contract. Like they broke this up into several worldwide contracts. Like
10,000 quadrillion.
It's just there.
But here's the thing: if you got much gold, is gold valuable anymore? One of the things about gold is that there's not that much of it. If you look at, you ever seen the number of gold on Earth?
That's not necessary in capital. They showed us that with diamonds.
That's true. They can hide it.
It is about the perception of things, and if I buy up all of something, it is rare now. Immediately, just because I have control of all of it. And that is worth killing Tesla for. And that's why the people are still in business in Hollywood, because everything's a commodity.
Did you ever read, you ever heard of Zechariah Sitchin? Zechariah Sitchin was a biblical scholar who he deciphered the Sumerian texts. And he's like an expert in language. And when he deciphered them, he might not have been a biblical scholar. He might have just been a language expert. Either way, he deciphered these texts and wrote these books about the real meaning behind everything they were saying. And he said the reason why we are so fascinated with gold is You guys to get back into the Avatar was doing they would have us mine gold for them because they needed it to protect their atmosphere. So what they would do is take gold, which is very rare. Well, I want to throw my honor by capturing the Avatar. What gold can do is you take a little piece of gold like this big and coat this entire table. It's real weird. Right. So you can turn into a fine dust, and they suspended this fine dust in their atmosphere to protect them from a degrading atmosphere because they were getting global warming or whatever.
Everybody that was.
You wrote about this in the 70s.
It doesn't matter because everybody in Egypt knew it. Like, this is where the alchemy.
Yeah, that's where it all originated.
Right.
Like, we don't even know what they do.
None of those people are saying, hey, I came up with this shit. They're saying.
Right, somebody gave it to us.
Somebody who came from this place here came and told us that this is how this goes and this is what this is worth.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying the people that were being abused in the mines going to get the diamonds, it wasn't like that for them. It was just them getting these rocks. This crazy guy's gonna pay a day's wages for us to gather rocks. Let's gather them.
Brothers dreaming.
But when you follow that, it's all about the information. And at the top of it, nobody's trying to claim it. Like, nobody's saying,
right, I know this. Yeah, that is wild. If imagine that's where we're getting most of our shit, back engineering stuff, they wouldn't figure it out, sort through it. What a weird reality you must live in. The whole rest of the world's got guessing. You got this thing in front of you, like, oh, it is real, it happened.
That's how everybody in space was.
Right, it must. How many would we think see shit?
And how do you think Elon must really feel? You know what I'm saying? In his head, can he still have a super ego? Or is he one of them? You know, he's one of them. Like,
if you're the richest dude in the world, then you're also a super genius. How the fuck do you stop yourself from being a superhero? That's the big question.
No, it's not like that. No. It doesn't have superhero side effects to it.
I mean, you would probably think.
Like, the more you know, the more you know how little you know.
That's true, too.
There's not a, you know what I mean? And nobody has ownership of information. That's why reading books moves civilization.
Good to you.
Like, when I said, like, I read 3,000 books before, like, yeah, right. But, everything in life is about the environment. It was grown in the petri dish, right? So if I told you that from the time I was 8 to the time I was 12, I never celebrated any birthdays. I never a birthday party, a Thanksgiving, a Christmas. I never trick-or-treated. I wasn't allowed to watch movies. And I wasn't allowed to watch TV. All I could do was read. If I told you that, then you will understand that for 8 hours a day, I got 8 hours, and I can read, and I love to read. And so I'm reading books that are 250, 200 pages, and it takes me about an hour to read. So, I'm reading 8 a day. All I'm doing is reading, because that's what. So I'm checking out 20 books. The limit at the library is 20 books at one time. So I'm going Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's just my thing. Like,
so you're getting 60 books a week?
At minimum, because because I'm reading more than that, because I still have religious books that I have to read. So understand this is pre-internet first. Right. So understand that in reading one thing that I'm reading, right? This one thing that I'm reading is also requiring me to have this appendix book that is the source book that it's telling me it's getting things from And so I've got 4 books open at a time just for this one book. Like, but yeah, so first, I guess between 8 and 12, I can read classics and nonfiction. So I'm saying no novels or anything like that. I'm just reading. Like Time Life has like 1,800 of these individual books, all subjects.
So you just spend most of your time reading?
Not most. All
of your time reading. And then when did
that was my thing, because like I was able to be in each of these stories. You know what I'm saying? And I was getting so much information. Like half of those, I probably had to write a 1-page report on after, you know. But yeah, that was my whole thing.
What's up, dude?
Really
You want to play Minecraft?
Because like sometimes I would read something and I wouldn't get it. Like there was this classic book called Little Women that I probably.
Hi guys, today we're interviewing people that can't no play.
Yo, dog.
I didn't understand it.
Am I up first? Hi, my name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I choose not to get any play because I know I can take on the whole world probably once if I wanted. Next.
Tell me, why do you have a small penis?
It's average. Just ask LeBron. Next.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, right. Like 4 sisters think that, okay, but he loves Joe Rogan.
I do love Joe Rogan.
Money and
Joe Rogan is fire. I agree.
incredible circumstance.
You're a good person. Thank you so much, Paul.
So I didn't have anything to pull from. Didn't have where life went. So, yeah, a lot of things I would have to read multiple times from the beginning.
Right, to try to think how they've gone.
Right, well, yeah, like even like the 3 Musketeers. Like I read it 3 times because you know, it was so. I read it like the first time because these characters were really distinct characters, and I couldn't figure out. Wait a minute, did this happen really in history, or was somebody just this good at telling this story of the, you know? But it's things like that that leads you to the Knights Templar story, which leads you to, you know, seeing how things in history have remained. You know what I mean? All of that you get from the books.
Well, history to me is what's most fascinating because you can't.
Hello, everyone.
Imagine you piecing it together, listen to these stories, and just sit back with them.
Which is what we create every day.
Yeah. Creating the future's version. This place right here freaks me out. This area, especially this area of Texas, it's just all the. Here's the thing. Found this on his way.
None of those.
What's up, brother?
None of them picked a bad place ever.
What's up, brother?
You understand that there's a grid.
Bro, who's trying to be my sugar mama and buy me Discord Nitro? I'm so broke. I'm so broke. It's a joke.
If you just went by that,
My yearly salary is.
I need to stream Microsoft Flight Sim after I get off work. I just can't afford Nitro.
Oh, that's really sad.
Yeah, I need to be Noddle and give it Discord Nitro.
Honestly, I think you should just post pictures of you being on Peak Under.
that would
Probably be like a move and a half, but we'll see.
I'd be your number 1 supporter.
We'll see how deathbed I'm feeling.
Very powerful. It still has to be.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
I hope can I be
stories, my man. Not everything.
Let's get it again. Eagles, talking with Google, fucking with Eagles.
Straight up nonsense. Now, that's probably what disclosure actually looks like. It looks like a slow trickle integration into the zeitgeist.
No, like
where it's just
shit.
normal.
Because a lot of times they're right. A lot of times it turns out that they were right. No, we couldn't have told you.
No,
That's why. When because no one wants to believe that there's a Satan, that there's a devil.
You believe in us?
But people don't listen.
You mean a bad and a good?
Yeah, not just a bad.
No, just start with bad and good. Okay, so if we started bad and good, then we understand what was Nobody's telling a different story.
And then there's a concept of actual entities. Actual demonic entities that do exist.
Well, I'm saying your DNA is either fused or it's not. If it is, it requires a fuser. I'm saying, if they tell you that certain parts of your DNA are fused, that requires a fuser.
I'm not sure. I see what you're saying. The structure to us in everything, all of it, does seem remarkable.
In a no mistakes type of way.
Yeah, in a synchronistic sort of a way.
Which flies in the face of the accidental Big Bang, nothing from nothing way up. And it always has been.
Well, that's what I think, like in the beginning, that was talk about that. You were going to describe the beginning of the universe. Even if you're describing the Big Bang, which there's a lot of speculation that wasn't necessarily the beginning, that there might be a continuous cycle of these events happening over and over again. But if you're talking about a creation story, you would say at the beginning there was light. There was this fucking enormous amount of light. It created the entire universe. Literally, right? I think,
which is all it says. And here's like, whatever they say that hell or Hades is in any of these religions worldwide, it is the perfect description for what a black hole is like. A bottomless pit.
Yeah. Where time doesn't exist.
Where time does not exist, where you don't time. The information.
And it eats stars.
Right. But it eats stars and galaxies, all that, right? But we can have multiple of them. And it'll still be okay.
The center
That's the flex.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's the flex.
Right. It's like if you live in Africa, you're going to do it.
What's this thing? Oh, it kills everything.
Right.
Everything what? Everything it touches.
Everything. It's going to get us eventually, but not now.
What? You mean you have two of them?
They find them floating around.
They find them
floating around. Right. I mean, they noticed them.
Yeah.
They noticed that they're out there floating around.
Yeah.
They found one that's so fucking big. So we did this thing when we played a video of how small the Earth is in comparison to the Sun, how small the Sun is in comparison to the giant stars, and how small giant stars are into the most massive, supermassive black hole that they know currently. It's bananas.
Our perfect habitat is so perfect that anyone universally would sense
You know,
Like the greatest real estate agent
yeah.
ever.
If the moon or the sun were further back,
We'd be fucked.
yeah, or
Jupiter
or
wasn't there.
closer, or like
Yeah.
the whole thing is, you know, someone later saying, "Do you think Beverly Hills was an area they built on purpose?" Don't let me.
Just imagine if the moon was slightly smaller. Just imagine. Imagine if the Earth was slightly further away from the sun.
They know that it's to the point where some of it might have been artificially done. They're aware of the truth.
So the
Specifics of the
solar
moon.
system. Oh,
Right.
that's a wild theory.
Well, some of it's not theory. Like I was on that subject as a teenager, but as a grown person, is when the thing happened where they hit it with the missile and it rang like a bell.
Yeah.
Like certain things.
What was the explanation for that? Because it did have some sort of a crazy, like,
The question is, who will offer an explanation?
right.
Because it wasn't like that. They didn't just do it once.
Oh, yes, very good, very good.
Say it rang like a.
And how is everyone this evening?
Well, how are you?
Very yes, sir.
Cool.
For a stable place.
We're watching Joe Rogan.
Well, that's how
Oh, good.
Xbox works. You know, or PlayStation. Saying, you know, you have your gaming system.
It's 420, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tight,
Right.
420 blaze it.
And so many of our things globally.
Well, is anyone
magnetics.
celebrating? Indeed.
There's a lot of people that
Mm.
that
Very good, very good.
we're seeing isn't just from another planet. They're dimensional travelers.
Excuse me.
And they have access to places that we don't have access to. Because we're too primitive. We can't wrap
Well, what the fuck are you guys talking
our
about?
civilization. We haven't reached
I'm watching Joe
the
Rogan.
ability to transcend.
Dude, what's Joe Rogan?
They're here all the time.
Cat Williams.
Or what?
Well,
You know,
the way
sometimes
we
I
look
like
at
Joe
it,
Rogan.
we're the greatest spot.
You know what it's like.
The travel.
Robbie Rothschild.
Where's Mockingbird?
Well, there's always
A
competition.
genius.
There's always going to be a greater civilization
Cool guy.
than the one previous. There's always going to be more. There's always going to be more. If people are going to innovate,
He's definitely a funny guy.
That means
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
things. Whatever.
He's definitely down to earth and like,
some sort of competition. There must be something.
I think
And he has good people on this show.
At that level,
For sure.
competition is-
I think any of us could imagine, like, if you met him and talked to him, you could have a good conversation.
Definitely. Once we're all building space, personal space contraptions for ourselves, we're going to push one another. It's not just we're gonna all want the best one.
Yeah.
And we're going to insist that be the case, just like we do it.
When I said hopefully, what I mean is that, like, hopefully they will be like healthy, friendly competition. That's what hopeful is. What's not hopeful is that they can be oceanless things that have transcended biological needs, and that they just have a function. That function is seeding intelligent life in the universe and establishing. But just like you would be a farmer and you would go out and leave hay for the animals.
Needs are primitive.
Yeah, they are primitive, but we're always moving into some more and more complex direction. Technologically, it seems like that's never going to stop.
Right.
And the only thing that makes sense to me is that we're doing something because that's like what we're literally designed to do. It's we have all these things that sort of motivate people, and greed and lust and curiosity.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is we're always making better things.
Yeah.
Constantly making better things, which would lead ultimately to the creation of a higher life form, some more intelligent, emotionless being. And that's the scary thought, is that all this life out there is life that was created by biological creatures who had these desires and needs that ultimately led to them making a better version of them. And that is like the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon.
As soon as we put people in space, we became aliens that day, right?
Right. Yeah.
A lot of things are this way.
That's true. I mean, you'd say you're a camper, but you really only go in a tent in your yard. Still kind of. But that's what we're
I'm
doing.
saying our guy has put a date on the Mars colonization, though, right?
Yeah, but he's also put a date on the Roadster. That Tesla Roadster's coming out. That motherfucker's never going to see the light of day. When's that car coming out?
No, because
that car is supposed to be out for years.
That's part of being in there. Sure. It's not worth putting out something that's not right. It doesn't matter how bad it's wanted.
Well, he actually explained that. He said it was manufacturing was insanely difficult. The way he explained it, you don't consider it because people just manufacture things. They think it's normal. But he was like, the process of manufacturing, especially like a car, an electric car, insanely difficult.
He had a harder time doing that Cybertruck than he did.
Yeah.
Space stuff.
Cybertruck's hard. Well, it's all folded steel. It's this fucking massive 7,000 plus pound folded steel truck that goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And it looks like it's from the future. It looks like if you.
It's the hottest thing on Mars.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it looks like the most futuristic car ever. Right. Yeah, but
as kids, that's what we drew.
I don't know when we're going, and I don't know who the fuck's going. That's a 6-month journey. You're just hoping.
So what? Several billionaires were talked into getting into a capsule with limited air. To go a long way down.
That's a dark way to die. Just knowing
that you chose to just know, even if you're a racist hearing this, all death is dark. So
what I mean is the last moments must be horrific.
No more horrific than anyone else's.
I know, but there's something about the choice of being, thousands of feet under the water.
No, it's being a billionaire.
Crushing.
Your soul dies long before. I could have done anything. This is what I do.
That's hilarious.
That death.
That guy could be fishing in Maui right now. With a nice cold beer, hanging out with his friends, listening to some music. Instead, he hears. He's like carbon fiber starting to crack. God damn.
It's already done at that point.
Yep.
None of that happened.
They knew those people were dead a long time ago, which is interesting because I didn't know how sophisticated the underwater listening devices are. But they have these super sophisticated underwater listening devices everywhere to make sure that Russia will sneak up on us. Because Russia will sneak up on a motherfucker. Russia's snuck up on people before.
None of that is. None of that is for Russia.
That would be the wild shit. What underwater listening devices? They knew that aliens were under there.
Okay, let's see if this is weed talk or not. So, which one do we know more about? Do we know more about space, or do we know more about the ocean?
We know more about space. Yeah, quite a bit.
Okay, so yeah, and part of that is because
the ocean's very difficult to penetrate.
At some point, is government.
They're hiding things from us. I would hide things for people. I would definitely make it illegal for you to have a submarine. You can have a yacht. Don't get crazy. You can't go underwater. I gotta know where the fuck you are. If I need to collect taxes,
Well,
if you're floating around, I can pull up.
It was a conspiracy theory at one point that
You know the government got bases inside the mountains.
Right. Well, until they had to expand the boundary behind Area 51 and make Area 51 larger, they never even admitted it existed. It wasn't until the Obama administration that they actually came out and said, Area 51 is a real thing, we need more land. You ever see the video of Bob Lazar, the guy who used to work there? Have you ever seen that guy? That's
I was following old Bob Lazar.
What do you think? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Here's the thing, Joe. That's an opinion, but what I find fascinating is the lack of imagination in these stories, where imagination could apply.
Like if someone was bullshit, you'd see evidence of it. Right? Because that's the thing. If people bullshit, they kind of bullshit about everything.
Right.
Because they think they're smart enough to trick you. No one's smart enough to come up with one story only their whole life. Their whole life, they're straight, down the middle, square, tell the truth all the time. But one time, they decide to have a whopper of a lie and just fabricate this thing and structure.
You're seeing somebody tell you a story that is the only explanation for certain things that are happening.
Yeah. Especially he tells you a story, and then you have independent people who also used to work for the government now becoming whistleblowers and saying there's a crashed retrieval program. Crashed UFO retrieval program.
It goes back to what I'm saying, Joe. This is how you say this without getting canceled. You do think they're doing something, don't you?
They're doing something. They wouldn't tell us
because
everything
we want to believe nobody's doing nothing. Like, no, we're doing stuff. Like,
they're doing something. They're just not telling us.
But that's part of it, though, right?
You know what the people involved in the retrieval call the vehicles? They call them donations.
Right. Well, because
that's what they think they are. They think that the limited times that these crafts have shown themselves.
You as the driver or the occupant didn't mean for that to be your destination. And you don't take anything. You only give. Therefore, that's why it's known as a donation. It's what you would say if one of those meteors that we were talking about, it was just the size of a refrigerator, landed in your backyard. Like, $1 billion could land in your backyard easily.
Or obliterate an entire city. Send everybody back to the Stone Age. That's the wildest one.
Right, but it's not that wild if you look at the moon.
Right.
The moon shows you the evidence that that's a fact. Right. Like,
if we could just look at it, it's just filled with holes.
Right.
Big fucking craters all over that you can see with the naked eye.
Well, I'm saying most of the people right in America and dry urban settings know what potholes are.
Yeah. This is a weird time where people are just starting to pay attention to so many of these subjects. So many of these things, like, are we alone? Have there been advanced civilizations before? How did we become us?
It's been a conversation at all points in time.
But more people are having it now without fear of being labeled.
Well, it's because information is now a free commodity, whereas in different points in history, it wasn't like that.
Right. It was protected.
You didn't make enough money to get access to this information, and
no matter where you're looking, information is the driving force of almost every war and conflict. It was about the place that you conquered. Not only did you conquer them, but you got a chance to know what they knew, and that was more than anything else. And that's.
Well, think about the people that lived just before they translated the Bible from Latin. How many people couldn't read it?
Well, that was part of the experience that you were getting from church, was the fact that it was being read to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It was not what we have currently, where you have the book and they have the book, but this person is literally reciting the word of God to you.
Yeah. And he becomes the holder of all that information.
All holders of all information.
Yeah. Yep. It's like a human pattern that people follow, even if they just run an internet company, even if they run a social media company, they follow that same pattern.
Well, because everything in the universe, everything on this planet, everything that we could look at in the wildlife or in the plant life, or everything is a formula. Everything is that way.
Yeah.
That's one of the science and math go together with the occult and alchemy, and all of these things are based on things like even the Smurfs story, right?
The Smurfs are based on something?
Well, religious people would say, oh, you can't watch the Smurfs because it's bad because they have witchcraft and stuff in there. But the whole thing is based on this the homunculus, the idea that you can create a human life form without a mother or a father. So,
really? That's what the Smurfs are based on?
So what two Smurfs do you think got together and had Smurfette? She was the only female of the Smurfs. So
it's a good question.
Well, it's not a question in the Smurfs. They tell you that Gargamel made Smurfette, but somebody's history. I don't want to say what race of people it is, but in somebody's history, there was this homunculus thing,
like a genetically engineered human
life form,
mm-hmm. Creature,
right?
Well,
and so it's spoken of in history very sparingly, but a lot of things in the world are about perception, Yeah. So we don't believe that there's clones. We don't believe that because we don't feel like we have the technology. But the truth is, if you go body part to body part, you'll go, what if I lost 2 legs? Well, we can give you 2 legs. Well, what about 2 arms? I can give you 2 arms. Okay, well, what about the heart? Yeah, no problem. What about the, like, we're already...
Yeah. All you'd have to do is make a clone brain dead. Figure out how to engineer a brain dead clone that'll grow organs for you. And then they'll make cloning legal. Because then you'll never have to worry. Hey, cat, you need a new heart? Guess what?
This is the same pathway that everybody is on these departments. This is what you think. People spend their life trying to find the cure for a cancer,
Yeah.
And working as hard as they can every single day. Unsuccessful. Those are the type of people that have growth. Yeah, because it's all about information, and we'll be so close most of the time.
That's how you can see what we've had influence from something else.
I think it's very possible that we have. It's just so frustrating when you want to know. You know, it's one of those things where life would change forever if you had undeniable contact with something. It would just change forever. Your perception of life, you just drive through the In-N-Out drive-through would be different. Everything would be different.
Right.
It's taking a shit would be different. There's aliens out there.
You can say that about smelling salts or mushrooms. That about lots of things.
Yeah, but about that specifically, if we knew that was real, because I think it's probably true, but I still will hold open the path of the possibility that it's all bullshit.
Here's the whole thing. No one who has ever seen more space or the universe than you and I has ever seen anything that was bullshit.
What do you mean?
In the universe.
But what I mean is like fake UFO footage. There's a lot of fake footage. I would want to see, if you could see something yourself, and I have good friends that have. I have good friends that have had experiences that they say there is no fucking way that is us. But this is something else.
Right, just understand that part of the job in any of these circumstances is to kick up kerfuffle. Like, that's part of it. Like, if you live in Florida, you see how many times there's a pattern between that and government airplanes. Like, our stories of cooperation have been nothing but cooperative as they could only be. Like, we don't hold any leverage.
I think some of the shit that we're saying is our stuff.
Right, I'm saying, but nobody will have a way of, like, as advanced as we are, we still gotta let that balloon fly over, right?
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's the most obvious shit ever. That's your neighbor peeking over the fence.
No, it is not. It is your neighbor's drone.
Yeah, your neighbor's drone.
In your yard.
Your house. Yeah,
right.
Ridiculous.
Right. Filled with a piñata of the next COVID.
Right. I mean, what are they doing? Flying.
It's not like that. It's not like that. In the world of flying things, sometimes things go off course.
You see what I'm saying?
Especially spy stuff.
You think that's all it was? One off course that they just magically happened to go near all the military bases?
Don't say magically. Say wind.
The wind got it?
Well, I'm saying,
bro, they just flew those things over and they hoped that Biden didn't notice. They said they flew over during Trump's administration too, but they didn't tell him. Because they didn't want him to shoot him down.
Neither of those stories is that information was out there. Right?
Another one, yeah. So this oh.
So this doesn't count. This doesn't count. And the way that you know immediately is it says over Utah. Like, that would be weird.
That's like White Sands, right? No, that's New Mexico, isn't it? This gotta be military base in Utah, right?
Well, I'm saying in the map wise.
Oh, that's what this one is? This is the one from February 2023. That's the one they shot down. Look at that. So it's just a balloon with solar power and some kind of camera. How weird.
Not weird.
Well, not weird if you just think about human patterns. That's what the enemy's up to. Just fly over, take some pictures. What the fuck is going on with these people?
I'm saying we can say whatever we want, but we're civilized, and maybe they're not civilized. So if you weren't civilized, then maybe part of your job is airborne weaponry. So you gotta test it out. You gotta see what it can do. Yeah. Yeah. They're gonna go off course. Okay.
Well, that's not here, weapon. We have a lot of
information.
That's true. Information is weapon.
Information.
Yeah.
Just knowing what the conversations are over this wide swath. Because at the end of all these information driven society places is analytics, and that's it.
No, it's all right. It'll be fun. I just wonder where it's all headed, because it seems like we're building towards an event. I think about it all the time. It seems like it's not.
It's time to get a bunker.
It seems like it might be a good time for this supply of water.
Well, here's the thing. If you follow what becomes accessible, that's how you can generally see things are going. And so that's the true magicalness of humanness. Just take that guy out of the story and just tell that story.
Yeah. Yeah, he's moving us into so many different directions all at the same time. The electric car thing, the internet satellite thing, and now this Neuralink thing. The Neuralink thing is the craziest.
Because all of these things are connected in these higher upper echelon conversations. You see the same conversation. Tesla or Da Vinci. But information is reflected. Whole industries can be built on probability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people. Or cause promotion and marketing. I mean, that's Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that happens. But propaganda is something that is important to all civilization.
Well, propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like if you want flour, you need wheat. You're going to have to get the wheat. And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people. And, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is showing the negative side of this other society. And this is our hero. So our hero is going to go do America's bidding and go over there. And those movies are successful. So they continue this relationship. Propaganda for the government. And in turn, they don't fuck with you.
Right. But that's what makes information so powerful. You don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about just following the ritual work. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I was like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender And it said both of those things, so I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future, and that somehow calling people the goat would be normalized. The sheep being the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed cat.
Jeez. This must be the weed time. Figure out
how to jump in on that.
What's his mouth?
I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the Bible, it's just where we are experiencing it. Like the mark of the beast thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you had to tell a story for so many years, before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them. And all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines, and people became just meat zombies, controlled by corporations. That would be the mark of the beast. That would be a demonic thing. If a demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat that turned you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. Until one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember? That was the thing. You had to invite them in. If you invited them in, you're fucked. But if you didn't invite them in, for some reason, they weren't allowed to kill you. It's almost like
Here's
the
the
story.
thing, that you have to be able to benefit from the zombie. Like, there's no benefit in that taken out of context. Like, if you're making them zombies so that they can mine for you, then there's a story of that over there. Like that's the whole thing, is when you look at these ancient writings, they're not saying like, so he was from another world, and we had to bring him our kids, and he would eat them in front of us. Like, they're not telling those stories. They're saying like agriculture,
Knowledge,
literature,
cosmology.
Right.
Explain the origin of life. Yeah.
Like,
show the double helix DNA.
To a fault.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying anything outside of mathematic parameters.
Well, the wild stuff is when you look at some of those old Sumerian tablets and you see they have the solar system mapped. They have the sun in the center, looked just like a sun with little marks around it. It had Venus where it should be, Jupiter where it should be, Uranus where it should be. They were all in the right spots. It's crazy. Like
the Ethiopian tribe had the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, but there is no craziness. Everything lines up. The same grids.
That's just nuts. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conventional explanation for that is, because that Zechariah Sitchin guy who said all this stuff, he was often criticized. That people said that he took things too far, that his analysis went too far, and he just went into speculation. But goddamn, a lot of the stuff he was saying, like you could see the implication in the actual tablets themselves. They show these gigantic beings with these little tiny people like sitting on their laps, and the people have tails. Have you seen those? It's like looks like genetic engineering.
Maybe it's a tail, maybe it's piping. What
Jesus, piping.
You understand?
Right.
What I'm saying is nobody's telling these outlandish.
Right. But they're all kind of all saying the same thing. There's some higher power that comes, gives you structure, tells you what to do and how to live. In every society.
Information. That's what they give.
They give you information. Yeah.
every story, every civilization, every time.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we're all thirsty for. You know? And
Well, we're thirsty to monetize.
That's too. But also humans individually are thirsty for information. We always want information. We want gossip, we want news, we want bullshit, we want science. Especially if you have an appetite for, things that make you think. There's so much information that people are just constantly consuming. There's bullshit information like TikTok and nonsense that just passes you by. But there's still,
But none of that stuff is nonsense.
it's not. But it is.
It's just another
something
offshoot.
to get rid of.
Right. Which is what all of this is about. From the Roman Colosseum to, it doesn't matter. King Arthur's court kind of like.
That's the first viral video, right? Like that's
Right.
They would tell viral stories.
This is all about this experience.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the middle of you doing it, you realize you're in a certain amount of time. And you're like, God damn it, I'm just starting to figure this game out.
Right. So understand that I was probably like 5 years old. So I love that. It happened to me so early. But it wasn't about the, I got that part. So I thought at like that age, I was thinking, hundreds a good number. 600. Things like this. I'm just gonna space it out 7 years at a time. So every 7 years. So I couldn't wait till I got 7 because that was the start of my first life.
Why'd you break it in 7? Just random.
It's a selling. See, changing the universe.
So just 7 seemed like a good number? Was it instinctual or was it
to people around the globe?
7. Yeah. It's a lucky number. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying if you like math, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because of what they represent mathematically. That level of mathematical information is another step in civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident. Like when they
trigonometry is not.
That's also that they figured out. Like there's some measurements. I don't want to bore anybody with details because I'll butcher it too. But it's the measurement comparison to the circumference of Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice. It's just wild shit, man. They did that all in stone.
But not that wild though, because we know that if you travel and buoys are out there and they're out there for certain reasons. Right. We understand satellite position and makes perfect sense. Well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we had not.
No, not at all. Not different at all.
I mean, we would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those hobbit people. those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is? Floresiensis. So this creature, this 3-foot tall human, imagine if we found them. I guarantee you someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to having fun, introduce them to figure out language, try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our stuff, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, and there was like a massive population of Australopithecus on a planet. And we said, look, they're on the way. Right. Let's just give them a little boost. Just give them a little boost. Right. And that's what
but not too much.
Not too much.
And that's what you see with all of the UFO stories is they keep popping up in these times when we as a civilization are getting ready to F it up in real time.
In real time. Yeah. You know, that's like my comedy club. That's why I named
the mothership.
Rooms. I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh.
Because the UFOs started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports, they're like 1947, 1950, 1952.
If you cross-engineer our shit, it's going to show up on our radar. This information.
Especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Wild.
Even in the Bible story, the Tower of, this story is that, you know, with everybody speaking the same language, it intensified shit getting done. And they could do stuff that was hazardous.
I think they're very close to being able to translate language instantaneously in real time. Because they can do it right now with Samsung phones that do they have to use Galaxy S24.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals that's nonverbal.
And with all of us.
You know Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right? Yes. Tom Green was here. He has a mule. And he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you know you want to go left and you start like looking left and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. He goes, you develop it. It takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. It's like when they would lock on to their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I have that with women and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats. Like I have, but understand. Whether it's a horse, no, there's no especially. Like all of them, we abuse some of them, and it.
Well, just horses don't interact with people. That's what I'm saying. It's like the interaction you have with dogs. It's almost like psychic. The dogs are like your little friends. You know, they know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. You know, they're happy to see you every fucking time, bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and special needs people. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. It's not always good. But it's so
we can learn from them.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it, but we're scared. People are scared of other people's chips, like shields.
But it's been proven historically that Cain and Abel is a real story. That like, you know what I mean? Like people are so violent these days, and that's true. But people have been violent. Like there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life, change things.
Well, especially take a life quickly. Like swords, bows and arrows, I'm sure. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night. Cleanliness? Yeah. That's what took them out. That like plague.
Go get you.
This is 69 times I've gotten this one conversation.
The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two speculations. One of them was that God decided they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
And that's not speculation, that's in the book.
Right.
That person.
Right, but the respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God just decided that I'm gonna fuck with this whole city.
No.
Right. What's the real story?
Okay, so
turned it into pillars of salt. 2 cities, right? And he said, "Find me 50 good men, and I won't do this." And then I think he said, "Find me 10 good men."
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This story that they like.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just so because sodomy is even technically with oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from Sodom.
Right. That's why I said it's technically includes a lot of things. People think it's so, can we come back to this? Sodom and Gomorrah. Come back to this.
I would love that.
Okay. Sodom.
Yeah. So.
I literally don't even need to go over it again.
It tells several stories, but there had to be an explanation for what the story said happened to each city.
Right. Had to be a reason for it. Most likely.
To tell this story, it requires all of those people that were really a big deal in the story. Historical evidence shows us like that happened. Those 2 cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you kidding? I know a guy who pulled that information up so fast.
Really?
Put it on the screen.
Young Jim? Like, is there speculation?
His sidekick is awake now. You can see the best part of him, but
Carl's awake now. It's 3:30 waker.
Right. As we all would be if we returned to our schedule.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that it? Like, is there real speculation as to where it was? Where do they think?
It's not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like, they used to be called this, and then they later were called something else.
Like Iraq used to be Sumer.
Right. Yeah. Like, these are literal places that you can find on the real map. That was part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. It's just seeing my only concern is, how do these ancient Islamic Judaism, how do you say that, those 3 that exist, that all religion is built on Judeo-Christian, Islamic, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that there were cities there.
So they have records there.
Or like, for example, if everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there. It exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea. Wow.
Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought. Like places like people throughout history, if you show any body of water, those are always spots. Water is its own commodity and currency at all points. That was the Dead Sea. But that's everywhere.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? Because, goddamn, there's so much interesting stuff that came from that one. That's why they found the Dead
But
Sea.
a lot of the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right? How long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was.
Right.
Or they might have called it salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is stuff's not growing here. Okay? Don't come here as a fishing spot. Right?
But it's a good spot to gather salt. At that point in time, it's as valuable as anything. Salt, they could have war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand the whole portions, because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food, them eating it like you, that experience to seasoning your food, order from the best place because
Eating too much spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience. It has been that part of being a king or being royalty through all civilizations was being able to experience best culinary things, because if you believe in God, that's one of the attributes that makes you believe in it, because every vegetable, let's say, that you would have, and it gets to the point where it would spoil and it would be useless and you'd have to throw it away, it becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So,
what do you mean?
Like if you have potatoes, right? And potatoes, but now you got too many potatoes. You get vodka from that. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from that. If you got too much barley, everything that you could have too much of, we got too many grapes, you get wine with that. The whole, that's why alcohol is called spirits, because it's literally a gift from God. Just something that's just for your milk. Once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like whatever it is you would be having as a commodity. Grapes to raisins, wherever, like, this is why I believe that. Because of certain things that are just
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why like rotting fruit can become alcohol can put you in a different state of mind. All of it is connected together so that you discover it and figure it out.
unless you can figure out the benefit that a mushroom gets for being hallucinated. Or the frog, that's the special ones. What the special benefit did that frog get from that?
Right. Why is a frog making DMT?
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects residually of
constantly carrying around DMT? Right. Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? Isn't that the whole idea? That you take them and you rub them on a windshield.
It's weaponized from the beginning.
Yeah. Right. They're scared because they think they're going to die, so their body's producing it.
Well,
just like ours.
The inventor of perfumes and colognes was whoever saw a skunk in action first. Because, that's when someone was able to see how powerful smell is, even from a distance, and the aerosol, like, you know what I mean? Like, we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like, we were able to look at animals and insects and understand that we would be able to do the helicopter after got past it. I mean, like, we understood because we had seen the hummingbird. You know what I mean? Like, we had seen how things were.
Have you ever seen those Egyptian gliders? They found these gliders, these wooden things that they carved that look like fucking planes. And they were in some of the tombs that they had found. Thousands of years old. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean, straight up looks exactly
Da Vinci is saying that these are things talked about there. Like, even if you're just following Jesus, right? Okay, so you believe that he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about to get information. And that's not a hidden fact. Like, it's been that way. So, did not see how everything lines up.
It does kind of line up in a strange way. We try to decipher it from all the different cultures. They all have their different versions of it. But at the end of it, there's a lot of similarities. If you follow the stories, like what are they saying? Right, all of them have some sort of creation.
Well,
but isn't that odd though? That a creature, if you think of human beings as a creature, that a human being that's never created a being itself has this idea that a magical force that is all-knowing and all-loving created, not they evolved, not they came from this and they learned, they got better, but that they were created. That seems like a universal story, the created story.
That's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So the duck is sitting on 6 eggs on a nest right by the house, right by a 250-pound dog, an alibi. And believes that it has life that is sitting on, and it's going to come from that. And that there's somebody there that looks out for them and makes sure they're fed. In the Bible story, it says the sparrows said, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like, who's feeding them every day? Like, real talk. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's no creator. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. Like, that would be as weird as being in this room going, nobody made those curtains, nobody made these cameras, nobody made, like, what? We never have evidence of that.
What do you think? Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea of creating? What do you think about it? with them is there's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof. And that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is. They'll say there's no proof. And that, they're staunch atheists. And a lot of them, they even talk about religious people. That almost their atheism becomes religion. Instead of being completely open-minded to the possibility, you have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people that are atheists don't like God. God may have to exist. So the whole thing is, if you were to believe in the Big Bang, you would have to believe that had happened several times throughout history. That's what we see. Everything.
Right. We don't see one individual unique thing that exists that's responsible for all things, except the Big Bang. Those are Terence McKenna always said.
There's too much thought that went into certain, like the fact that you can study all the butterflies and not one of them has a sense of humor. You know what I mean? But me and you do. And like it goes for all humans. Universally, if we see somebody trip and fall, we all laugh no matter what our back. Like there are certain like there's that. I'm trying to think of what the reasons are to not believe, but I can't remember what they are because it doesn't line up with anything. Like and we would have had to have gone in space and there would be no other planets, just this one.
Just that's it.
For this story to make sense universally. Like we're at a terrible time in history to say, oh, we don't believe in people from outer space when we can't go to outer space. It's almost asinine to try to make both of those make sense. And to think that there's our sun is not the biggest sun, right? But it's the biggest sun we ever gonna see, right? So it's the biggest fucking sun, right? But the truth is, no, it's way bigger. Like that. A thought went into picking this particular sun for this planet and the position, much as if you were building a house, like you look the particulars and like Kid Rock to make sure that throughout the time period, history, put a stamp and a mark on it. Right. Yeah. That's why if you were extraterrestrial, let's say, you were going to build one building on this planet, it would be the pyramid. Like most people don't even understand that there was a whole outer covering on that thing and gold cap at the top. Like it was a planetary.
Yeah. You might be right. It makes more sense than the idea that these people pushed those things into place and that got them hundreds of miles out of the mountain with ropes. Shut the fuck up.
Throughout history, we have not done things that didn't have profits. And not 150 years from now.
Right.
Now.
Right. Now.
All through history.
Right.
So to be thinking that this particular sibling, oh, you know what we all care about? When he gonna die. I dedicate my life to when he gonna die. I'm gonna die while
Yeah.
History doesn't say.
It's also a sheer mass. 3,200,000 stones in the break. That is so much mass.
All of the wonders of the world are truly that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them too. The wild shit that they're digging out of Turkey is nuts too. It's the Göbekli Tepe place where they found 12,000-year-old structures back at the time they thought people would just use the sticks and stones. hunter-gatherers.
No, because the whole time they were saying that it was there. But understand, these are the things worthy of a war. Just
worthy of a war.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? All throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the only thing a rational person can take from Hitler's story is being able to see if you had a limited resource and ability to just follow global rabbit holes, you find out that most stuff that is labeled BS is not BS. BS is very hard to come by.
One of the things real weird is the Nazis were really into the occult.
At some point in the information process, that was required. So
it was required to be
so in like the world of medicine, like certain things, before they had a label of being toxic, you just knew don't touch it. Like, you know what I mean? You didn't know what it was good for. But those occultists were the keepers of things that did work, not things that did not work.
Right.
So, but throughout history, that whole process of thinking, anything that could fall into the alchemy conversation was seen as occult based. It meant doing something unnatural. Mm. So even like the blacksmith was considered part of that world. Really? Because he had an unnatural relationship with elements. He was able to take this and turn it into
right. Forged steel. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I always wondered, at the heart of
all processes that are discussed at these pyramids and all, because they're all processes.
Yeah. I've always wondered if alchemy is trying to regain this knowledge. Like if at one point in time they did know how to just make metals, they did know how to create elements, they did know how to change lead into gold, whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
That's what this whole line was consistent of. Yeah. But it required money and time, and all royalty, all kings, all great leaders of the world, this is what you paid for. People that could make things happen. So being able to understand the weather and to then be able to manipulate it in any way possible was valuable all through human history. All the way before we get to the seeding of clouds part.
Do you think they had the ability to manipulate weather back then? It'd be wild if they did. If that's what caused the Sahara Desert to emerge. Because all that shit used to be lush tropical rainforest. Imagine if that's humans fucking with cloud seeding. They just ruin it.
Well, that wouldn't explain how that has its own environment that's just as valuable. It goes to further back up what I was telling you about how it seems like somebody put thought into every scenario you might be in. So let's say you lived in one of them deserts and all you had was cactus. Guess what? You can take that cactus and make tequila too.
True.
Like every part of the process, like
people figure something out.
Not people figure something out. Something is there to be figured out.
Right. That's what the indigenous people say about ayahuasca. They said the plants told them how to make it. The mushrooms told them how to make it.
As a person that loves nature, you know that most of your experience in nature is based upon how other things react. You know what I mean? So you don't know that this is poisonous except for the fact that it doesn't look like anything's eating whatever's on here. It looks like it's avoiding it. Like these are real things, and that requires creation as well. The whole consequence thing, the fact that this animal is able to live with this thing that's going to be doing damage to you.
So let me ask you this, because this is the conclusion. If creation is real, and if God is real, if God created us.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's be specific. Creation of what? I just told you about my ducks and her eggs. That creation is real for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And life is gonna come.
Yeah. What I mean is that God created everything, and that there really is a reason for all. What is the reason for us? Like if God really did make all these things synchronized together, put us here.
First of all, I'm grateful, even if you're not.
I'm very grateful. Very grateful.
What an experience.
Amazing time.
Right. And if you take time and space out of things, right? Like the people that sold me Call of Duty, right? Gave me a great experience that I've been enjoying for years and years and years. And the person that I am on that platform is the person I would like to be all. An experience has been delivered. It would be like saying, what was the thinking on somebody making an amusement park? To amuse people so that they could have a full experience